All right. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Good. Hopefully the audio's good because I'm looking at the desktop audio real quick. It's fairly quiet, but I don't know if it's better because I don't have it up yet because it's discussion time. Or slight discussion time, I guess. I don't know what to call this. So on Wednesday, gotta go to the store, and I witnessed a scene. I'm walking down an aisle, and I see these people moving a rack of wine. The rack of wine decides, one of the wheels decides to give out on them. It collapses on the corner, and all this wine falls and breaks. I'm pretty sure one of them got hit in the face with a bottle, too. Fantastic. Fantastic stuff. It's great. Yeah, it was wild. I'm standing there, I'm watching. There's one guy blocking the whole aisle, yelling at people. No, you gotta go around. You gotta go around. And I'm just watching like, oh, all right. Well, I'm leaving. And for anybody that knows me personally, they can assume with these stories what is actually going on. But for all you know, everything I say is true. But you know what? I'm just going to say it. I wasn't even shopping. I was the one who was moving it. And I was the one that got hit in the cheek with that wine bottle. And I was the one who had to attempt to help clean it up. So that was fun, getting hit in the cheek by a wine bottle. And also almost taking a bump in glass. As far as I remember, the total of the amount of wine that got destroyed of the UPCs, the codes that we could find, was around $367 of wine. Now, I don't know, because I have a picture of what happened to the wheel. Because, again, the wheel fell off. Oh, yeah, it is wild. All of a sudden, I'm moving it, falls. There's a bunch of glass breaking. I look down, get hit in the face. So that was fantastic. That was a nice Wednesday. And I had to... Hey, at least I got to go home and watch some AEW Dynamite while playing some Lego Batman. And then I edited the video of Umineko that is up on my channel right now for you guys to watch. I think it came out pretty good, that video. And I'm even surprised I went through 6 hours of footage and was able to do that in a week. Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, I'm happy with how some of those bits came out. To be honest, I have no idea how I became so good at lining up what people are saying to what I'm saying. Because in that video, I lined up Eric Bischoff saying 3 minutes with me saying 5 minutes, and it matched perfectly, along with SpongeBob and Squidward interrogating Mr. Krabs. I have no idea how I was able to even do that. Let's see what else. Yeah. Ghostly activity. Because, yes, I have had some happen today and on a Tuesday and on the Tuesday after I streamed. I heard footsteps on that Tuesday behind me, upstairs, walking behind me. And today, I don't know what I heard. I'm assuming it was the washing machine that's going on right now. I heard like something like moving, just something moving. But I'm going to attribute it to ghostly activity in hopes that I get some more ghostly activity documented. The funny part was for my video, I was going to go all in on the ghostly activity and put like a fake EVP in there. But I thought I'm going to have to like commission somebody or get somebody else to record it, because you can 100% tell it's me if you just do some working around. What else? I know there's more things. The intro to my YouTube video, I guess, is this, talking about the wine story, potentially. And not even hello, people of the YouTube intro, Twitch intro, whatever. Shouts out to the people that are following me when I'm not even streaming, like Rickster the Trickster, CC Games, and Ikayo Caesar, or Caesar, probably Caesar. Shouts out to those three for following me when I'm not even streaming, so they can't get anything. In fact, in the live scene, I'm going to hit refresh on all the alerts so they at least get it in the VOD. Next week, Sunday, will not be an Umineko stream. It will be a different stream. My plan for tonight is to just finish episode 1 and not start episode 2. So if I get episode 1 done earlier than what I usually stop streaming at, that's just what we're going to do. We're going to stop streaming at the end of episode 1. But on next Sunday, there is a pay-per-view that I shall be watching live on Twitch called WrestleMania Backlash. And obviously, you're going to see my beautiful face. And that's it. I'll make sure the desktop audio is very low for Streamlabs or Stream Elements, just so then I cannot get striked on my channel for playing audio from a source that you have to pay for in order to see. Then after the pay-per-view, depending on if I'm feeling it, I will decide to react to other things that I watch on YouTube. But that's if I'm feeling it, because the pay-per-view may burn me out. Now, as far as I have seen, that is all. That is all I have. So I'm going to switch over to the live scene after skipping the opening cinematic again. I'm going to switch over to the live scene. I shall play the desktop audio for you now. So, there we go. It's on the screen. Now, I'm going to play the following alerts for everybody. Very, very quiet. In fact, I might just mute this game real quick. Just gonna turn it off real quick. I'll turn it back on in a little bit. Yeah, I don't know how to turn them up. I think it's because of the game. So I'm gonna hit it again. I replayed yours again, essentially just to see what the audio was at. That's gonna take some time to fix. So just know that you can go to my social media and watch like my Twitter or my Instagram and watch all the clips that I have, because that's going to be all my alerts are my social media clips. So it's all just going to be me, essentially. So that's the follow. There's also a subscribe, a donation one that I will probably on Tuesday fix the volume of. I'll turn them up. But for now, I want to just get this going. But if you want to fully hear the audio and not just look at the meme or read your message, you can go to social media and witness that. Because again, it's going to take a little bit for me to fix. Probably. I could see how fast I can fix it real quick. Let me do that so I can still see the screen. Now, did it connect to the right account? It did. All right. I'm going to edit real quick. Oh, there we go. Settings. Duh. Okay, I don't know why, but I put it at like 20% volume. So I'm going to turn that up to like 50. I'm going to hit emulate. Here it is. Hit the beat, brother. Okay, so that's actually at a good volume now. So if you shall excuse me, I shall fix that real quick. Real fantastic shit, you know. It's gonna take like it's not gonna take long. Cause all it is essentially just moving a slider. Cause I think that's better. To be honest, I'm not sure anyway. Change that up to 50. Variation settings. Ah, there's none there. All right, perfect. Obviously, that one. Change that up to 50. This one, I believe, has a bunch of variation settings that I shall fix real quick. Well, that's because it was doubled up. It was a doubled up one. To me, it sounds pretty damn loud. I could put it at 100 real quick. I could put this one at 100. I'm going to put this one at 100, and then I'm going to test it. I accidentally duplicated it. Oh, well. We can just turn that off. I'm going to make sure this is the one that I'm going to set this one at 100, and then I'm going to hit play on it. Oh, so cold. So you know what? Let's just put them all at 100 then. Let's scare myself. Because me getting jump scared is good content. Wow, great stream start. Always. I'm putting it at the loudest I can put it, by the way. So if it's still inaudible at that point, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, I just unchecked that. Woohoo. Alright, that's still at 100. Wrist pop, by the way. Host. Bam. Put that all up. No variation. And then the raid alert. Put that all the way up. Now that's should be everything. Everything's up. Oh, not that one. That one was not at 100. Now everything should be at 100. Yeah, everything's at 100 now. So if it's inaudible, that's on you. Well, first I gotta hit save. There you go. It's been saved. Alright. So if it's inaudible to you, that's on you at that point. So, Now I'm gonna cycle through all of them with the desktop audio on. I mean, well, the game unmuted at this point. Wow. Woohoo. I can tell you what's not making it in this video. Bring those back up. I think this is good enough audio. I mean, I'm definitely talking way louder than what it's saying. But anyway, here's the people that followed me while I wasn't streaming. No! Here it is. Hit the beat, brother! Maybe the game's just too loud. I think the game is actually just too loud. I think I gotta turn it down a little bit more. Okay, that has to be good enough. Alright, now we got CC Games. No! Here it is. Hit the beat, brother! And then I, Kaio Caesar. No! Here it is. Don't you play. The only reason why it's kind of raised in the corners because it's got to play the messages. It's got to show the messages at least for when people subscribe or donate or do whatever. Anyway, that's the loudest I can make it. This game is just loud in general. So you know what? I'm going to tone it down one more. And if I think it's too loud, or think it's too quiet, I'll change it. Now, hopefully my brain can remember what the hell was going on. Because from what I remember, they are discussing what to do with the old man, Mr. Kinzo. All of them are meeting, except for Rosa's husband. He isn't there. You got Maria, got Jessica, got Kraus, Natsuhi, got all these people. Kinzo made some deal with a witch. They got symbols. I think the deal was like, take the soul. You got Cannon, you got Shannon. The tag team duo of the century. You have Eva. My waifu at the moment, Kairi. But that's just because she looks like a different character that I made that the meme of. Because my meme is I make a waifu from every series. Just for the hell of it, because it's such a cringy thing to do. So, I'm actually going to use auto because I wait too long for when they stop talking. If I want to say something, I'll just not hit auto. Now, I'm going to confirm some controls real quick. 8 should be the chat dialogue. How'd the music get louder? Is that just how loud this music is? Why is this game so loud? Z is this. I might have to turn it down a little bit more, to be honest. But I don't know. At least the music. I think the music's got to go down, like, a little bit more. I think the music has got to just chill for a little bit. Because I'll still be able to hear it in the background. Alright, so I'm going to hit the A button. We're going to auto this. Yeah, if. Well, the lodging they had been guided to wasn't... okay, it's just gonna skip that for me. the lodging they had been guided to wasn't originally intended to serve as a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it was built 2 years previously, there was still absolutely no prospect of its opening. I'm going to turn down the auto speed real quick. There's a lot of settings I could have done beforehand. We're going to turn that down to like there. So I have time to stop it before it continues.
兄さんのいつもの授業と同じよ。着目や企画はご立派。そしていつも途中で立ち行かなくなって何も回収できずに終わる。
Well, that's what Kenzo was talking about.
ただ住むだけにしか使わないのはもったいないって兄貴の着眼は立派さ。そしてリゾート化してマリンスポーツやらフィッシングやらハネムーンやらを誘致して盛り上げようってのはなかなかいい絵だったと思うぜ。俺だって長男だったならこの島を何かに有効利用できないかと頭をひねったに違いないさ。
でももう出来上がってから2年も経つのよ。2年経って未だに開業のめどはつかない。
Probably because Kenzo's yelling at him every opportunity. Gone, fired.
失敬な。それは主人の手落ちではありません。主人の仕事を請け負う会社間でトラブルが生じているだけで、うちはあくまでも被害者です。
しかしな、クラウス兄さんが任せてる例のとこ、あまり噂は聞かんで。
I want to know these rumors. Tell me the rumors.
不払い横領トラブルで計画が空中分解しちゃったって話。
They scamming people for money?
耳に届かないとでも思ってる？裏も取れてるんだから。何の裏だか存じませんが、事実無根です。観光業への新規参入に
Do you need me?
公募への根回しが必要になります。
Because I'm a certified, I'm a self-certified lawyer. I can't say certified lawyer because that'll get me in trouble if you follow my advice, but I'm a self-certified lawyer. I have completed the first 3 Ace Attorney games, so I would think I'm very qualified.
観光ルートの確立してない何もない離島にやたら豪華なホテルなんて買い手がつくわけもねえさ。
There's some brain thrown around.
維持費はかからんでも返せん借金は膨らむ一方や。
Interest rates.
クラウス兄さん。
Their interest rates.
ちょいと調べさせてもろたんや。
How am I supposed to commentate over this? It's just them talking about a hotel not being open. There's not really much I can give here.
これは先行投資なのだよ。その読みを誤り、これまでに多くの負債を生んでしまったことは認めざるを得ない。
Like Kenzo and the children.
だが、ようやく時代が私に追いついた。
We gotta destroy the liabilities.
失った分はすぐに取り戻せる。いや、それどころか。これまでの投資だってやがては私のもとに戻ってくる。そう例えるなら、放った稚魚が鮭となり、肥えて帰って。
No, that's not how that works, because then the small fry could get eaten by another fish.
リゾート業界は空前の好景気を迎えるやろ。これまでの負債を埋められるほどかはわからんが。だがな、クラウス兄さん。これまで散々負け続けた兄さんが、どこから軍資金を
The old man.
それも半端ない軍資金や。あれだけの穴を埋められる軍資金やで。
When the old man dies, we get the cha-ching.
何をおっしゃいたいのですか?
That's their plan.
ほんま怒らんといてな。わしらも調べたんや。これまで負け戦続きのクラウス兄さんに
Man, they're full on detectives right now. We found this.
結果いねえんだよ。そんな後ろ盾は弱り目と逆に張るのがマネールーレットの鉄則だ。兄貴はこの界隈じゃちょいと知られた弱り。
Wait.
確かに時代は好景気を迎え
You're claiming that he has debts.
これまでの兄貴の失敗等天秤
But he has no backer.
融資に値すると思う連中がいるのか。
It's the old man. He's taking money from the old man.
ならね、そのお金をどこから調達したのってことになるのよ。
ほう、
From Kinzo.
興味深い話じゃないか。
He straight up is robbing Kinzo, probably.
あなた、このような暴言をいつまで放置されるつもりですか。
I want him to take out a knife, say they know too much, and just start stabbing.
担当直入によ。兄貴は親父の個人資産を自分の事業に流用してる。これはほぼ間違いね。
I mean, to be honest, it's the
どうかぜひそれを解いてもらいたいもんさ。
it's the only explanation.
流用なんてもんじゃないわよ。これは横領よ。刑事告発できる
Occam's razor, most simplest answer is most often the right one.
無礼極
Or
まりない。
something like that.
仮にも後ろ宮本家跡継ぎの後ろ宮クラウスに向かって信じられない暴言です。
Well, I actually did say Ushiromiya pretty
図星
accurately.
でしょ。なんとか事業を成功させてこれまでの損失を埋めたいんだけど、その穴は広がっていく一方、博打の穴をさらに大きく張った博打で埋めたいだけよ。その軍資金がすぐ近くにあったなら手をつけるのは道理。 はっきり言うわ。兄さんがしているのは横領よ。お父様に対する裏切りよ。
So, as a self-certified lawyer,
ついた後には司法に委ねることになる
where's
でしょう
the
ね。
actual physical evidence?
そんな輩に後ろ宮本家跡継ぎを名乗らせるとお思い。
I need physical evidence, not just your...
言うにこと書いて。当主様への裏切りとは聞き捨てがたい。この栄光ある後ろ宮家の敷居をまたぐ資格はもはやあなたにはありません。即刻ここを出て
I'm
行きなさい。
confused. The wind started, the screen shook.
ほら、
Natsuhi, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Eva in a rage. She then pointed alternately... Alternately? They throw in big words at me. Okay. At Eva in the hallway, demanding that she leave. Eva took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsuhi as though silently daring her to repeat what she said. But anyway, I'm gonna continue my discussion. I need physical proof. If I'm gonna help you as the self-certified lawyer in this situation, I need physical evidence. I cannot rely on some biased explanations. Because I don't think that would work well in court. I don't know if you heard my shoulder pop there, but it did. I need physical evidence. I completed Ace Attorney games. I know how this works. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. At that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped.
ねえ、誰に向かってそんな口をお聞きなの。
They about to brawl. We're gonna see some hands being thrown tonight.
無礼極まりない主人の妹に対してです。これ以上は私も本家の台所を預かる者として聞き捨てになりません。台所を
I'm ready to see a brawl. Put these people in smash right now. Was it 80s? Well,
黙るがいい。この名ばかり女房が。
Eva folded the fan with a snap and rose to her feet encouragedly. Compared to the elegance and playfulness she'd shown until a second ago, she was now unimaginably aggressive. I'm telling you right now, someone's about to open a can of whoop ass. Just straight up. Straight up. I'm expecting to see somebody die. Again, Maria was going on about misfortune, pointing at the sky, pointing to Jesus. So maybe the misfortune is a good old gun shot. Maybe. Maybe that's the misfortune.
バカバカしい。この後ろ宮エヴァに当主様の左肩を許されている後ろ宮家序列第3位のこのエヴァに下がれと。
Now, as a self-certified lawyer, I can tell you right now, it's not going to help your case if you hit this woman.
お前の服のどこに翼がどこに片翼のわしが許されているのか。
Ah, so it's a okay.
様など後ろ宮家の跡継ぎを残すためだけの存在じゃないの。身の程をわきまえるがいい、このゲス女が。
Damn, that's an insult. Ava's face twisted hideously as her words gouged into Natsu's heart like talons, wrenching at it. Ooh. I'm not gonna get into that one, but I will say this. Now we know why they have the wings on them, because that is the family symbol. Oh, there were 100 ways Natsuhi wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and none of those words managed to make it to her mouth. Her anger had nowhere to go, and became a single hot tear that slowly dripped down. Tear? How does that make sense? You don't get tears when angry.
なーに
That is a smile. I'm getting creepypasta vibes from that smile. You know what, editor? When I'm editing this, put up a Jeff the Killer right next to it, just so we know how they compare.
何か言い返したいなら
I bet they match pretty well.
言い返しなさいよ。ほーら
I'm ready to see someone get punched in the face. Eva faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsuhi could do nothing but tremble, her clenched fists quivering. Cross quietly broke that powder cake tension.
夏日席を外しなさい。頭を冷やすといい。
Natsuhi, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack.
あなたはさっきから何を言われているのか分かってるんですか。この人たちは言うにこと書いてあなたのことを
Again, it is baseless because they have no physical evidence with them. But that's just me saying that as a self-certified lawyer.
あなたもあなたです。どうして言い返さないんですか。あなたが言い返さないから私が言い返しているのに、さっきからあなたは私に任せっきりで、その私に頭を冷やして来いなんて言うんですか。
Because he knows they're right and he knows that they will beat the shit out of him.
いつも真剣にこの家のことを考えているのに、それはあなたは。
I'm glad I'm not voice acting. I couldn't do that. Natsuhi was already unable to hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly.
妻が失礼した。昔から感情を抑えるのが下手でね。私も苦労している。
あんなのに切り盛りされてたんじゃ。兄さんも気苦労が絶えないわね。
Now, why don't we get down to business and kill this old man? Let's kill a grandpa tonight, boys.
奥様。
Get out of here, you horny old woman.
何でもありません。下がりなさい。
I had to witness you twice. Twice. Once while recording, once while editing. I don't want to see you. Natsuhi flew into her room and threw herself onto her bed, lamenting. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway. Was this inner monologue? I still don't know why they did this. They could kind of just put it at the bottom. It's a poem.
後ろ目焼きは血を特に重んじられますが、嫁いで家を出れば本来は序列から除籍されます。ですからエヴァ様も本来は秀吉様とのご成婚の際に除籍されるはずだったのです。ところがこれは誰のせいでもありません。ましてや奥様のせいであろうはずもありません。神様の気まぐれとしか言いようがありません。クラウス様と夏日様には なかなか子宝が授からなかったのです。
The,
何しろ
okay.
男尊女卑の後ろ宮家でございます。
I feel like I'm not.
妻は
I feel like my brain is just letting it go in one ear, out the other.
その妻が唯一の役割を果たせないのなら、もはや人間扱いなどされません。当時の奥様が親方様からどれほど責め苛まれていたか
Define torture.
思い出すのも苦しゅうございます。
Because if it's anything like what Kyrie and Rudolph are doing,
エヴァ様に秀吉
They're
様
into
との
that.
ご結婚の話が持ち上がりました。エヴァ様は狡猾でした。奥様がいつまでも身ごもられないことにつけ入って親方様に取り入ったのです。入り婿を取って自分が跡継ぎを産むと吹き込み、ご自分の席を後ろ宮家にとどまらせるよう
I mean,
認めさせたのでございます。
you gotta do what you gotta do. You wanna keep that name, you make up some
戸様扱いの
crap.
奥様と入り婿を取る形で血族として残ったエヴァ様は後ろ宮家の序列の中では雲泥の差。しかもエヴァ様は先にそれも男児をご出産されております。どれほど奥様の立場がエヴァ様の前で弱いものであったかお察しいただけますでしょうか。奥様にとっては
Don't talk to me, lady,
もし自分がすぐに
okay?
解任することができればエヴァ様の入り婿など親方様に認めさせずに済み
I'm just Badler's subconscious. I shouldn't even be knowing what's happening here.
気持ちがあるに違いありません。しかしそれは奥様のせいであろうはずもない。すべては気まぐれな神様とジェシカさんをお届けすることが遅れたコウノトリのせいなのでございます。だからといって
That's why I get same-day delivery.
そうと割り切れるはずもない。
Works every time.
ただ妻としての責務を全うできなかったことに女として
You may have to deal with the messy Amazon box, but still, same-day delivery. Never actually used it. I'm not paying extra for smaller delivery days.
Hell yeah, Stone Cold son, wearing the Austin 316 shirt, cause of course I am, and I wear it for the stream, for when they start playing this shit. We crossed the hall again on our way to the entrance. As we did, we once again spotted that witch's portrait. If you want Stone Cold to make an appearance, for some reason, give me a hell yeah.
However, spot is probably not the best word to describe that experience. It was more like our eyes were inexorably... Okay, I gotta look up what the hell this word means. I don't even know how you pronounce that. I'm a guy sitting at a computer. What? Inexorably? What? In a way that is impossible to stop. About to find out some important clues. Okay, good to know, but still. How do you say it? Can I find a video on how to say it? Here, let me look up. Here we go. Pronunciation. Alright, I'm gonna let's listen to this, okay? Inexorably. That is a weird-ass word. That woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who viewed it stand rooted to the spot. Inexorably. Man, these words I'm never gonna hear again in my life. Yeah, Badler, we kind of established that already in the last time I played this. According to Kinzo, it's true. Well, no. Back when he had asked what this picture was, the first person to tell him had been Maria. Therefore, when Badler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Badler didn't have faith in her. I don't have faith in you because you're a child. Second of all, you creep me out. That's why he doesn't have faith in you, and that's why his subconscious doesn't have faith in you. Self-certified psychiatrist and subconscious man. I just confused myself. Look, all I know is this. If you start doing something creepy again, you're gonna hear something in the background of a little, alright? You getting smacked, is what I'm telling you. I'm gonna smack that stupid crown off of your head. Now that we got that out of the way. Of course, that wasn't what Badler meant. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on a plate hanging below it. Maybe the title of the portrait was written there. Maria, trying to prove that she wasn't lying, obstinately continued to hit the plate. See, I can pronounce that word because I've heard that word before. Inexorably. I'm gonna be mad about that this whole time. Whoa, apparently I dropped a lot of frames there. For some reason. My internet's still good. Probably because I wouldn't be streaming. But yeah, apparently I dropped some frames there. Oh, apparently frames are dropping a lot. So sorry about that. I see a little box under my stream element stuff and it's going red. It was going red sometimes. I mean, it's only 0.1%. Yeah, it seems fine to me. I mean, it's literally only like 0.1% of dropped frames. Or like of all the frames, 0.1%. It's telling me all that, so it's just flashing for like a few seconds and then going away. But still, in case somebody does notice it. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the word. Okay, look, Maria. Let's just continue. I doubt. Just a tiny bit. There's a tiny bit of doubt. When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly oohing. Oh, what'd he find? Ah! The Sweet Fish River. And there's an epitaph? The plate did have the title of the portrait written on it, but was much too big to contain only that. Beneath the title was what appeared to be a long epitaph. Because yes, I can pronounce that word too. Because I've heard that word. In fact, I'm pretty sure I listened to a band or listened to a song that has that word in it. But either way, we get a strange symbol and the Sweet Fish River. Now, I can only assume that the sweet fish is Swedish fish. Because that's a candy that's supposed to be fruity, so in a sense sweet. And it's a fish. It's in the shape of a fish. So we need to find a river that's filled with Swedish fish. If you just skimmed over it, several unnerving words would jump out at you. What, are you not going to tell me the words? Okay. The gold! We're gonna find us some gold in them mountains. There's some gold in this city. We're really on this island. What do you mean? Okay, yeah, I'm assuming that. Suey! We're going to California. Gonna be moonshining. We pan things, those pan rivers, you know, you put the thing in there and you sift out the water. 10 metric ton? How much is a metric ton? Hold on, how much is a metric ton? That's a lot. 10 metric tons to pounds. 22,000? Damn, that's a lot of gold. How much is gold? How much is gold? Or gafold, as I put it. $1,911 per ounce. That is a lot of money, and that's for today. Imagine how much it was back in the 80s. Shit. I think I already explained Grandfather's upbringing. But let me also mention the Ushiromiya family's legend of the gold. Grandfather succeeded the Ushiromiya family after it was destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake, and by successfully riding the stormy seas after the war, he managed to accumulate great wealth. That much of the story everyone knows. However, this is where the strange part begins. So the strange part isn't the big giant ass portrait and the epitaph, it's the story. Part of it involves Grandfather's black magic obsession, so its credibility is extremely low. But, well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. No, because my job, well, it's not my job, but my task here as a streamer slash YouTuber is to make fun of things and doubt them, so when it actually happens, or when it's not fun anymore, it's good content. The name of the game here is content. Good content. After the war, Grandfather correctly predicted what the future would hold and won in a huge gamble, accumulating a vast store of wealth. But there's a mysterious legend about how he gained his initial funding. Grandfather came from a branch family and had no connections in the business world or the finance world, or the financial world. Even though he later built connections with the occupying forces, he supposedly started as a nameless person who hadn't yet gained anyone's trust. It takes trust to gather money. There's no way anyone would lend money to someone they didn't trust. How did Grandfather, who had no reputation at all, manage to obtain his first vast chunk of funds? When asked that question, Grandfather supposedly answered like this. On a certain day, I encountered the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Grandfather then went on and on about his continuing research into alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great magician. And that entity summoned as a result of the demon calling ceremony was the Golden Witch, Beatrice. He then apparently made a contract by which he would receive fortune and honor in exchange for his own soul. So she's a demon, apparently. So Demon Witch. So anyway, I was right about the soul thing. The witch then granted Grandfather 10 tons of gold. Grandfather used this gold as collateral to prepare a vast quantity of funds, which he then used to multiply his wealth many times over and revive the Ushiromiya family. It seems this story is so old that even our parents were told it when they were still children. So back when our parents were young, they explored this island in all sorts of ways, believing that the gold Grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, since there was the danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, Grandmother began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest and approaching it was forbidden.
そんな話があったな。俺たちも小さい頃、親からその話を聞かされて。
Well, I mean, I would too. You're gonna tell me about gold? We gotta find some gold!
森で迷ってワンワン泣いて。しお兄さんに見つけてもらって、親にめちゃくちゃ怒られたんじゃなかったっけ？
Are you sure Beatrice didn't find you?
懐かしいぜ。
バカだったよな。だってよ、じいさまはその資本金で儲けた挙句でこの島を買うんだぜ。この島に来る前から黄金を持ってたってことになるじゃねえか。この島にあるわけがないぜ。
そうとも限らないよ。その黄金が元からこの島に隠されていて、それを確実に自分のものにするためにこの島を丸々買い取ったとかね。何しろ10トンもあるんだもん。安全な場所に移すより隠し場所そのものを確保する方が現実的だよ。
この碑文を書かせたのは2年前。それもじいさま自身ってなると、なるほど。黄金伝説も信憑性が増してくるじゃねえか。 じい様が後宮家復興の資本金にしたという魔女に授けられた黄金が10トン。そいつがどこかに今も眠っていて、じい様はこの謎を解けたやつに全部を譲ろうって、そういうつもりなのかもしれねえ。へえ、じい様らしいセンスというか、なんというか。へへ、マジならなんとも景気のいい話だぜ。
The epitaph carved into the plate was very mysterious, with something like a poem or a song written on it. That text was incredibly disturbing, filled with the signs of grandfather's black magic hobby, and its contents were in truly bad taste. But it could definitely be viewed as a puzzle, which, if solved, might lead to the hidden gold. So I'm gonna have to solve this puzzle, aren't I? Alright then.
そういうつもりなのかどうか、おじい様の胸中は想像もつかないけどね。一つ言えるのは、
I'm not good with
こ
puzzles.
のうさんくさい碑文をおじい様は一族全員に告示するかのようにここに掲示したこと。そして黄金の存在はほのめかしながらも、未だにその隠し場所について一切触れないこと。そこから
But are we sure that the gold exists?
おじい様の知恵比べに違いないって言い出した。
欲の皮が突っ張ってるうちの親父あたりだろうぜ。こんな弱いことを真に受けてるなんてよ。じい様の黒魔術趣味はバカにしてるくせに、この隠し黄金の話だけは信じてやがる。調子のいい話さ。
確かに現実的な話じゃないよね。当時無名で何のコネクションもなかったおじい様に無償で莫大な金塊を融資する人物なんているわけがない。それがいたからこそ、おじい様はそのスポンサーを魔女と呼んだというなら考えられない話じゃないけど。
でもよ、10トンだぜ、10トン。一体現金に直したらいくらくらいになるんだ？っていうか、とんでもない量になるはずだぜ。
とんでもない量だよ。人類が有史以来発掘した黄金はせいぜい10万トンって言われてる。人類の歴史が手にした黄金の1万分の1。
I mean, to be honest, that's not that much to me.
とてつもないことだよ。それが一箇所にあり。
I mean, how much does the American government own in Fort Knox?
ただものじゃないね。
私はよ、その10トンって数字ももはや嘘くさいと思ってるぜ。
Maybe if it was 7, that'd be very specific.
見たやつはいないんだろ？仮に気前のいい魔女が実在して黄金を貸したとしても、それは10は10でも10キロぐらいの間違いじゃねえのか。
I mean, to be honest, it's a witch.
相当いい金額になるはずだぜ。
That's just 10,000 grams. Maria wasn't following the story and felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question. If it was a question, I also wanted answered right then. I just want, yeah, like, I want to know how much it is in 1981 money. Because that's a lot of gold. Whether it was 10 kilograms or 10 tons, it still felt like a huge amount, but I had no idea exactly how huge. George Aniki folded his arms and tried to remember the market price of gold.
さあ、金も相場の影響を受けるから何とも言えないし、純度や鋳造先の信用に
Just tell me a basis of the amount.
換金に手数料もかかるし、ただ希少金属であることは間違いなくて、このまま採掘が進めば人類はあと半世紀ほどで全てを掘り尽くしてしまうんじゃないかって憶測もある。デタラメに言って1キロあたり200万円程度の価値はあるんじゃないかと思うね。
ひゅー、私よ。
Hold up now.
ってのは今適当に言った控えめな数
2
字なんだけ
million
ど、
yen?
それでも2000万円の価値があるってことになるじゃねえかよ。
マリア、体重28キロ。
ということはマリアちゃんと同じ重さの黄金なら、その価値は5000万円を超えるって計算になるね。
Let me check something. We got a cannon weight, which we don't need. How much yen to USD? It's not looking good for them. It's literally less than a cent. So let's see what 50... What is that? 50,000? I can't tell. I gotta do, something. So, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Right? Because that's, yeah. That would be, in American money, today. Hold on. What the fuck is this number? $384,517. So still a lot. But, you know, the yen ain't looking too good.
それ10トンならいくらだ？
Too much.
10万が1000倍だからはあ200億円か？こりゃたまらねえや。
I'm not entering that into the equation. How much is 10 billion yen actually worth? We can only measure it relative to our own pocketbooks. Anyway, let's say that a person's wages over a lifetime are about 200 million yen. You grow up and work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company, and you're finally freed as you approach old age. Everything, including retirement money, might add up to about 200 million yen. In other words, that's the amount of money that'll be made throughout a human's life. No, you could even call it the value of a life. Not really, because technically life doesn't have a value. I mean, if I shot somebody and then paid somebody a certain amount, would that get me off the hook? No. So 100 times that sum is an unbelievable amount of money. If you work from age 20 to age 60, that's 40 years of work. So it's equal to 4,000 years of work wages. If you worked every day starting from the Jomon period, you'd only reach that number about now. Oh, that's what she sounds like to me. Just, oh.
200億円ってすごい？
Big number, so yes, it's big.
マリアの大好きなショートケーキだったら
Oh yeah, son, it's
一
huge.
生かかっても食い切れないくらい買えるぜ。
でも200億円という現金ならいざ知れず、それと同等の金塊が一ところにあるなんてとても現実的とは思えないね。さっきも言った通り、黄金は非常に重くて財産をまとめておくにはちょっと便利とは思えないよ。ものすごい額面の有価証券とか、ものすごく価値のある宝石とか。
He's just storing it in his wardrobe in his study, probably.
もないけれど。
Yeah, it's another thing. The bookshelf opens.
自分の資産を持ち運べるよう
And there's just walls of gold.
有名な話だからね。でも黄金で資産を備蓄したというのはなかなか聞かない。
確かに重いけどよ、国際的に一番信用されてて価値も安定してるし、意味はあるんじゃないのかな。証券とかだったら国が滅びちまったら紙切れになっちまうわけだし。
そういう考え方もあるね。でも10kg のインゴット一つでも体感重量は相当のものだよ。
I'm starting to feel like this isn't the 80s anymore.
50kg の
Bonds?
背負えても 50kg の俵は
Gold?
担げない。
Like, you have money
それだけ
now.
の莫大な重量の金塊を個人が所有するリスクと手間は計り知れないね。
ってことはつまり200億円の札束がうなってるって話ならともかく、200億円分の黄金が山積みになってるってのはちょいと現実味がないわけだな。
そういうことになるね。黄金伝説なんて響きはとても面白いんだけど、そもそも10トンの黄金という時点で
Well, I mean, that part could be a little exaggeration.
そうやってリズムで考えるとみるみる嘘くさくなっていくぜ。
Unless
夢のない話
we
さ。
start thinking about this
そこは
supernaturally.
何しろあのおじいさまだからね。
Pocket
親切なお金持
dimension?
ちからの融資を大げさに吹聴して魔女から授かった10トンの黄金、 なんて例え方をしたのかもしれないよ。10トンという数字も象徴的な感じがするしね。
You could have a pocket dimension, the shadow realm. He could be storing it there. In literal hell? Maybe heaven. Purgatory? Or he could just straight up have like a crap ton of Bibles and just put a bunch of gold in each. I see, just because example isn't bad. Someone who generously lent a huge sum of money to grandfather when he still had no reputation might as well be called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather actually did use that money to build a vast amount of wealth later on. The fact that this person was so great at judging people might also justify calling her a witch. Also, since she went to the trouble of lending all that money, she might have enthusiastically overseen how it was spent. The decision to unexpectedly get involved with the occupying forces and profit from the Korean War demands might have been inspired by the witch herself. That might explain why he claimed to have received both wealth and honor from her.
なるほどな。ってことはつまり、この魔女様は後宮家復興のための資金をめぐ
So he painted a portrait.
復興の大恩人ってわけだ。となりゃ、じい様が感謝の気持ちを込めて。
It's still kind of crazy, to be honest. Still kind of up there.
当の本人は見るからに魔女っぽいばあさんだったかもしれないぜ。それをじい様が美化してこんな美人に描いてくれたってのは考えられる話さ。案外当の本人に会ってみたらこんなに美人じゃないかもしれねえな。
And she busts through the portrait like the Kool-Aid man.
ベアトリーチェって名前はいかにも洋風だけど、僕たち一族の名前がみんな洋風であることを考えると、このベアトリーチェって名前も日本人名を無理やり洋風にアレンジしたものなのかもしれないよ。
なるほどなるほど。この美人は絵の中にしかいないってわけだな。それじゃあの立派そうな胸は揉めそうにないぜ。
You gotta stop, my guy. You gotta stop. I laughed and made fun of the witch, trying to distinguish myself from the kid I was 6 years ago, who feared the witch of the forest when Maria tugged on my sleeve. I could tell by how hard she pulled that she was a bit upset. I mean, you're insulting a witch. Gonna curse you. Halloween Town style.
Huh?
The witch is possessing her. She's about to curse you, Danhausen. She's seen him. Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell she was angry by the color of her eyes. I'm cursing Badler right now, Danhausen style. She's revving up. She's hulking up. She's hulking up. She's about to go on a rampage. I started getting impatient, not knowing why Maria was jumping on me like this. Then Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and whispered, I'm glad I understand the fact that I'm streaming and I can't edit any of what I say out. Because I was about to say something that would, again, 100% get me arrested.
マリアは魔女とかベアトリーチェとかが確かに存在するって信じてんだよ。
確かマリアちゃんは学校の文集に将来なりたいものは魔女って書いたんだっけ？
Maria nodded seriously. Tears started to run from the corners of her eyes. Man, you made a kid cry. I see. To a girl who wants to become a witch in the future. The existence of Beatrice was proof that witches do exist in this world. And was therefore an image that she yearned after and admired. Well, I mean, witches do technically exist. Because people call themselves witches. So I guess she can be a witch. Don't know how she can make that a career. But she could be a witch, per se. Now she's kicking George. She was kicking George there.
いるよ魔女はお兄ちゃんは信じるよ
George Aniki kneeled down and hugged Maria's head. Watching this, Jessica poked my side. So that's what it is. It's like shouting that Santa Claus doesn't exist in front of a child who believes in him on Christmas Eve. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do now. Christmas Eve. I'm gonna see a kid. I'm gonna yell at him. Yeah, kid, you know that Santa Claus? He's not real. He's just a figment of capitalism. Communism forever, brother. And then play the USSR anthem. Then I get arrested because I'm harassing a child. Not for other things. I'm gonna stop now before my brain starts continuing this conversation and I say something again that'll get me canceled, more than likely. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to shatter kids' dreams. I am. Because some people want to watch the world burn, and I only want to watch it mildly. I want to see a mild burn, you know, like a small roasting. I don't want to see it go up in flames. I want to see like a controlled fire somewhere where I'm far away from it.
悪かったぜ。別にマリアの夢にケチをつけたわけじゃねえんだ。謝るよ。ベアトリーチェはいるよな。今もこの島の森の中に住んでいて、夜な夜なこの屋敷で何をやってるのか覗き見しに来るんだろ。だから森には入っちゃいけない。夜はいつまでも暗い森を眺めていてはいけない。森の魔女ベアトリーチェに見つかってしまうかもしれないから。
Joke's on you, she wants to be seen.
そう言ってたんだもんね。
本当にバトラーは信じる？
He does, I don't.
信じるぜ。ケチをつけて悪くない。
I doubt I need physical proof.
仲直りしようぜ。
For I'm a... We already know. I stuck out my hand. Maria grabbed it with her tiny hand, and we made up. Maria didn't grumble any more than that, so George, Aniki, and Jessica were relieved. Hey, Shannon with the, you know, the reason why George likes her. Wink, wink, milady.
皆様、ここにいらっしゃられたんですか。てっきり海岸へ行かれたとばかり。
Shannon Chan, carrying a basket, was surprised to find us all gathered in front of the portrait.
シャノンか。いやさ、バトラはベアトリーチェの肖像
The second time I've already seen it.
まあ見とれてたってわけだぜ。
そうですね。見とれちゃいますね。ベアトリーチェ様って本当にお綺麗です。さぞや親方様を虜になさったろうと思います。
パトロン説の他にもおじい様の初恋の人だという説もあるんだ。どちらにせよ彼女に出会ってから
That's grandma.
いるだろうにもかかわらず今なお心の中に大きく居座り続けているんだからそれは今なお虜にしているということなの。
That's grandma, my guy. He had sex with a witch.
これじゃばあ様はさぞや嫉妬しただろうぜ。
私はよく知らねえけど、やっぱりそういうのはあったらしいぜ。ばあ様は金髪の浮気相手がいると信じてたらしいな。
Oh, so he was already married? Come on, that'd be even better.
シャノンからいい匂い。
Maria, sniffing, approached the basket Shannon Chan was holding with interest. I'll be honest. Maria, you better not say that around George, because he might be sniffing somewhere else. After hearing that, I noticed a fragrant scent with a touch of vanilla.
申し訳ございません。
I know what you're trying to smell, but George
これを皆さんにお届けするようにことづかりました。
and this family would smell something else. They would sniff something else.
クッキーだ。
クッキー食べたい。クッキー食べたい。お召し上がりいただけますよ。
Oh, he'll eat,
でも、その
but not the cookies. Would it be appropriate to serve cookies in a place like this, in front of the portrait? Shannon-chan sent us a glance that seemed to ask what we wanted to do about it. Well, yeah, guess eating here would be a bad manners, generally speaking.
マリア、ここじゃなくてよそで食べようぜ。クッキーをお弁当にピクニックに行こう。
ピクニック行こう、ピクニック行こう。クッキー食べれるなら行こう。
そうだな。ちょっと表の空気を吸いに行く。
Let's go into the forest and get killed by a witch. And possibly a more realistic thing, a bear.
って言ってたんじゃねえか。行こうぜ行こうぜ。
No, not the beach, the forest.
シャノンちゃん、申し訳ないんだけど、腰を下ろせる敷物と水筒にお茶を入れてきてもらうのをお願いしてもいいかな。
はい、かしこまりました。
I can tell you right now, George hates to see her go, but he loves to see her leave. Could not read that in time. Shannon-chan received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. We headed for the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though that witch was staring down at her backs, I turned around once more.
アトラ、まだ信じてない？
Oh no, the portrait's just creepy.
信じるぜ。
It's staring at
そ
me.
の方が夢があるしな。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェがじい様に10トンの黄金を
Maybe I'm
授け
being
た。
haunted by Beatrice.
その黄金がどこかに眠っているかもしれない。しかもそいつをじい様は怪しげな碑文に書き残し、見つけられるもんなら見つけてみろと俺たちを挑発してる。
I still don't know the epitaph.
こういうロマンはあった方がいいってもんさ。
200億円の黄金か。私たち4人で山分けしたってとんでもない金額になるな。
一人頭50億円か。すごいね。それだけあったらどんな事業でも起こせそうだよ。いや、そもそも働かずに生涯を優雅に過ごせるだろうね。
But I mean, life's kind of boring without something to go to and something to do without a routine.
マリアには金よりクッキーだな。しかし50億円か。夢のある話さ。
Okay, hold up. Hell's Halls.
お前たちは親父殿の黄金伝説を本当に信じているのかね。
魔女が黄金を与えた云々はさすがに信じねえさ。
But we believe the fact that he was given money.
間違いじゃない。
He was given the gold by a prospector from the California days.
確認されているわ。死んだマルソーの会長は生前、お父様に某所で積み上げられた金塊を実際に見せられたと。
Do you have a written statement from this
お父
man?
様はそれを指して10トン分あるとはっきり明言したわ。
Where's the claim?
老いぼれのざれ言じゃないか。
Baseless. Baseless. I'm with Kraus. Baseless. Fabrication. I don't believe anything. Fabrication. I need straight evidence.
存在せん黄金に穴いな
I'm now back into lawyerish mode, self-certified lawyerish
その
mode.
真摯なお人柄であれだけ大勢の財界人から尊敬を集めたお人や。詐欺の片棒なんか担がへん。
Unless it was a fake fraud.
マルソーの会長は確かに見たんだ。10トンの黄金をはっきりとその目で。
Where's the picture?
しかも親父は
Where's the
そのイ
statement?
ンゴットの一つを任意で抜き取らせ、会長に持ち帰らせ。
Where's that ingot? Do you have it with you? Do you have that gold?
インゴットで鑑定結果は純度4な
Well, why not 100%? Ah, that's probably why.
足が刻印されていたという。
後ろ宮の黄金伝説は瞬く間に財界のフィクサーたちの間に広がったわ。鋳造元不明の黄金は換金率が悪い。ボロ儲けのチャンスだと思った彼らはそれを担保に認め、結果お父様は莫大な融資を受け
Again, I need evidence of this gold. I need a gold bar placed right in front of me.
お前たちはいくつになるんだ。
They act like they're 12.
そんな子供の頃のおとぎ話を真に受けているのかね。
I'm a Kraus right now. This is all some
その10
craziness.
トンの黄金の証拠はどこにある？
Yeah, where's the bar? Where's the map?
親父
Show
殿
me
と
something.
親交の深かったごく一部の人間のざれ言だけじゃないか。
This guy knows. He's big brain.
もちろん口伝
He's the
だけど
biggest brain right now.
でもよ兄貴、親父が調達した莫大な金はそれに見合う担保が必要だった。仮に黄金がデマでもそれに匹敵する価値あるお宝を親父が見せたのは紛れもない事実じゃねえのかい？
That is true,
空間の
but
親父殿が作った黄金元素をさ
it could have been the thought of
誰も知らない
investment.
黄金をあるかに振る舞い、スポンサーたちを騙したんだ。一世一代の大博打だったのだ。運よくその資産の運用
It's like
に
Shark
成功
Tank.
できた。
Those people don't have anything of value other than the product, and they're like, I can invest in that and get some money back. That's what they thought. I'm tired of these baseless conjectures, and all of you need to leave now. As the head family lawyer, self-certified, all of this is fabrication.
黄金元素など面倒なだけだった。だから親父
Background
殿
music is a bit too quiet
魔
and
女
stream
だ
at
の黒魔
100%.
術だのとわけのわからないことを後に言い出して信憑性を
Alright, then I'll turn it up by 1.
つまり黄金元素がでっち上げであることを
I'll turn it up by 1, but I still don't want it to be that loud. It could be just because I'm talking a lot. I'll turn it up by 1, but that's the most that I'm doing because this music is loud. I'll turn it up by 1. But other than that, I feel like it's way too loud. Maybe I could start talking quieter too, but
あるいはお前たちのために言い出したのかもしれないな。なのにありもしない黄金を遺産分配に含めて議論しようというバカな息子たちが現れる。ローザ、まさかお前までこんなでっち上げを信じてるって言うんじゃないだろうな。
私はお父様が本当に黄金を持っているか
exactly,
どうか
so there's no
確かめ
point
る
in
こと
this
ができない。
conjecture.
でもお父様の4人の子供の一人として
Your
正
volume
当
is
な
good
分を
though.
主張した
Okay,
いだけよ。
at least that's good.
ほう
I'm assuming everything else is decent because you haven't talked about it yet.
なるほど。お前たちはこう言いたいわけかね。私が黄金を独り占めしようとしている。
When there in actuality is no gold if you shall will.
資金を調達したのは事実。それがお父様の個人資産の
Alright,
報
good,
道
good.
では断じてありえないというなら
That's good. Because I can handle this music being at this level. It's just a little more loud than I like it, but
金塊を見つけてるんじゃないかって。
I can deal with it.
俺たちはそう
It's not all the way up anymore.
バカバカしい。そんなものは元より存在しない。
じゃあ説明なさい
I'm
よ
about to hit this table and stand up because I'm getting tired of it.
お父様の隠し黄金そのどちらでもないならどうやってあれだけの軍資金を調達できたっ
Look,
ていうの
why don't we talk about any of your stuff,
私には
huh?
政界財界に友人が多くいてね。
That's it, I'm standing up.
彼らから協力を得る。
I'm ready to start punching some people.
それについてお前たちに説明する義務はない。分かっているだろう。話せぬ方面の筋もある。
兄貴がそうだと言い張るんならそれでいいさ。でもよ兄貴。親父は
Because I ain't just no simple lawyer. I'm a man. I'm a self-certified lawyer who gets down to brass tacks. I start hitting when I need to.
親父が死ねばその時点で遺産相続だ。俺たちは全員の立場から中立な弁護士と会計士を立てて、親父の財政状況を調査
That's probably the most smart, like, legal thing you have
その
done
時
from a
お父様の資
from
産に
a
兄さんが
self-certified
不
man.
当な干渉をしていることが発覚したならお分かりね
Yes, at that time when there was
何の話だか
evidence.
さっぱりわからんね。妻での
Are we in agreement now that there's no evidence?
お父さんの黄金は もちろんお父さんの財産や。表に出せん金やっちゅうのも分かっとる。しかし4人に公平な権利があるはずや。
つまり兄貴が黄金を独り占めしていないかどうか、兄貴についても財務状況を調査させてもらうぜってことなのさ。
いい機会じゃない。兄さんの言うところの友人知人にバックアップしてもらったというところを証明なさいよ。そうすれば兄さんは潔白。私たちは
Or
くだらない疑いを持ってしまったことを一切
you
よ
could
く謝るわ。
prove the existence of the gold and or his embellishment of the money.
そうね。クラウス兄さんこそ話をはぐらかしてるわ。
You're the ones who are dodging the evidence.
証明してくれればいいだけの話なのに、兄さんはまるで取り合おうとしてくれない。
Proof goes both ways,
だ
my
が
friends.
兄貴の立場にも配慮するさ。親父の名代ということで俺たちより一つ多く責任を背負ってるところもあるだろう。今まで散々気楽に過ごしてきた俺たちがそれを察しないでブーブー言うのはこりゃフェアな話じゃないぜ。
ほう、さっきから落とされたり持ち上げられたりと忙しい。本題に入りたまえ。つまりな、お父さんの財産をあれこれ調べて重箱の隅をつっつくんはブスやないかって話なんや。クラウス兄さんの言う通り、うまく説明できん金の動きもあるやろ。そこを理解した上でわしらは兄さんに相談を持ってきたんや。お互いにとって悪うない相談や。相談？ほう。
遺産分配時に今日まで親父の面倒を見てきてくれた兄貴のご苦労を最大限に汲み取り、分配に寛大な理解を示そうってことさ。
間違いない。
Fair enough.
別に私たちの権利を放棄するって言ってるわ
They're
けじゃない
gonna give up some portion of their
た
rights.
だその権利を主張する際に
At this point, I'd be motioning for Kraus going, okay, I say we take this deal. I say we tell them about what's going on.
つまり条件を飲んでくれた。
And then we can
わしらは遺産分配時にお父さんの財務状況調査を
then we can deal with this. I say we take this deal. We take it. We just make sure that we give them a portion. All of the siblings from Eva downward suspect that Kraus was trying to steal their father's wealth. So letting Kraus report the state of that wealth was extremely contradictory and a huge concession. If, as they claimed, Kraus was actually embezzling money, Kraus would be able to hide that fact. Besides which, it'd be possible for him to control the distribution of the inheritance in a manner favorable to himself. Kraus, realizing that this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel suspicious. He couldn't help but worry about what they'd ask for in exchange.
ほう。信用ゼロの私に長兄としての信頼を返して。
Yes, hold on. Let's see what they got first, and then me and Kraus are gonna have a discussion.
同じ兄弟としての公平な権利さ。俺たちの兄貴は親父の財産をかすめ取るようなやつじゃない。
They want the gold.
兄貴に融資するパトロンも存在しない。となりゃ、つまりこういうことなら兄弟は納得す
They
る。
want the gold.
兄さんは10トンの黄金を見つけ、それを担保に軍資金を作った。そう、お父様がかつてそうしたようにね。
そういうことならお父さんの財務状況におかしな点は一切あらへん。クラス兄さんはずっとお父さんの世話をしてきた高校息子や。そないな人を信用せんわけにはいかへん。回りくどくて分かりづらい。
My Irish heritage of leprechaunism is coming out. They want me
条件
gold.
の一つ目。まず兄貴は親父の黄金を見つけていたことを認めること。ありもしない黄金を私が持っていると認めろと。
Let's see what the other conditions are.
その黄金について兄弟の取り分を認めこれを支払うこと。
バカな。
Any other conditions?
200億の黄金について一人頭50億、合計150億を支払えというのか。バカバカしい。最後まで聞きなあれ。そない大金出てくるのは分かっとる。 でけへん取引はするつもりないで。もちろん黄金の取り分についてもクラウス兄さんの今日までのご苦労を十分にねぎらって換算するつもりや。
条件3、黄金の分配は後宮本家当主跡継ぎの肩書きに 50%、 残りを兄弟の正当
So
な
half of
取り
it
分として
divided up between people. That's 10 billion
もちろん
given to
クラウス
three
兄さんも
people.
これには含めるわよ。
200億のうち125億を兄貴に、25億をエヴァ姉さんに、25億を俺に、25億をローザに。
ありがたくて涙が出る分配じゃないか。存在しない黄金のためにお前たちに75億支払えというのかね。
This might be a good deal.
何よ。
Kraus, I need to
兄
talk.
さんの取り分は私たちの5倍じゃない。
We might need to take it, Kraus.
私なら踊り上がっちゃう好条件よ。
Kraus, as your fake self-certified lawyer, I'm going to tell you right now, this is the best deal you're going to get. So I'll be honest, if you're hiding this gold the secret, you need to take this. Because you're getting a large portion of inheritance and you're getting a large portion of that gold. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, Kraus. I'm thinking you take it if you have the gold. If you don't take it. But I bet that you do, so take the deal. Take the deal. Oh, wait, there's a... Okay, obviously. Wait, hold up. I didn't agree to that one.
どうやクラウス兄さん。お父さんの財産をめぐる信頼を回復する絶好の
Hold up now, Kraus. We might not want to take that deal because if the gold doesn't exist...
お父さんが亡くなってからやないと無理やろ。だが手付けの7億半はなんとかできんこともないんだ。
Not if he doesn't have the gold. Okay, Kraus, we don't...
政界財界に友人が多いってのが自慢の兄貴ならなんとかできるだろ。
本当なら今すぐ75億を一括で払ってもらいたいところよ。でも兄さんの立場に配慮してとりあえず1割を納める誠意を見せてくれたら
Just still might be the best deal that you can get.
遺産分配時に持ち越してくれていいってことなのね。1割程度の誠意なら兄さんにだって示せるんじゃない？
親父殿の財政状況調査を私に一任する権利を7億5千万で売りつけようというのかね。
Plus the rest.
上等じゃないか。
Kraus, don't say anything you're gonna regret. I'm telling you right now, take that deal.
これらを兄さんが飲むなら私たち兄弟はお父様の財産状況調査を兄さんに一任する。ただしその調査結果は公弁の対象となる。当然よね。75億分私たちの取り分が減るように調整されちゃったら悲しいもの。
原則的に文句は言わねえつもりだ。兄貴が綺麗にやってくれたならそれでいい。よっぽど露骨なことをしなけりゃ俺たちはことを荒立てるつもりなんかねえんだぜ。
Yeah, Kraus, we don't have to make it obvious, but
早く遺産が欲しい。
take that
いつ
deal.
までもグダグダして取りっぱぐれたくねえ。
Take that deal, Kraus.
公弁された場合の再調査は誰がするのかね。
兄さんでいいわ。多分これが兄弟で合議する最初で最後の機会だもの。そんなことにはならないと信じてる。
ローザもたまには言うわね。
By this point, it's obvious that Kraus wasn't at all trusted as the oldest sibling, so there's no need to go into detail. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother had always abused his privileges and violated the other siblings' shares. It was in response to this that the other three, now adults, were finally teaming up and striking back for the first time. Okay, Kraus,
条件5
don't take this deal. They're adding too
お父
much.
さんの遺言状に優先する。後になってこの取り決めが保護になるような遺言が出てきちゃかなわんちゅうこっちゃな。
入念じゃないか。なら質問だが、仮に本当に黄金が見つかった場合、どうするのか。それに対する支払いを兄貴が済ませてる以上、俺たちは本当に黄金が出てこようがどうでもいいことさ。俺たちの取り分は先払いってな感じになるわけだからな。
Again, if you have the gold, that's the only thing you can do. If you don't, no deal,
この
screw
島をリゾー
them.
ト化するつもりなんでしょ。その工場
They don't know what they're talking about.
こり黄金が見つかるかもしれないじゃない。
Eva let out a high-pitched laugh. Kraus watched, but didn't even flinch.
条件に7をつけてもらおう。私以外の兄弟が黄金を発見した場合、速やかに私に引き渡すこと。
もちろん保証するわよ。
Smart condition, Kraus. It was play on words. Of course, the others who were forcing Kraus to pay money for some non-existent gold wouldn't save Kraus his portion if they actually found it. From the beginning, this deal had been nothing more than a threat directed at Kraus. Regardless of the actual facts, it was still extremely likely that Kraus was embezzling his father's assets. When Kinzo faced death at last and had his inheritance distributed, some unpleasant facts would surely come to light that could easily become fatal to Kraus. The others had spotted this weak point and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring a huge sum of money out of him. However, they had forgotten one thing. They'd forgotten that their brother's brain moved so swiftly, at least when it came to cunning and guile, that they'd been forced to band together to combat him. While Eva couldn't stop smiling, sure of her victory, Kraus let out a gloating laugh to show how relaxed he was. That's my man, Kraus.
とても良い話じゃないか。
I'm starting to like Kraus being, like,
お前たち
smart.
の関係が疎遠になっていたことには非常に心を痛めていた。この条件を飲むことによって兄弟間の関係が再び有効なものにできるなら、それはとても嬉しいことだ。
Kraus, you taking the deal?
喜んで話に乗らせてもらおうじゃないか。
That's what you do?
取引は成立だ。
You accept the advice of your self-certified lawyer. That's what you do. Rosa's expression dimmed. It was never a good sign when her brother started talking like this. Eva also keenly picked up on this. That's why she was unable to wipe away a sense of unease, even though Kraus had obediently accepted the deal.
嫌に素直ね。兄さんらしくもないわ。
それはひどいじゃないか。私に下心があるというのかね。あるわけもないさ。
You might not,
と同じだ。
but your self-certified lawyer does, just the same as all of you. He seemed to emphasize just that one part. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. To him, it sounded as though Kraus was saying, I have a plan similar to yours. So Rudolph panicked. He rushed to bring this nearly resolved discussion to a conclusion.
ならいいんだ。じゃあ兄貴、ここにサインをもらえるか。今の話を書き出した俺たちの誓約書だ。人数分ある。同じ内容に全員がサインする。
Rudolph took 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had the details of their deal written on them.
クラウス兄さんの提案した条件7ももちろん今から追記するで。安心したってな。
兄貴、ペン使うか。
Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Kraus. Kraus made as if to accept it, but then, with a small laugh, he drew back his hand without taking it and spoke.
実はこの取り決めを確かに履行するために1点だけ修正を提案したい。
As soon as Kraus said that single sentence, all of the siblings felt as though something ominous was creeping up their backs at the same time.
ダメよ。
Well,
もう決まった話よ。
yeah, you kinda did, so...
エヴァ、 何を焦っているんだね。もちろんサインはする。お前たちに黄金の分け前75億円分を約束する。親父殿の遺産分配の時、きれいさっぱり清算することも約束する。だが一点だけどうしても譲歩してもらいたい部分があるのだよ。何の話だよ。どの点が気に入らねえってんだ。分け前の1割7億5000万円を損納する点だよ。お前たちの指摘通り、私の財政状況は決して裕福ではない。数々の先行投資によって未来に必ず回収できると保証されながらも、今のこの時点では火の車であることは認めなければならない。
My man's got the brains.
つまり今すぐに動かせる金は全くないということだ。私は無能で詳細の嗅覚も鈍い。お前たちの言うところの弱り目の私には7億半も半年で動かせる力はないということだよ。
そんなはずはないでしょ。いい加減なことを言ってこの場をごまかす気？
I mean, you did insult
遺産
him.
分配時に全て一括で清算する。1割を即納する条件を削除したまえ。それが私にサインさせるための唯一の条件だ。
クラウス兄さん、この1割はな、あくまでもお兄さんの誠意を図る数字。
Yeah, but he can't pay it.
本当なら取引の余地もない話や。そこを100歩譲った上で、とりあえず1割の誠意。
Then make it a lower number, 5%, perhaps?
そう説明した上で、そこを断るっちゅうんは、互いの信頼関係にちょいと影を落とすんとちゃいますか？
Well, he's not rejecting. Hideyoshi had a humble expression on his face and was rubbing his hands together, but his eyes weren't calm at all. Kraus had already seen through to the shadow in the depths of those eyes.
お前たちは何を焦っているのかね。それとも何に怯えているのか。
They're afraid that the Kinzo's gonna die.
どうぞ私にだけは教えてくれんかね。他の兄弟たちには内緒でこっそりと。
別に私は。
よせよ兄貴。俺たちは兄貴がサインするかしないかしか聞いてない。妙な勘繰りも交渉もなしで。ほう。
Like what I said earlier. Grab the knife and kill him.
立場が弱いのは私の方で、公平な関係ではないと、そう言いたいのかね。
Shivers began to crawl up Rudolph's back. He began to feel himself getting overwhelmed by the height of his brother's completely insurmountable will, and the long shadow that existed since they were children.
取引は公平な関係であるべきじゃないのかね。この取引は私にとっては、弟や妹たちと長いことを失ってきた信頼を取り戻し、兄弟愛を深め合うもの。それは私にとって緊急に解決したかった心のしこりだ。それが今日解決できてとても嬉しいと思う。だがお前たちもこの取引を急ぎ締結することがとても嬉しいんじゃないのかね。
Kraus stared at each of his siblings. They avoided his gaze with animal-like instinct. Only Hideyoshi was slow in avoiding it, so he was caught by Kraus's gaze.
秀吉兄さん。
Oh hell, he's about to work him good. It's like that Grand Theft Auto 5 clip.
あなたの会社、非常に好調子だそうじゃないですか。トントン拍子で上場を果たし、業績も株価も右肩上がり。実にお羨ましいことです。
うちの人の話は関係ないでしょ。
Oh, she's panicking now.
株主たちに対する還元を怠ったのが悪か。
Kraus has got them to
そ
panic.
して上場した時に足回りを固めきらなかったのが。
Kraus is manipulative, and I like it.
だいぶ買い集められていたらしいじゃないですか。
なんでそんな話知っとるんや。
You don't think I do some investigations?
私に融資する人間などいないと裏を取れる程度に。
Exactly. And he had me to do it, his self-certified lawyer.
そんな不思議があることはないじゃないですか。
Kraus grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was rapidly turning pale. Hideyoshi's company was a restaurant chain management company they had started from nothing. Thanks to Hideyoshi's management efforts, the company had achieved great success repeatedly. Expanding its range and a petition to make it a stock-listed company had recently succeeded. The greatest advantage of being in the stockholding system is that you can sell stock certificates and gain a large amount of financing. That amount tends to be far greater than a business's normal profits. So this is an extremely effective way to gather massive funds to expand a business even further. However, in exchange for financing the company, the stockholders gain certain rights. They're given rights that allow them to observe and guide the company they've invested in, leading to profits even greater than their original investments. This right is guaranteed to the stockholders, and they sometimes use it to dismiss ineffectual management. The right allows them to keep an eye on management and prevent the money they've invested in the company from going to waste. However, if they use it forcibly, they can eject the former management and take over the company. After all, dismissing management and nominating new management are powers held by the general body of all shareholders. That power is determined by the majority decision of the stockholders, and people who hold more stock get to cast more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make the president anyone they'd like. If they want, it's also possible for them to make themselves president. Most companies take various defensive measures to stop malicious people from buying up their stock and threatening their position, like ensuring that lots of stock is bought by those close to them, such as company employees. However, Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, and he hadn't had time to strengthen those defensive measures. Or maybe Hideyoshi was so engrossed in the management of his company that he couldn't properly understand the dangers of being stock listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as a kind-hearted manager immersed in the work of management, or a foolish manager who had his feet swept out from under him. In other words, there existed some people who wouldn't let him get away with that naivety unscathed. They began repeatedly buying up stock in Hideyoshi's company, rapidly gaining such strength that they couldn't be ignored. Then, sent anonymous documents to the shareholders in an attempt to gain control of a majority. The documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders. Let us force the current management to retire, cut the current wasted investments, and let this company be born again as one that gives more back to the stockholders." It's very difficult to make the actual state of a company's management known. The fruits of Hideyoshi's sleepless nights and constant concern for his company were cruelly distorted, and he lost the trust of his stockholders. Thanks to these efforts, this group had almost collected a majority of the company's stock. At that point, even Hideyoshi noticed and started to buy back the stock, but the stockholders realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver, and each demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in the negotiation of the price. One of the certainties of capitalism is that the price will rise when two parties vie for the same thing. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. So I'm getting from this aristocratic rule like a king and communism. That's what I'm getting from this right here. So in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. Put another way, whoever has the most money wins. Unless Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he could easily lose all he had built so far. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. He couldn't wait for the division of Kinzo's inheritance, since no one knew when he would die.
ルドルフの方も最近は大変だそうじゃないかね。海外
So
は
now
とよく言うが、本当にそうらしい。
we get some lore
ア
of
メリカの
all
裁
your
判は極めて
companies
感
suck.
情的に決まる。彼らは外国人に寛大な判決など出しはしない。
先方と和解した方が結局は安上がりになると弁護士に忠告を受けたんじゃないのかね。
何の話？
Hey, Kyrie.
まあ仕事上のトラブルさ。大したことじゃない。金で切りのつく話さ。
She literally just showed up. Kyrie immediately guessed the meaning behind the subtle expression on Rudolph's face. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge, and had been worrying over it alone.
その通りさ。
He was having sex with another woman.
世の中なんだって金で蹴りがつく。失った兄弟の絆だって買い戻せるようにな。アメリカは権利侵害などにはうるさい国だ。だが金さえあれば何でも和解できる。資本主義万歳だよ。もっとも和解金は数百万ドルにも及びそうだとの噂もあるんだね。
Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche industry. However, a niche is a niche. It definitely wasn't a business exposed to the light of day. Black market, illegal children sweatshop making, chicken fights. That's what he was doing. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. For various reasons, it was thought that victory for Rudolph in this trial would be extremely unlikely. He was being forced into an all-out surrender. But even so, there was a way for this to be resolved with money. If he could just pay that money, it might still be painful, but he'd be able to pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now.
ローザは清く正しい妹だ。危険なマネーゲームなどには手を出さない。
Man, there's a lot of money.
お人よしな性分が
There's a
煩わしい
lot of
じゃないか。
things that they investigating.
連帯保証人は気安く引き受けるものではないと思う。
Co-signer with the Undisputed Era? Because that's undisputed?
それはクラス兄さんとは関係ない。
Rosa, that word, lay bare emotions and yelled. After all, no one was supposed to know that. Uncharacteristically. As Kraus watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. Without exception, every one of them, more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. In other words, the situation had been reversed. After all, the person the younger siblings were threatening was the only one who had no urgent need for a large sum of money. The other three, however, wanted a lot of money quickly, no matter the cost. In other words, the longer it took to establish this deal, the better position Kraus would be in. Kraus was extremely sly. He had known of their Achilles heel from the beginning. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden his knowledge until the very end, striking back only after analyzing their attitudes.
私もできることなら、可愛い弟や妹たちの危機に金を工面してやりたいと思っているよ。
Man, you were talking about Kyrie having a big brain. Kraus has a huge brain.
残念なことに持ち合わせがない。
It's gigantic. I can see it coming out of his ears.
が工面できるスポンサーに心当たりがあるなら、先にそちらを当たってもらいたいのだよ。
Kraus's elated words were so obviously detached from what he actually felt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up this charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all other options.
もしお前たちがどうしてもこの兄を頼りたいというなら、私の口利きでスポンサーを探してやってもよいのだがね。おっと、私にはそんなものはいないと言っていたか。
Kraus is a great character, one of my favorites, definitely. This dude is on a different level than everybody else right now. He is smart. Kraus's low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. The young siblings who had been driving the oldest brother into a corner until a moment ago could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth. Kraus is definitely, like, amazing right now.
冗談じゃないわ。兄さんに借りなんか作れるもんですか。冗談じゃない。 冗談じゃない。
クラウス兄さんを頼ったらどう助けてくれるの？
言ったではないか。私にできるのは他のスポンサーを探すだけだよ。もちろん利息を融通してもらえるようには最大限交渉するがね。
Kraus is insane, my guy.
足元見やがって。
Oh my god.
落ち着いて。
落ち着いてるぜ。俺は極めて冷静だぜ。クソったりが。
Kyrie grabbed her husband's hand, but that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Kraus laughed as though watching something highly amusing.
こんな時、本当に親父殿の隠し黄金が見つかればいいんだがね。
Yeah, except me and Badler and all the other people are gonna find it first.
この場で切り分けてやれるのだが、残念残念残念至極。
Shannon bursts in. I found the gold! What? But it'd be more like, Nani?
ベアトリーチェの碑文の謎をみんなで解き明かしてみようじゃないかね。仲良し兄弟が4人揃えばきっと解けない謎はないはずさ。
Good evil laugh, good evil laugh. Pretty decent evil laugh.
Hmm. 面白いことをする。それでその突きつけた条件というのは何か。
はい。クラウス様は黄金の発見を問わずに。
Cannon? Wait, he's allowed in the room?
ルドルフ様。
Shouts out Cannon.
計75億円を支払うこと。ただしその1割を3月までに支払うこと。
クラウスの間抜けめ。弟たちに足をさらわれるとはな。実に愉快ではないか。しかし爪が甘いようだな。
はい。クラウス様はそれをエヴァ様以下お三人が緊急に大金を用立てする必要があるためとカンパされました。
ふん。その程度のことはカンパできるのか。中途半端に無能な男め。今はどうしている？
話は一度中断されました。今はベアトリーチェ様の碑文の話をされています。
私の黄金がどこに隠されているのか。
Yes, you're prospecting gold. Kenzo set down his spectacles and snorted. So does the gold have to be hidden for the miracle to happen? Genji bursts in. They solved the mystery. They Scooby-Dooed it.
愚か者どもの貪欲さが偉大なる魔法に奇跡を宿らせるのだ。だがもし奇跡の成就が先だったならベアトリーチェは再びよみがえる。私が半生をかけて追い求めたあの美少がよみがえるのだ。
And I can finally have sex with the witch.
奇跡を落とす聖なる夜がやってくるぞ。悪魔たちとのゲームが始まるぞ。
Is it Demon Blackjack this time?
と打ち勝つ。絶対に生き残る。他の奴らの命はくれてやる。富も名誉も財産も黄金も何も。
So he plans on killing us all. My guy must be down bad. if he wants to murder everybody. Kinzo choked, apparently in great pain. Kanon got closer and tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo motioned for him to stop.
なぜ私が黄金の隠し場所をわざわざ人目に触れるように晒したかわかるか？
いえ。
魔法の力はリスクで決まるからだ。ベアトリーチェの黄金を暴こうとする人間が
hidden mystical power called risk.
その危険が高まれば高まるほどに、それでもなお成就できたとき、魔法の力は偉大なる奇跡を起こせるのだ。魔法とはつまりゲームなのだよ。優れている者が勝者になるのではない。勝者には魔法が与えられ優れるのだ。わかるか？生命の奇跡が数億分の1という神々しい確率に勝利するからこそ与えられるようにな。
Okay, so we have a canon, so we have a legit life canon divine odds.
申し訳ございません。
Good to know. 7 million to 1, or 700 million. We'll have the two. That's not an important detail, so my brain's letting that one go.
私が築き上げてきたすべてを与えよう。富、名誉、黄金。
It's gonna go to me.
後ろ宮家の家督。
Badler's head man, subconscious.
その謎に挑む資格があるのは何も私の息子たちだけとは限らぬ。たとえお前であっても、その謎を解けたなら。
You know what? No, I'm giving it to Canon. Canon's gonna get this.
はい。ですが、僕にはあのような難しい謎は。
Don't worry, Canon. I'll help you. I'll help you. I'll get you there.
何回に作った。
You seem the most depressed out of all of us.
それが我が魔法の奇跡を呼ぶ糧となる。誰もが挑み、誰にも至れなかったら、その時はその時。だが、奇跡が集い、魔法の力が生まれたなら、その時こそ、ベアトリーチェがよみがえるのだ。だからお前も挑め。誰もが挑め。そして我が魔法に力を捧げるのだ。
This is like the Goku Spirit Bomb. He needs the energy of failed attempts. For a long while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and clutching at his head. Kanon stayed where he was, alert and unmoving, till he was given the next order from his master. Kinzo eventually realized this.
もうよい、下がれ。酒棚に菓子の袋があろう。ダチンに持っていくがよい。
結構です。僕は家具ですから。
家具は菓子など食わぬ。
Kanon, get you some candy, dude.
ならばもう下がれ。
はい、失礼いたします。
Kanon bowed and left the study. As the door closed, a heavy locking noise sounded out. But it was not the sound of Kanon locking the door. It was the door locking automatically. No one could enter without Kinzo's permission, and once they left, they could not enter again. It was a mechanism that Kinzo, unable to trust his blood relatives, had created to seal himself up in his own study and isolate himself from the outside world. He was already unable to trust anyone excepting, not the children who shared his blood, but those servants who called themselves furniture. He said sensei, but that says sama. It's like the time that said he, but, or she, or he, that it was a female voice. With the bitter left, Nanjo turned to face the door to the parlor. That look was apparently enough to tell Genji what Nanjo wanted to say. For the most part, Genji also understood the family's situation. It it must have made him want to frown, knowing that right now in the lounge, the master he served was being discussed so disrespectfully. But it would have been very difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression.
しかし私には分かりませんが、どうして金蔵さんはこんな挑発的なものを書かれたのでしょう。
Najo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. No, he actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait, at the plate with the epitaph.
私には親方様のお考えは分かりかねます。深いお考えがあってのこととお察しします。
金蔵さんのチェスは昔から随分と遠大な読みで布石を打たれるものでした。
That's just him thinking 20 moves ahead.
一手さえ、私ごとき凡庸では何を目論まれているのか。
You have a good chance of solving the epitaph. You're pretty good at picking out important details so far. Well, I still don't know what the epitaph says, and I would like to know, but I gotta leave it to the game to tell me. That or work separately. I don't. He's just gonna give his gold to whoever. Hell, I could show up right now, insert myself into here, and just say I solve it. Guess what? I get the money. It certainly would be heartwarming if, as Najo had suggested, this epitaph had been made to repair the siblings' relationship. However, both Najo and Genji knew that nothing could be more impossible than this. They'd known Kinzo longer than anyone, and Kinzo trusted them more than his own relatives, but even they could not guess at his true motives.
親方様は一族のものでなくとも謎に挑む資格があると常々おっしゃっています。南條先生はいかがですか。
いやいや、この老いぼれには少々難解が過ぎますが、実は以前この碑文を手帳に記しました。
Are you gonna tell me what it says?
夜な夜な寝る前に挑んでみたのですが、実に難しい。
Alright, let's see if I can solve it just by looking at it once, if it's even gonna show me.
源氏さんこそいかがですか。
私めは親方様にお仕えする家具に過ぎません。黄金も財産も私には不要なもの。
やれやれ、本当に謙虚な方です。だからこそ金蔵さん
So everyone says that. They're all furniture.
ならば光栄なことです。
As Nanjo lightly laughed in response, he once again looked at the epitaph. Okay, here we go. This is what it says. Alright. Also, I think Genji and everybody who says they are furniture just wants people to sit on their face. Shouts out, my guy. They're all down bad. Behold the Swedish Fish River running through my beloved hometown of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. So we gotta go to Canada. So, context clues. They mentioned mackerel a lot. And the fact that they laughed when Maria said sour, when talking about mackerel, I'm assuming mackerel's not sour, but the river is home to mackerel, and it obviously it's running through his beloved hometown. I would think that they would know that, but it's mackerel. I'm assuming, based off of what they were talking about. So mackerel. And you just go downstream to find the key to the Golden Land, which potentially could be where Beatrice is from. The epitaph on the portrait called My Beloved Witch Beatrice goes as follows. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. Again, mackerel. Maybe. Maybe Sweetfish is just the name of an actual fish. You who seek the Golden Land, Follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. Okay. So something will tell me of a shore that I need to go to. I'm assuming of the river, potentially, or the beach itself, because the hometown could be this island itself. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. So it sleeps, so it could be an object, or it's been sitting there for a while and it's just dormant. Could be a volcano. I'm just throwing stuff out. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. So we gotta kill some people. I'm assuming humans, maybe family members. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. The 2 might be referencing the 2 that they talked about, but the 2 who are close. Hold up. That could mean 2 people in a relationship. Maybe George and Shannon. Those are the... it would make more sense to be main characters than it would be anything else. Hold up, wait, so 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I guess, yeah, that'd be the 4 people, and that'd be all the people who were in the room. And then the 2 who are close would be some other people. I guess, I don't know, praise noble name of Beatrice, probably. On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. What head we talking about? Because if it's not a head, hold up now. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Okay, so now I can't come up with anything. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice. So I'm assuming I do not get all 4. I only get 1. And I know what I'm picking. Yeah, we're at a beach. Woohoo! Beach time! Beach episode! I can put that in the title. Now, I heard a chime. So it's in the tips. You might find some details later and need to check the epitaph to confirm. Yep, okay. So, I heard that chime, so I was like, that's something. I know that because of the characters. Alright. So I'm going to try and keep this in mind, but some of this I can guess. Some of this is literally just, like, all these gouges are just kind of wild. But we'll just continue for now. Wait, Maria said that? Oh, she wrote it down. That's smart. I write my passwords down so I don't forget it. There was a notebook inside the handbag Maria was always carrying around, and Beatrice epitaph was copied onto it, and it's not on stuff that you guys can get easily, unless you literally break into my house or rob me, and I suggest you don't do that. Thanks to that, we were all able to challenge the puzzle of the epitaph while we're walking down this beach. Or you can try to rob me and succeed, because I probably won't fight back, because I don't want to get shot, because you might have a gun or a knife. Jessica and the rest had already tried to solve it several times, and had already gotten bored with it. However, since this was a first for me, I was so excited that I couldn't stop. It really tickled my sense of adventure.
まず1行目。懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川か。じい様の故郷ってどこだっけ？
戦前の後宮家は小田原のあたりに屋敷を構えてたって聞いたぜ。で、となりゃ小田原に流れてる鮎の泳ぐ川に関心がいくわけだろ？
まずはその川が起点になるからな。で、黄金郷を目指す者は
Yeah, but what if the hometown is really the island?
小田原にある川ってなんだ？鮎が泳ぐ川だぜ。
小田原で鮎って言ったら早川だろうね。渓流釣りで有名だよ。
Because what if he's trying to throw you off the scent of acting like he's writing it as the witch? Maybe the witch wrote it.
鮎の塩焼きをベロベロベロってな。うまいぜ。さっき飯食ったばっかりだってのに、もう腹が減ってきちまうぜ。
ビスケットでもお持ちしましょうか？
You can bring me your biscuit, but I'm this, baby. Let's go. Shannon Chan was faithfully keeping us company since she didn't have any afternoon chores for a while. I would have thought that since she's a servant, accompanying us would force her to take care of us and tire her out, but that didn't seem to be the case for her, because she's not working. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy joining in on a conversation with people close to her age. When I asked, I heard that she was the sort of worker whose room and board were supplied by her employer, so normally the only person close to her in age was Jessica. Yeah, I can imagine how that might be pretty dull.
さて、小田原で鮎の川って言えば早川だってことは分かった。となりゃ下るしかねえよな。早川を下ると何があるんだろうな。
下流に出て海に出ると思います。
そうさ、河口部に出る。
But no village.
自分の3行目には川を下ればやがて里ありとあるな。
But there's no village.
そういう河口部は大抵大昔から輸送の要衝になってて大きな都市があるもんさ。
Man, this dude's solving it for me.
次のチェックポイントだな。
I feel like they've done that
なかなか
before.
いい筋だね。バトラ君の想像通り、そこは大昔にとても栄えたことだよ。小田原城があるところだね。
修学旅行で小田原城に行った気がします。素敵なお城でしたよ。
ああ、私も小田原城だったぜ。洋館に住んでてなんだが、やっぱり日本人は和風の方が落ち着くよな。
マリアお城退屈。
Hey, castles are dope. People died in castles.
そうかそうか。
That's cool.
よしよし。黄金を見つけたら、このバトラ様が気前よく遊園地を一日借り切って遊ばせてやるぜ。
Yeah, because I get all the gold.
しかし、小田原城とはな。小田原城の隠し黄金。お？こりゃなんだかいかにもって感じだよな。
まあ、2年前の私たちもそこまでは行き着いたぜ。小田原で鮎の泳ぐ川を下った里。そこが多分小田原城あたりだろうってところ
Except it's not.
私たちも行
It's
き着い
in
た
the
さ。
island.
問題は次の行だろ。さて、バトラの鎮水理はどこまでいけるか見ものだぜ。
Jessica grinned broadly. She seemed to be implying that she would have solved the puzzle long ago if it was that easy. Damn it. I'll definitely find it and keep it all for myself.
4行目。その里にて2人が口にし岸を探れ。
Well, obviously there's two people.
2人ってのが何のことかわからねえが、
or to something, maybe two rocks that point in an arrow. Something that is in a pair will tell me which direction to go to the shore.
名前がつく地名でもあるのかな。
蘇我騎士という地名が小田原にあるんだそうですよ。
え？おお、詳しいな。ってことはなんだよ。シャノンちゃんも黄金を狙って謎解きに挑戦してるんだな。となりゃ、俺たちはライバルだぜ。
And I like to touch the chest of my rivals.
黄金なんて興味は。ただ以前にジョージ様から教えてもらっただけで。
2年前の私たちも同じ推理に行き着いたってわけさ。わざわざ地図を広げて調べたんだぜ。
小田原城の北に5キロくらいだったかな。そこには確かに蘇我騎士という地名があるよ。でもそこからがわからないんだ。次の5行目にはその土地のどこに鍵があるかは記してない。
Well, it's sleeping, so what if the key isn't an
読んで
object,
くれるかい？
but it's like an
そ
animal?
こに黄金鏡への鍵が眠る。読めた。
蘇我騎士ったって広いだろうし、かつてそこに後宮家の家があったわけでもない。その広大な土地のどこかに鍵が隠されてて、ノーヒントって
The
んじゃ。
hint is that it's sleeping.
こいつはお手上げって
Where do you
わけだぜ。
sleep? A hotel. Where's there a hotel on this island?
その先の行に進めないぜ。ジョージ兄貴、蘇我騎士ってのはどんなとこなんだ？
さあね、行ったことはないからわからないけど、地図によると山の中みたいだよ。確か浅間山の山麓みたいだったね。
Isn't that a volcano? Is that a volcano?
なんだかパッとしねえな。宝のありかを隠した謎ってのはもっとぴったりとハマるもんじゃねえのかよ。どうも蘇我騎士ってのがそもそも間違いって気がするぜ。
私は蘇我騎士を疑ってるぜ。私たちが知らないだけで、例えばじい様の子供時代を過ごした家とかがあ
Or
る
it
かも
could
し
just
れ
be
ないだろ。
there. He doesn't have to live in a house.
懐かしき故郷をって行があるくらいだもんな。シャノンはじい様によく酒とか継がされてたろ？昔話とか聞かされたことないのか？
No.
親方様は昔の話はほとんどされません。ただ後宮家が滅びかけた関東大震災について非常に人事のように話されることがありましたので、関東地方よりずっと遠方にお住まいだったかもしれません。
後宮本家は小田原に住んでたかもしれないけど、分家はその限りじゃなかったろうね。おじい様はよく自分のことを分家も分家、跡継ぎに最も縁遠かったと言われるくらいだからね。
ってことはつまり懐かしき故郷ってのがすでに小田原じゃない可能性もあるってことだな。
じい様の故郷なんて聞いたこともないぜ。
Let's ask
聞
him.
いても素直に教えちゃくれねえだろうしよ。
懐かしき故郷というのが後宮家のルーツを指さないのであれば、
Then what if we don't ask him? We beat it out of him.
もちろん蘇我騎士の疑いが晴れたわけじゃないけれども、例えば幼少の頃を小田原で過ごし、その後遠方へ引っ越した可能性もあるだろうし。
おお、さっきから何の話かわかんない。
Maria had been completely left out of the conversation, and she now sat puffing out her cheeks in boredom.
つまりだな、黄金すごろくの最初のスタート地点が決まらないことには何も始まらないってことだぜ。いや待てよ、最初の5行で見つかるのは鍵だろ。鍵なんてなくても扉はぶち壊して入ることだってできるはずだぜ。
Yeah, but
最初の5行をすっ飛ばしてその先の推理に入ってもいいん
the
じゃ
key is probably a figurative key. It's probably not a literal key.
その発想はなかったぜ。
It's supposed to be a riddle.
どうせ暇つぶしなんだ。続きを聞かせろよ、バトラの推理。
でもその先からは急に物騒になるんですよね。
Shannon Chan frowned slightly. After looking back at Maria's notebook to recall what was written there, yeah, I was forced to agree.
第一の晩に鍵の選びし6人を生贄に捧げようか。いきなり物騒になるな。
第二の晩には寄り添う2人を引き裂けときたもんだ。
Oh,
恋仲を破談させ
I
よう。
breathed wrong.
文字通り引き裂くという意味なのか。
I think it literally means we kill
どっ
them.
ちにせよ気持ちの悪い話だぜ。
We kill 8 people in total.
その第2の晩の解釈を別にしても、第1の晩に6人、第4の晩から第8の晩までで5人、少なく見積もっても11人が生贄にされなきゃならない。
Exactly. 11 people need to die.
リーチェが蘇るための生贄。
なるほど。魔女復活のための
Yeah, so then we can ask her for one of 4 wishes.
そういう解釈にもなるな。
Just one
その
though,
結果、
I'm assuming.
第9の晩に魔女が蘇って、最後は極めつけだな。
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
Everybody dies?
みんな死んでしまいます。
Everybody dies?
次の第10の晩にゴールってことになってんな。みんな死んじまうのに黄金鏡へ至るだろうって言われて。
Well, you're not dead,
思ったもんだぜ。
I think.
鍵を手に旅に出た当人も生き残れないに含めるのかどうかは解釈の分かれるところだね。
しかしよ、最後のところには面白いことが書いてあるぜ。ゴールした後、魔女からもらえる4つの宝の行だよ。
So wait, it's canon. It's all 4. Okay.
問題は次だ。すべての死者の魂を蘇らせるとあるぜ。みんな死んじまったっていうのとかけてるような気がしねえか。
それを言われれば、次の失った愛すらも蘇らせるという部分は、第2の晩の寄り添いし2人を引き裂けにかけているように。
I like how they're just solving it for me.
そうだね。そして4つ目も第9の晩にかけてある。第9の晩に蘇った魔女を4つ目の宝が再び眠りにつかせている。
好意的に解釈すりゃ、死んだり別れさせたりと忙しいが、最後には全部チャラになるわけだな。目覚めた魔女も再び眠るし、手元にはたっぷりの黄金だけが残るって寸法。
All the gold in the Golden Land, which could be a very small amount.
別れさせたりくっつかせたりと、魔女様はお忙しいこったね。
ついでに起きたり眠ったりな。
やれやれ。せっかくの隠し黄金の話も魔女の話が絡んじまうと急にうさんくさくなっちまうぜ。
違いないな。
I laughed along with Jessica. After all, the idea of a witch was just too ridiculous. Of course, once we started laughing like that, Maria, who believed in the witch, got angry.
魔女はすごい。魔法で何でもできる。殺すことも生き返らせることも愛を与えることも奪うことも。空も飛べるし姿を透明にできるし黄金も。
Maria needs to calm down. The witch is incredible. She can kill. Oh god, the revving up continues.
いけね。悪い悪い。冗談だよ。
Jessica apologized, sticking out her tongue, but Maria didn't accept it. She grabbed her notebook back out of my hands and, opening to some other page, tried to prove that the witch existed. Those pages had colorful drawings of witches on them, and well conveyed the fantastical image Maria had of witches. It wasn't the normal, sinister image of a crooked-nosed hag flying around on a broom, but a dreamlike person with unnatural powers who could do anything and wore a beautiful dress. It was just what you would expect from an imaginative young girl. Flitting through the sky, crossing a rainbow, dancing around all night with a teacup and a teapot that would never get empty no matter how much you poured out of it. With a flourish of her staff, the stars in the sky would become candy and pour down, and flowers that produced sweets would bud by the roadside. To Maria, witches were the only concept that could embody the magical dream that so captivated her. As she grew older, it was the last remaining thing that could give richness to her dull and plain everyday life. That's why Maria believed in witches. She didn't want that dream of hers to be tarnished. That's why she didn't want anyone to tarnish the epitaph, which affirmed the existence of witches.
マリアちゃんにとっては これは黄金の隠し場所を示すものじゃなくて、
Alright, look at you, Mrs. I want everything to be
魔女
true.
を蘇らせるための魔法なんだって。
But magic to revive the witch, so it was the single link between Maria and the witch. Maria was very angry and clung to George Aniki. Jessica and I scratched our heads and apologized. It might not be possible to smooth things over again like the time she got mad in front of the portrait. Maria didn't seem willing to be easily consoled. Unlike Jessica and I, who hung our heads wondering what to do, Shannon-chan timidly opened her mouth.
マリア様、ご存知ですか？私たち使用人の間では、ベアトリーチ様の怪談が語り継がれているんですよ。
Oh, I love me a ghost story. You hear that, ghost? Give me a story.
シャドン、聞かせてやれよ。私は知らないんだけど、使用人の間じゃかなり有名な話らしいぜ。
何の話だ？階段？
うん。僕たちが生まれる前からある話らしいね。母さんにも話を聞かされたことがあるよ。
はい。この島にお屋敷が建てられてからずっと語り継がれている話です。当時の使用人たちは、お屋敷には昼と夜で違う主がいるとささやき合っていたそうです。
Two masters, now hold up. One of the day and one of the night. The tale that Shannon told was just like a typical campfire ghost story. Two masters, you say? Could that be the two? We're talking about it in the epitaph. If there is a forest with a witch living inside it, then of course the witch would come pay the mansion a visit from time to time. At some point, this ghost story naturally sprouted up between the servants.
ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか、消したはずの明かりがついていたり、つけたはずの明かりが消えていたり、置いたはずのものがなくなっていたり、置いた覚えのないものが置かれていたり、そういうことが
So typical ghost crap.
古い使用人たちは魔女が姿を
That's literally just everything a ghost does.
いたずらをしていったのだろうとささやき合ったそうです。
I thought it'd be more interesting. Kind of disappointed in that.
なあ、いるよな。私も昔よく登校の時に限ってカバンが見つからなかったりしたもんだぜ。
Maria puffed out her chest with an ooh-ooh, as though this was final proof of the witch's existence. If I opened my mouth, Maria would probably be hurt again, so I didn't. I mean, you hear this kind of story everywhere. Depending on the place, they might blame it on a dwarf or an elf. The only difference is that they call it a witch on this island. Of course, walking around a vast, elegant mansion at night would be a little unsettling. It's an island devoid of people. Since the mansion is so drafty, walking around on the night of a thunderstorm would certainly be eerie.
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も。
Like the butterfly on the logo? Well, the wisps, okay. Then we talk to Canon. I am now simply a ghost investigator. I do not care about this gold, I care about the ghost.
私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうとささやき合ってるんですよ。ずいぶん前ですが、私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。
ひゅー、そりゃ怖えな。
でも怯えることはないんですよ。
Oh, I'm terrified right now.
親方様とは異なるもう一人の親方の
I'm completely terrified.
変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば決して悪いことはしないのだそうです。
Oh hell, I don't respect her. I think she's a bitch.
権威を持たないと
A
恐ろしいんだって
bitch.
ね。
はい。私が勤めを始める直前に階段を転がり落ちて腰に大怪我をして辞めた方はベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。
Oh, they just got very hurt? Oh, okay, I'm fine with that. I thought they fell down the stairs and died. I'm fine with having my back broken and being paralyzed completely. Except I'm actually not. Don't actually paralyze me. Actual ghost. Not some game ghost from talking to the real one. Not this outsider. This outsider don't care. I don't believe.
ベアトリーチェ様、ごめんなさい。これで魔女様、私たちを許してくれるかな？
わかんない。魔女は気まぐれだから、許してくれるときは許してくれるし、許さないときは許さない。
それは困ったね。マリアちゃん、バトラ君とジェシカちゃんがベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れないようにするいいおまじないとかないかな。何か魔除けとかさ。
By relying on Maria, who was proud of knowing the most about witches, George was trying to revive her self-esteem. Once again, I'd gotta admire his ability to calm kids down. After taking a moment to cross her arms and seriously ponder whether there might be a charm that could save us, she started flipping through the pages in her notebook. I thought it was just a scribbled diary, but there also seemed to be quite a few pages that looked like they come from a book on black magic. Maria solemnly considered a group of these pages which contained things that looked like magic circles. Apparently, grandfather wasn't the only one with the black magic hobby. When Maria finally found what she was looking for, she snapped the notebook shut and threw it into her handbag. She then began fishing through that bag's contents. There seemed to be various jumbled up things in there. After a while, she took out various pieces of junk, although they were probably important magical items to Maria, and repeatedly threw them back in, saying they were wrong. It was all a little humorous, just like when Doraemon took out the wrong tool. A joke I don't get! Yeah! We hit the joke I don't get segment! The hell is Doraemon? That's gotta be like an old cartoon, right? That has to be. Here's an answer to that question. Why don't I just look it up? That's Doraemon? The blue creature cat thing with the pouch. Okay, why are people also asking who's Doraemon's girlfriend? Wait, he has a game? Alright. You know what? Who is Doraemon's girlfriend? Charmy. The image that I get is a literal cat. What is Doraemon scared of? He's afraid of mice. Here's literally what the thing says. Doraemon is a robot cat, so it's ironic that he was afraid of mice. And that at one point he dated a cat named Charmy. What the fuck is this? Alright, we're just gonna get back to this. No, I'm not going down the Doraemon rabbit hole. With a face that was unimaginably cheery when compared to the intense expression she had worn until now, she held those out to Jessica and me. What are those? I grabbed it and saw that it was a very cheap-looking charm. It looked like a bracelet made from a plastic rosary, with a scorpion-themed medal attached. Haven't you ever seen those cheap Zodiac-themed accessories? The kind you might win in a crane game at an arcade? Really looked like something like that. There were two of them. Probably one for me and one for Jessica. However, the very fact that there were two of them made them feel even more like cheap manufactured goods, making it pretty hard to think of them as magical items. Rips the two. Okay, we're getting a lot of twos going on right now. The two masters could be the things that we're talking about. We could be our charms could be ripped away from us for the rip away the two from each other. Who knows? There's a lot of 2s getting thrown around. That could be just my mind trying to give a pattern, but there's a lot.
このお守りならベアタリーチェも大丈夫。サソリは魔除けの力があるから。
そうなのか？サソリにそんな力がねえ。
パトラが信じない。
Of course I don't believe. I mean, he doesn't believe. I'm not him. I'd said too much and angered Maria again. Maria took out her notebook again, pointing out various pages as she went on and on about how the scorpion had such incredible holy power that had been used in magic-repelling magical circles since ancient times.
他の使用人の子から聞いたことがあります。
What about some mystical scorpion king, the rock type shit?
サソリって魔術では魔除けのシンボルとして描かれることもあるんだとか。
へえ、そうなのか。
サソリは悪い魔法や最悪から守ってくれる。
But what about misfortune?
エメラルドは心に平和をもたらしてくれる。だから二重で効果がある。
ほんとだ。サソリがエメラルドを抱いて守ってるね。なるほど。これはご利益がありそうだよ。
I really wanted to make fun of those worthless-looking charms, but as I watched Maria explaining with all of her heart and realized that she'd found them for our sakes, I started to feel like it might actually work, even if it was just a prize from some game center. The material quality of the charm didn't matter. What mattered was the strength of her feelings. Even I don't think of myself as the sort of loser who'd laugh at something like that.
そっか。ありがとな。
Would that make me a loser? Because I think I would laugh at that. This game just low-key called me a fucking loser. Alright, I see you, I see you.
ベアトリーチェ様には謝ったけどよ。万が一たたりがある時でも、マリアのこのお守
You
り
know
のお
what?
かげで安心だぜ。
I'm cursing him again like Danhausen.
ああ、そうだぜ。ありがとうな、マリア。
心に平安が欲しいときは腕につける。お財布に入れるとお金が減らなくなる。ドアノブにかけておくと悪いものが入ってこられなくなる。便利なお守り。
What type of bad things? Ghosts or like parasites?
マリア様が自信を持って
Why would,
進めるお守り。
what parasites are... Okay,
きっと頼もしいもの
I need to
だと思い
calm
ます。
down for a second and just think. Shan clapped her hands together and Maria stuck out her chest. She was totally in a good mood again. I need to just calm down for a second, stop saying some stupid shit. Alright, we good, brain? Because why are we bringing up parasites? It's probably best if we let her lead the conversation a bit longer, if it'll keep her in such a good mood. Come to think of it, she looked a bit bored when we were getting excited about the hidden gold, probably because she couldn't keep up. While eating the cookies Kumasawa-san had baked, Jessica and I asked Maria this and that about black magic. Maria happily chatted away in response to our questions. Each time, George Aniki and Shannon-chan would act surprised or chime in. The clouds in the sky grew darker and darker, but we cousins really enjoyed communicating freely after a year's separation. Oh shit, what happened? Oh, just rain. I thought he found something. I thought he was about to say, huh, what's this? A gold bar! As George Aniki rubbed his forehead, he looked up at the sky. Considering the color of the sky and the dampness of the air, it wouldn't have been odd for a raindrop to hit him. The wind also seemed to have grown a bit stronger.
マリアポタッと来ない。マリアだけ来ない。
安心しろ。俺にも来ねえぜ。それに今夜になれば誰にも等しく大雨が降るだろうよ。
Well, I plan on not being outside during a damn storm. Shan looked down at her watch. It was probably well into the evening by now.
もう仕事に戻る時間かよ。
はい。皆様と一緒で楽しい時間を
Yeah, get back to work, you furniture.
ありがとうございました。
熊沢さんにクッキーをごちそうさまって伝えてね。さあみんな、片付けを手伝おう。
Shan declined her help, saying that this was a servant's job. But picking up a dropped fork before the waitress has has to is like my purpose in life. We folded up the blanket, gathered up the trash, and helped clean everything up.
そいつは逃がさないぜ。マリアより先にいただきだ。
マリアが拾う。
マリア、靴を濡らすなよ。怒られるぜ。
To Maria, chasing after some trash sent flying by the powerful winds was just another game. By the time we finished, the wind was blowing pretty strongly. Probably a good time to head back.
皆様のおかげで助かりました。ありがとうございました。
もう本当に時間がないみたいだね。先に戻っていいよ。
Georgianiki perceived from her hurried appearance that very little of her free time was left.
源氏さん、時間には厳しい人だからな。
Well, Genji just sounds like a bitch!
定時に持ち場について
Bam!
厳しそう。
Hit him with it!
また後でね。お仕事頑張ってね。
はい。それでは失礼させていただきます。
After making a respectful bow, Shannon-chan ran towards the rose garden.
ほんじゃ、俺たちもゲストハウスへ戻ろうぜ。
Guest
テレビでも
house!
見て、くつろがせてもらうさ。
TV!
テレビ見る。テレビ見る。
TV!
なら決まりだな。戻ってみんなで一緒にテレビでも見ようぜ。
One more time! TV! Maria, who wasn't done having fun, agreed once television was mentioned. We climbed up the gentle stairs and returned to the rose garden. The wind had grown very strong and roses shook throughout the garden like ripples on the water. This might be our last chance to see these beautiful roses. I'll bet tonight's typhoon ruins them.
バラ、今夜の風でやられちまうかもしれないな。
I noticed that the music stopped. Okay, nice. The story's gonna pick up pace soon. Alright, I noticed that the wind stopped. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick before the story is gonna pick up. So that I'm not like, man, I need to pee, but this is so good, I'm just gonna have to piss myself. I'm gonna have to be like an Amazon delivery driver and piss in a bottle. So I'm gonna switch real quick. I'll be back. Gotta hit the bathroom and fill up my water bottle. So I'll be back. Got fucking ants in my house, dude. I'm in a war with bugs and the battles never stop. But it's good to know that I got through the that was the boring part. You know what? I can tell that was the boring part. It was a lot of talking about what to do with this grandpa that's about to die. But no, I got ants in my house. I gotta kill them. By the way, when I said fill up my water bottle, I didn't mean I was gonna piss in it. Okay, I had to. I had that thought while I was upstairs. I had to make sure. Oh, this content would get even better if there was a house centipede that I would just randomly see. Just so you know, I absolutely hate house centipedes. They're disgusting. If I see one, I'm gonna scream. Just so you know, if I see one, I'm gonna go, oh fuck, you know, I'm just gonna, you're definitely gonna know when I find one. That or a ghost attacks me, but either that, because the ghost hasn't attacked me since that one time. And I mean the slap on the hand. The gun thing wasn't even really an attack. Alright, I think we're good. I can switch back now. Nothing crazy's happening. Let me switch back now. And notice how this time I didn't skip any dialogue on accident. I should probably click on it and hit A.
そうだな。バラたちもラッキーだったと思うぜ。台風の前にバトラたちを歓迎できたんだからよ。
花はいつか必ず散る。でも、だからこそ咲き誇る今をめでることができるんじゃないかな。
そうだな。マリアもよく目に焼き付けとけ。今この瞬間が今年で一番のバラなんだぜ。
目に焼き付ける。
Right then, Maria suddenly clapped her hands. It looked like she'd remembered something.
マリアのバラ。
Oh, it's just a rose. I thought she was gonna go, my eyes were burnt in a past life! Ah!
台風で飛ばされちゃう。
ああ、ジョージの兄貴に目印のリボンをつけてもらった。あの元気のないバラか？
Maria apparently remembered where the rose was. She ran at full speed. The rest of us followed her.
あれはどこだったっけな。確かこの辺だったと思ったぜ。
We searched everywhere around that area, but it was only a single flower among all of these roses after all. Even though we knew it was somewhere close by, we weren't able to find it. The winds making up the typhoon's front lines made roses throughout the garden undulate. It was almost like it was teasing us by making the locations of Maria's rose impossible to find. It was, but the ribbon was taken by Beatrice. As we made up to split up and search, Maria tugged on my jacket with an unhappy face. You could tell that she didn't want us to leave that spot.
なんだよ、どうした？
マリアのバラはここなの。ここにあるの。
でも現にないぜ。この花壇の裏側だったかもな。みんなで探せば早いぜ。
ここなの。マリアのバラはここなの。探して。探して。
Oh, is she punching me now? Oh, Maria stomped her feet in irritation. She pointed at that spot and said it was definitely there, but in actuality it wasn't. Even so, Maria got mad when we said we were going to search elsewhere. We were at a loss for what to do. For a while, we had to stay near Maria and pretend to search through that rose thicket. I feel like Maria's gonna kill somebody in this game. God, misfortune. Maybe she's saying that it should be here, but isn't. Maria became increasingly irritated.
参ったな。マリアがすっかり機嫌を損ねちまったぞ。
マリアはたまにすごくどうでもいいことを気にし始めちゃうんだよ。それがどうにかなるときはいいんだけど。
ないものは探せないしね。困ったな。
Just when we were at a loss of what to do, Maria called out in a loud voice. Ooh, I just killed the man. Gonna add that into the video when it gets released. Man, if I actually felt like singing on camera, that would have been a whole lot more better of a bit. But there's no way that I'm doing that. I'm not gonna sing on camera without the actual song playing. I need the instrumental. And I'm not looking that up because that'll get me copyrighted. We could see Aunt Rosa in the direction Maria was waving at. Maybe she wanted to look at the garden one more time before the typhoon came, or maybe she had some business at the guest house. Aunt Rosa was coming from the mansion. She quickly noticed her daughter's voice and came over.
あらあら、どうしたのみんな。何か探し物なの？
探してママもマリアのバラを探して
マリアのバラって？
この辺に元気のないバラを一つ見つけて、それに目印をつけたんです。飴玉かなんかの包み紙でキュッと。しかしマリア、確か俺の記憶が正しけりゃ、すぐ手前の目立つところ
A candy wrapper, that shit fell off.
足が生えてどこかに行っちまったんじゃなきゃ、他の場所だったと思うぜ。マリアの記憶違いじゃないのか？
ここなのパトラが信じてくれない
Yeah, I don't believe, alright? I've never believed.
言うのをやめなさいって何度言ったらわかるの？ママも探してあげるから静かにしなさい。
I'd never seen Aunt Rosa be anything other than kind and gentle, so her anger surprised me a bit. Aunt Rosa began searching as well, so we went along with her for the time being, but we were already more than sure that it wasn't around here, so it didn't take long for Aunt Rosa to realize that too.
ここにはそのバラはないわよ。他の場所の間違いじゃない。これだけたくさんのバラがあるんだから。
違うのここにあるのママも信じてくれない
Yeah, none of us believe. You punch me one more time.
信じて探してるでしょ。でもないじゃない。
I'm about to punch you. I'm gonna hit my desk. I hear one more ooh from you. I'm gonna turn monkey mode. I swear, I'm gonna start pounding.
とにかくその言うのやめなさい。
マリアのバラ抜いたの誰
Punch her, Rosa. Slap her.
返して返して
I swear to God, I'm going insane.
知らないわよ。やめなさい。その言うのやめなさい。
Oh, Aunt Rosa slapped Maria's left cheek with her palm. In that instant, Maria was shocked into silence. That's what you get. You gotta start respecting my name, or else you're gonna get... Yeah! I'm like Kurt Angle right now. I'm pumped. I'm perked up. I'm about to dive off the stage. Let's go. I'm way too hyped for a kid getting slapped. Like, actually, I'm way too hyped for that. So we're gonna take a minute. We're gonna calm down. Ooh, hee. Oh, I was way too hyped for that one. Alright. We're back. We're calm. We're calm. Of course, it was only for an instant. When Maria realized that her wish was being rejected, she started yelling even louder. I don't feel bad about saying, yeah, about a kid getting slapped, but it definitely was something I needed to tone down.
その変な口癖をやめなさいって言ってるでしょ。だからクラスの子たちにもバカにされるんでしょうが。いい加減にし
Again! Once again, her palm slapped Maria's cheek. This time, she didn't go silent. She choked as she started crying and began to bawl in an increasingly loud voice. Aunt Rosa was clearly irritated and lifted her hand once more to try and shut her daughter up. And that's when Battler steps up going, "Yeah, so about the Lakers, huh?" I tried to cut in with a bitter smile, rubbing my hands together. But Aunt Rosa glared at me with a serious face, and I realized that I should have stayed out of this.
ごめんね。バトラ君たちはちょっとお部屋に戻っててくれる？おばさんはマリアとちょっと話があるの。
誰もマリアのバラを信じてくれない。ここにあったのに。
でもないじゃない。なら他の場所の勘違いでしょ。ここなの。絶対にここなの。じゃあなくなっちゃったのよ。諦めなさい。どうしてマリアのバラがなくなっちゃうの？どうして
We gotta get the three-piece? One more slap? One more slap. How can she slap? How can she slap? Yeah! The hat trick! I'm way too hyped for a kid getting smacked. Aunt Rosa once again raised her hand, overcome by emotion, and slapped Maria's cheek. She was strong enough to knock Maria over. So about them bulls, huh? I stepped between them to protect Maria, who was still on the ground crying, "Ooh, ooh." I knew that, as an outsider, problems between parent and child were none of my business. But I wasn't brought up to just silently observe something like this. What, her going, "Ooh"? I think it's annoying, but I don't think it's weird. I'm a high schooler. Like, it's just annoying after a while. My careless words seemed to have earned me Aunt Rosa's wrath. She grabbed my collar with a terrifying expression. She's about to beat the living hell out of me. Oh, she's gonna hit me now. If you touch me, lady, I swear to God, I won't be cheering her getting slapped, I'll be cheering you getting the hell kicked out of you. That's why I go, "Shut up!" and just stomp. Oh my God, she is actually doing it. Aunt Rosa struck Maria's quivering head, from which an increasingly unhappy voice was rising. I tried to stop it, but Aunt Rosa pushed me away. She is straight up beating the shit out of this child. Like, actually, at this point, it's fucked up. The first three were kind of like, okay, we got the hat trick, but now it's just, I expect a full-on scene where full mount, ground and pound, UFC style. That's what I'm expecting. My back hit George Aniki. but you aren't gonna stop this. She's over there literally stomping her head into the pavement, and you're not doing anything.
中学年になっても治らないの最近はだいぶ気にしてて。
別にどういう言葉遣いをしようと関係ねえだろ。
そのまま社会人にはなれないよ。だから見ていて気持ちのいい光景ではないけれど。
I mean, when I was a fourth grader, I was fucking weird,
おばさん
so.
たち親子の問題なんだよ。
まあ私もこの言葉遣いのせいでよくお袋に怒られるけどよ。
When they put it that way, maybe even a scene as painful as this isn't something an outsider like me should butt in on.
バトラ君だって小さい頃悪い癖が治らなくて怒られたことがあったんじゃないかい？
Yes, existing.
まあ一つや二つは。授業参観の日に人前でずっと怒られてた時は恥ずかしくてたまらなかったぜ。
じゃあ今のマリアちゃんたちの気持ちはわかるよね。僕たちにここにいてほしいとは思わないんじゃないかな。ジェシカちゃんにもわかるよね。
So we're just gonna let this woman beat the hell. Okay.
誰かに見られてとは思わないぜ。
You know what?
行こう。
That's
ゲス
fine.
トハウスへ戻ろう。
Alright. Go ahead.
マリアちゃんが戻ってきたら何事もなかったかのように迎えてあげようよ。それが一番じゃないかい。
We thought George Aniki's point was probably a reasonable one, and we may have been eager to use that reasonable-sounding argument as a justification to retreat from this heart-rending scene. Jessica and I nodded at George Aniki and we all left. We called towards Maria, telling her that we were going to head to the guest house, but she didn't seem to hear and we felt sort of guilty and shameless after saying it.
それなら好きなだけ一人で探しなさい。ママは知りません。
After blasting her with those last few words, Rosa spun on her heels and quickly returned to the mansion. Maria probably viewed that as a cold gesture meant to injure, but that wasn't Rosa's intention. It was because the hand with which she had so emotionally struck Maria's cheek was still numb. It was because if she stayed there screaming, she might again be taken over by her emotions and continue slapping her daughter's cheek over and over. After Rosa left, Maria was left alone in the rose garden. The wind began to blow stronger and stronger, and every once in a while a raindrop would fall on her forehead. However, Maria couldn't leave that place, not until she found that poor wilting rose. It had definitely been there. Even so, it wasn't. Even though she knew the place, and even though it had been there, it wasn't. Maria bitterly stared at that place it was supposed to be and thought frantically, maybe the angle I'm looking from is wrong. Maybe the height I'm looking from is wrong. While gazing at a single point, Maria repeatedly stood up, changed her position, and continued to stare. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, but Maria kept on looking for that rose in front of the flower bed. Kenzo noticed the sound of the raindrops beating on the window. It seemed to be pouring down thickly. It had begun to rain later than the weather report had predicted. Kenzo approached the window as if being summoned by the sound of the rain. The sound of rain is a sound of silence. That sound feels quieter than any silence. It makes humans remember that in the end, they are alone from the moment they're born to the moment they die.
遅かったではないか、ベアトリーチ。
Were those words directed at the rainy sky? There was no one to be seen in the direction of Kinzo's gaze.
さあ、始めようではないか。私とお前の奇跡の宴を。今こそ、この島は現世より切り離された。もう誰も私の儀式の邪魔をすることはできぬ。お前にふさわしい生贄は十分にあるぞ。息子たちが4人、その伴侶が3人、孫たちが4人、私に 客に使用人たち
11 people. 434, that's 11 people.
運命の鍵は悪魔のルーレットに従い生贄を選ぶであろう。そのルーレットが私を選ぶならば、私すらもお前の生贄となろう。だからこそなのだ。それだけの狂気をかけるからこそ、私は必ずや偉大な奇跡を起こすだろう。さあ、好きなだけ食らうがいい。私はそのルーレットに打ち勝つだろう。
He dies first.
全てを落とすぞ。
Predicting it now, he dies first.
後ろ宮家の家督を返そう。受け取るがいい。
Kinzo tore the window open, ripped a golden ring off his finger, and forcefully threw it away. At that time, the sound of thunder rang out, giving the illusion that the lightning had accepted the ring.
そしてお前が蘇った時、そこにいるのは私であるだろう。私が最後まで生き残り、お前の目覚めを見守るだろう。さあ来たれ、ベアトリーチェ。ようこそ我が宴。私が生み出した全てと引き換えに、私にもう一度だけ奇跡を見せておくれ。おお、ベアトリーチェ。
Oh, hell yeah, son. I'll still coach back for a little bit more time. Letter on umbrella, son. Let's go, kid. Let's go, I'm gonna kill ya. 1986.
A news ticker popped up on top of the TV program we were watching. The disaster report told how municipalities all over were continually sending out rain, flood, and wave warnings. Of course, the raindrops beating harshly on the window were even more convincing. Alright, so I'm assuming by the I'm so hyped message, the game has officially started.
でもこれだけ盛大だとすぐにやみそうな気もするけどな。
そりゃあ雨ぜ。台風の速度が遅いそうだから、下手すりゃ明日も丸一日こんな調子らしいぜ。ちょっとの天気でも船は欠航するもんだしよ。
やっぱり日曜日のうちには引き上げられないか。念のため月曜日に外部とのスケジュールを入れなくて正解だったよ。
ってことは月曜の学校はサボれそうだな。島生活ってのも悪くないもんだぜ。そういや、ジェシカは登校って毎日船で通ってるわけだろ。船が欠航したら学校はどうなるんだ。カメハメハ大王並みに雨が降ったらお休みで、風が吹いたら遅刻してか。
Yeah, Beatrice has made her move. How will you respond? I'll respond by calling her a bitch! That's how I do it. I don't believe in no Beatrice.
後でかっちりと見られるから、そうそう気楽でもねえさ。
例えば、梅雨なんかの長く天気が崩れる時期だと、数日間くらい登校できないこともあるんじゃねえのか。
そういうこともあるぜ。でも毎日きっちり担任から電話がかかってきて、どう自習しろ、何を提出しろとすっぱく指導されるけどな。
バトラ君が考えてるほど簡単にはサボれないよ。船で通う人たちのルールに従ってしっかり勉強をしているよ。
むしろ登校できた方が気楽だぜ。自分の部屋じゃ気が散るし、集中もできねえしな。それでいて問題集ばっかり数日もやらされてると、かなり精神的に応えるもんがあるぜ。大学の時にはよ、寮のあるところに入ってさっさとこんな不便な島はおさらばしたいもんだぜ。
へえ。じゃあよ、ちなみに行きは天気が良くても帰りは悪くて欠航ってなったらどうすんだ。学校に泊まるのか。
そういうのはよくあることだぜ。だからき 人をできない人用の宿泊所があってよ。そこに寝泊まりするんだよ。下手すりゃ数日間家に帰れないこともあったりするぜ。
乗車率が 200% を超えるような満員電車で毎日通勤通学しなければならない人から見てみると、船の通学なんて趣があって良さそうだな。
That's right, because you could legitimately read all of Umineko from the perspective of not believing in it. The game is designed for that. Every reader has their own opinion, so some will believe and some won't. Alright. Well, I ain't seen no Beatrice yet, so we'll find out in a minute what's going on.
全寮制のところとかあったろうよ。なんでわざわざ新島の学校を選んだんだよ。
私は最初からそれを希望してたぜ。でもおふくろがよ、当主後継ぎとしての修行やらマナーやらがうんぬんってうるさくてよ。結局高校も地元になっちまったのさ。こんな島はごめんだぜ。早く都会で生活したいよ。雨が降ろうが槍が降ろうが、ラフな格好でサンダルを履けば5分足らずでコンビニに行けるような都会に引っ越したいぜ。
もう少しの辛抱だよ。高校卒業まであとちょっとでしょ。
そのちょっとも我慢できねえぜ。
Jessica stretched out and reclined in the sofa. Maybe it was a bad time slot because there wasn't any interesting programs on, and we had nothing to do but languidly kill time until we were called for dinner. After that episode, Maria never returned to the cousin's room after all. Aunt Rosa probably took her back to the mansion. It had to be pretty boring for Maria all by herself while the adults had a confusing conversation. We thought we might as well head over to the mansion to see her, but the weather really was awful. And since there wasn't much time until dinner, we stayed where we were. At that time, we heard the sound of a humble knock. Jessica answered. Hey, my boy Cannon, let's go. It was Cannon-kun's voice. Did he go to all the trouble of coming from the mansion in this rain just to get us? Couldn't he have just called us on the telephone? Well, I guess servants at work don't always get to take the most efficient route.
なんとなくお腹が空いてきた頃だったしね。行こうか。
George Aniki turned off the television and stood up.
俺はとっくにペコペコ。本家の晩餐は毎回凝ってるしな。それにゴーダさん、子牛のステーキとか言ってなかったっけ?
I completely forgot about the fact that it was calf steak because it's been like a week. It feels like it's been a week and like 8 days. So 2 weeks. As we left the room, Cannon-kun bowed silently and respectively.
じゃあ行こうぜ。外の振りはだいぶひどいだろう。
はい。お召し物を濡らさぬよう十分ご注意ください。
Oh, that's impossible in that rain. After seeing the three of us, Cannon-kun peered into the empty room.
マリア様はいらっしゃいませんか?
Wait, so she's not in the mansion. Hold up now. Is Maria dead?
一緒じゃないぜ。ローザおばさんと一緒じゃないのかよ。
She's still at the flowers. Rosa was lying on a sofa in the empty parlor, having fallen asleep before she knew it. She was bearing a burden that the children couldn't even imagine. That's why she only needed to let her guard down a little before the weariness immediately dragged her into the world of sleep. Realizing this, Genji brought a blanket over to her. When he tried to spread it over, her eyes snapped open as though she'd been shocked with electricity. When she realized that the thing that had touched her was just a blanket and that Genji had been considerately giving it to her, she let out a sigh of relief.
起こしてしまいましたか。失礼いたしました。
いえ、いいの。寝るつもりじゃなかったから。今は何時なの?
When she asked for the time, Genji checked the pocket watch that he took out of his chest pocket.
6時を少し過ぎたところです。
Rosa gave her head a little shake when she realized that not much time had actually passed, even though it felt like she slept for ages. Even though she didn't feel rested at all, the drowsiness that had enveloped her must have been pretty deep.
ありがとう。毛布は結構よ。変な時間に眠っちゃダメね。すっかり時間の感覚が狂っちゃったわ。雨、とうとう降り出したのね。
Rosa finally realized that the peaceful sound that had put her to sleep was actually the rain.
風もだいぶ出てるよね。いよいよ台風なのかしら。
そのようにテレビでは申しております。遅い台風だそうで、明日いっぱいはこんな調子だそうです。
そう。この素敵なバラ庭園も日中のあれが見納めだったのね。
From the window, what she could see of the rose garden was completely blurred by the wind and the rain.
マリア。そうだ。マリアは？
私はお見かけした。
Why did the rain stop?
ゲストハウス。
That's why it stopped. Rosa knew her daughter's nature well, so a chill ran down her spine. Maria was stubbornly honest, and if she was ordered to find something that didn't exist, she would look forever and ever, even in pouring rain.
違うわ。
You let your kid out there to die.
いとこの子たちは先に行ってしまったから、あそこにはマリア一人。あの子は誰かにもうやめろと言われない限り、たとえ槍が降ってこようとあそこに居続けるわ。傘もささずに。私は感情に任せてなんてことを。
Even though she'd known about Maria's simple honesty better than anyone, she'd once again lost control of her emotions and done something terrible. Rosa pushed Genji away and ran down the hall. The outside really looked like a typhoon, and the rain was pouring down spectacularly. Maybe because of some aspect of the terrain, the winds were in typhoon class, so an umbrella wouldn't be torn out of one's hands. Even so, it certainly was a windy rain. There was no time to admire the roses being drenched.
とりあえず今はマリアが気になるぜ。まさかあの後もずっと一人でへそ曲げてあそこでバラ探しをしてる
She's gone. She's disappeared. That was the sacrifice.
さすがにこの雨じゃと思いたいところだけど、マリアちゃんはたまにすごく頑固でものすごく愚直な時がある。
We hadn't worried much, thinking that Aunt Rosa had taken her back to the mansion. However, when Canon-kun had come from the mansion to call us and thought Maria was here, we got a little
お
worried.
屋敷ではお見かけしませんでしたので、てっきりこちらにおられるとばかり。ローザ様は仮眠を取られて
We might have a child death on our hands. Ew.
見かけなかったのかよ。
申し訳ございません。傘を差し急ぎ駆け抜けたもので、そこまでの注意を払いませんでした。
If he had cut through the rose garden, taking the shortest line between the mansion and the guest house, then he would have just barely missed the place where Maria had been looking for the rose. And it was raining this hard too. It certainly would have been possible for Canon-kun to fail to notice her.
ここで議論するより直接確かめる方が早いさ。兄貴、ちょいとかけっこと行こうじゃねえかよ。
Yeah, let's run in the rain, potentially slip, break my neck.
僕に勝てるつもりかい？よし、決着をつけようじゃないか。行こう。
George Aniki and I flew out into the rain. Jessica and Canon-kun followed us.
ローザおばさんだ。おばさん。
There's no way. When George Aniki called back, Aunt Rosa jumped at him and grabbed onto him.
マリアはどこ？ジョージ君たちと一緒じゃないの？
いえ、僕たちはあの後マリアちゃんには出会ってません。
This kid gone. Okay, hold up. I'd expect it to go like this now. 6 years ago, Maria had been 3 years old. She was a cute and pure kid who just accepted whatever anyone said. But 6 years have passed since then. She's 9 now and experiencing the ups and downs of life should have taught her something. But Maria, are you telling me you're still as innocent and pure as you used to be? As I circled the rosebed, something white unexpectedly turned to face me. It was a white umbrella. Maria was crouching down, holding a white umbrella and still searching for that rose. Okay, the kid's not dead. Her face, which had been turned bright red from her crying her eyes out, was dirtied with water and mud. It was truly a pitiful sight.
お前まだ探してたのか。
見つからない。マリアのバラ見つからない。
Maria had probably been here since the rain started pouring down. Her shoulders were freezing. She looked tired to the bone, but fortunately, since she was holding an umbrella, she wasn't completely soaked. The umbrella probably came from the handbag Maria always carried around. Thank goodness. Seriously, thank goodness.
バトラ君、よかった。見つけたんだね。
And Rosa threw an umbrella aside and hugged Maria.
ない。マリアのバラがない。後でママ一緒に探してあげるから。ね。だから今日はお預けにしなさい。ね。今日はお預け。
It looked like Maria still wasn't able to accept it, but she no longer had enough energy left to resist. Jessica and Cannon-kun caught up with us.
すぐにお屋敷でタオルの用意をさせましょう。マリア、ずっとここにいたのか。
ごめんね。本当に悪いママで。ごめんね。
ローザおばさん、とりあえずお屋敷に行きましょう。このままじゃマリアちゃん風邪をひいちゃう。
そうね。マリア、行きましょう。ちゃんときれいにしないとおじい様に怒られちゃうわよ。お腹すいた。
もう食事の時間だぜ。マリアはよく頑張ったよ。天気が良くなったら私たちも一緒に探してやるから。
We couldn't stay in the rain forever. We took Maria with us as we headed back to the mansion. Maria apparently wasn't as worn out as I thought. When she remembered we were having calf steak for dinner, she started chanting, I'm hungry, ooh, ooh, and returned to her usual spirits itself. Aunt Rosa didn't chide Maria for saying, ooh, ooh.
そっか。傘を持っていたのか。さすがマリアは物持ちがいいぜ。
マリア、傘なんか持ってない。
What? Wait, hold up now.
なんだよ。じゃあその手に持ってる白い傘はどうしたんだよ。
Hold up now.
貸してもらった。
From who? Some caring person must have brought her an umbrella. A normal kid would look for shelter once it started raining, but Maria was too stubborn to give up so easily. So maybe that caring person gave up on telling Maria to find shelter, then decided to at least give her an umbrella.
そう。その人にお礼を言わないとね。ラーレ。
Beatrice! The name Maria cheerfully mentioned was that of the island's witch. Rosa took a deep breath and asked again, trying to do so in a way that wouldn't damage Maria's good mood. Hold up now. I heard a chime, but I wasn't sure if that meant anything. I heard a chime. I'm checking characters now. Okay, I'm gonna assume there might not be anything in here anymore.
So, よかったわね。
Hold up now. Beatrice, you telling me a witch from hell came up and was like, yo, kid, umbrella?
それで誰なの？傘を持ってきてくれた人は。
おお、ベアートいいぜ。おお、
She's gonna go into a frenzy again. Maria immediately realized that her mother didn't believe her and started crying out unhappily again. So Rosa stopped pursuing the subject. It'd probably be faster to ask whoever lent Maria the umbrella during dinner rather than ask Maria herself. I think it was just a spooky sound that happens sometimes. Okay.
お父さん、せめて晩餐にだけは出席してください。これでは親族会議になりません。
Beatrice lent an umbrella. Along with the dull pounding on the door, the sound of Cross's entreaty could be heard. However, that voice seemed to be resigned to the fact that nothing it said would be heard.
金蔵さん、せめて夕食くらいは出んかね。あんたの顔を見ようと息子さんたちが集まってきてるんじゃないか。
黙れ南條。ビショップが聞かぬか。言って足りぬ。
Apparently, Kinzo was completely focused on the final battle of his long-lasting chess match with Nanjo. Kinzo's brow was wrinkled as he continued to glare at the game board through his spectacles. Krause's voice didn't reach his ears.
金蔵さん、私も腹が減った。下に降りて食事をせんか。
What does Kinzo eat?
お前だけで行くといい。私はもうしばらくこの一手を吟味させてもらうぞ。
He eats Beatrice
決着をつけて。
and then food later on.
さもなくば、お前との決着は金輪際つけられそうにないからな。
Nanjo rose from his seat, hoping this would prompt Kinzo to do the same, but Kinzo's eyes never left the chessboard. He knew well that Kinzo always displayed a blind concentration when it came to chess. But he'd never seen Kinzo concentrate as hard as this. It was almost as though Kinzo was telling the truth and there would never be another chance for them to continue their contest if they didn't finish tonight. It seemed that no matter how obstinately he called out to Kinzo, it wouldn't reach the latter's heart. Nacho gave up and headed to the door that Krause was still banging on. The door to the study opened. Krause was taken aback, thinking that maybe Kinzo was actually coming out. However, Nanjo was the one who appeared, and Krause let out a sigh of relief.
南條先生、親父殿は。
お役に立てなくて申し訳ございませんな。今や金蔵さんの世界はこの部屋だけです。
Nanjo shook his head with a completely defeated expression. Krause raised his fist once more and banged on the door, shouting.
お父さん、聞こえますか？私たちは下へおりますが、気が向かれたらいつでもおいでください。息子兄弟一同、ずっとお待ちしておりますよ。
His voice was very loud, and he was making a racket pounding on the door. There was no way it wouldn't reach Kinzo's ears. Well, it certainly was reaching him, but he ignored it anyway. However, unlike the time he'd been called down for lunch, he didn't fly into a rage. By now, Kinzo was calm at heart, almost as though he had taken on a philosophical view and turned himself over to fate.
晩餐にも息子たちの顔にも興味はない。私がここを出るのは、ベアトリーチがよみがえる時か、私が鍵の生贄に選ばれた時だけだ。もう悪魔のルーレットは回っている。今さら晩餐に何の意味があろう。
As though the painfully loud banging on the door completely failed to enter his hearing, Kinzo silently thought about his next chess move, still in this philosophical state. Just as always, Kinzo's figure couldn't be seen anywhere in the dining hall. Krause, wearing a bitter smile, returned with Nanjo.
親父殿は相変わらずご気分が優れられないそうだ。年に一度の親族が集まるこの機会に同席できないことを非常に残念がられておられた。
Eva and Rudolph sniggered. Hold up now! Wait, I didn't say that. Don't edit that. Don't edit that. Hold up now. Hold up now. Okay. Hold up. I shouldn't have read that. Oh god, I'm gonna get canceled. Okay, given Kinzo's personality, there is no way he'd show signs of regret. I shouldn't have brought it up. I should have just let it happen. And none of his relatives showed any regrets at his absence.
ではディナーを始めようじゃないか。ゴーダ、始めたまえ。
かしこまりました。それでは始めさせていただきます。
When Godo was told to start the family conference dinner, his biggest time to shine the whole year, he nodded with a broad grin.
マリアに傘を貸してくれた人は誰かしら?
When Rosa timidly cut through the silence of the dining hall, everyone noticed.
傘？何の話？
さっきマリアがバラ庭園にいた時に雨が降り出して誰かに白い傘を借りたみたいなんだけど、お礼が言いたくて。
俺たちじゃねえぜ。ローザが出てった後は部屋を移してずっと仲良くおしゃべりをしてたからな。
はは、そうやで。あの後も兄弟で仲良くおしゃべりをしとったのや。
The word friendly fell awkwardly from Hideyoshi's lips, so even those who hadn't been present could tell the conversation hadn't been a pleasant one.
少なくとも私とエヴァとルドルフと、あと秀吉さんとキリエさんではないことも確かだがね。
Well, it wasn't any of us.
私たちは夏日姉さんとローザさんが出て行った後もずっと一緒だったわ。
Well, where was
食
Natsuhi?
事の時間までずっとね。
兄さんは源氏さんと一緒にお父様を呼びに上の書斎へ。私たちはそのまま食堂へ直行したもの。だから私たちではないわね。傘を貸すなんて親切、使用人の誰かじゃないの？
じゃあ、ゴーダさん？
私はずっと厨房で準備をしておりましたもので、申し訳ございません。
Goto looked slightly disappointed about missing this chance to show off. At that time, Shannon and Kumasawa appeared pushing a serving cart loaded with hors d'oeuvres. Or hors d'oeuvres, for some reason. That's how you spell hors d'oeuvre. You know what? The appetizer, whatever that is, says hors d'oeuvres, baby. That's what that says.
じゃあ、熊沢さんかシャノンちゃんかしら。
I hate this game for all the big words that it's throwing at me.
はい。何か粗相がございましたでしょうか?
Because Shannon had come in part way, she shrank back, mistakenly thinking that the others were searching for the one responsible for some error.
違うよ。マリアちゃんがバラ庭園に一人でいた時に雨が降ってきてね。誰かが傘を貸してくれたんだよ。ローザおばさんがその人にお礼を言いたいって言うのさ。
ああ、ベアトリーチェ。
Maria, her mouth a thin line, said the witch's name in a small voice. Aunt Rosa explained the situation one more time. As she did, Kumasawa-san cackled.
私たちでもございませんよ。私もシャノンさんも一緒にお部屋の準備をしておりましたから、お外には出ておりません。
So that leaves Kanon, Kinzo, Genji, and Nanjo.
部屋の準備とは何のことかね。
この雨ですから、客人の皆さんがゲストハウスにお帰りになられるのも大変かと思って、使用人たちに屋敷内の客室の準備をするように命じたのです。
And Natsuhi, I think.
あら、気が利くじゃない。そうね。この雨の中、表に追い出すのは失礼だものね。
もう予算か。
はい。奥様からそのようにご指示を受けまして、私と
Okay, that accounts for Kanon. Kinzo doesn't leave his damn room. So Genji, Nanjo, and Natsuhi.
ゲストハウスのお子様方をお呼びするようご指示をいただいたため、カノン君が言ってくれたのです。
So Genji still could have done
ゲ
it.
ストハウスに行かれるときに マリアさんを見つけて傘をお渡ししたのではありませんか？
ほー、違う。
The wind picked up. The person who actually received the umbrella denied it. Rosa was troubled. All she wanted to do was give a word of thanks to the person who had lent the umbrella, but she couldn't find them. And she thought asking like this with everyone gathered for dinner would work immediately.
じゃあ夏日姉さん、
ごめんなさい。私は皆さんとの仲良くの語らいの後、
I mean, you still could have done it. You're the only person not really accounted for.
表へは出ていません。
Genji, Nanjo, and you.
なら
Unless Nanjo was playing chess with Kinzo the whole time.
なわけないわよね。
Nah. We would just take her back.
僕たちじゃありません。僕たちはずっとゲストハウスで
We would have just took her back to the damn guest
むしろ
house.
私たちはマリアはおばさんと一緒に屋敷に行ったとばかり。
そこへカノン君が来て、マリアは一緒じゃないのかと聞いたんで、初めて屋敷にはいないのかって分かったんだよ。第一俺だったら傘を貸すより先に手引っ張って屋根の下に連れて行くぜ。
Rosa was completely baffled. One by one, the relatives and the servants denied that they had done it, even though it really wasn't something anyone would need to hide. So by process of elimination, the number of remaining candidates wasn't large.
もちろん私でもありませんが、雨が降り始めてすぐの頃、金蔵さんの部屋を訪ねて。
So that just leaves Genji, or Natsuhi, because again, she's not confirmed.
おじい様でもないよね。
なんだなんだ。妙な話になってきた。
There's two people still could be.
あと残るのは誰だ？
Natsuhi and Genji.
誰？源氏さん？ちょっと待って。勘違いしないでくれる？別に私は何かの犯人探しをしてるんじゃないのよ。雨の中のマリアに傘を差し伸べてくれた人に母としてお礼が言いたいだけなの。
Giving an umbrella to a girl loitering in the rain was something to be praised, not hidden. Despite that, no one raised their hand. Why not? Everyone started whispering about how strange this was getting.
落ち着けよローザ。傘を借りた本人に聞けばいいじゃねえか。
That's what everyone had been thinking since the beginning. They were all scratching their heads at why she didn't just ask Maria, who had been given the umbrella. However, Rosa bit her lower lip. After all, she already knew how Maria would answer if asked.
どうりや。ルドルフ君の言う通りやないか。マリアちゃん、おじさんに教えてえな。マリアちゃんに傘を貸してくれたのは誰や？
ベアトリーチェ。
The dining hall was wrapped in silence for an instant, but it was soon interrupted by a burst of laughter.
なるほど。森の魔女ベアトリーチェが不憫に思って傘を
Cause she believes, but I don't, so fuck Beatrice.
ローザ、そういうことだ。
Rosa couldn't believe it. Even though she just wanted to say thanks for the umbrella, why did everything have to be so clouded in smoke?
クラウスおじさんの言う通り、ベアトリーチェが貸してくれたの。
それはよかった。無垢だというのは実に羨ましいことではないか。なあ、諸君。
Kraus was laughing with a face that was clearly mocking, but Maria was overjoyed, apparently convinced that her claim was being believed.
一体どうなってんの？まさか本当に魔女が現れて。
There's two. Okay, Natsuhi. Jessica asked me in a small voice that wouldn't carry over to Maria, who was sitting across from me.
マリアって冗談が言えるタイプだっけ？
Genji has not been confirmed, and Natsuhi's story is I went to go somewhere by myself. Everyone else was with somebody other than Natsuhi, and Genji has not been fully confirmed. So, I'm sorry, but Until we prove those two self-certified lawyers not gonna go to a ghost. If we'd heard that kind of story pop out of my old bastard's mouth, we would have just taken it as another joke. However, it's hard to explain away like that when Maria said it. This was getting pretty unnerving.
いや、昔から愚直なぐらい正直で真面目だよ。普通なら聞いただけで嘘とわかるような冗談すら鵜呑みにするタイプだぜ。マリアから冗談を言い出すなんて聞いたこともない。
Aunt Rosa probably knew that better than anyone. It appeared that because of this weird situation, she had no idea what was going on anymore.
じゃあマリアがベアトリーチェに傘を借りたと言ったなら、それは間違いなくベアトリーチェなのか。
Or Genji's a crossdresser.
マリアに関してだけは何かの比喩とか冗談とかそういうことは考えられねえぜ。額面通りの意味だと思うべきだろうよ。
じゃあなんだよ。源氏さんあたりがあの肖像画のごついドレスを着てマリアに傘を持って。
Exactly my thought. He's a crossdresser, my guy.
そういうことは知らねえぜ。
What about Natsuhi? She could have put on the dress. Jessica shrugged jokingly, but her expression didn't completely match her attitude. Once the horror state of rage were set out and Goda showed off his vast store of knowledge, the meal began. Again, it could have been Natsuhi. A couple casual chats broke out here and there, but they seemed somehow distant, and the meal ended up being so quiet that you couldn't ignore the sound of the rain sneaking into the dining hall. Kumasawa and Shannon, pushing the serving cart, ran into Genji and Cannon on their way to the kitchen. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Who were you with, Genji?
何のことだ。
はい。雨が降り出した時に、マリア様は一人でバラ庭園におられたそうで、そこでどなたかに傘をお借りになったそうなのですが、それがどなたかわからないのです。
僕じゃないよ。マリア様はゲストハウスにいると思ってたくらいだからね。
Well, also you were with Shannon.
最初に見つけられた時にはもう白い傘をお持ちだった。
申し訳ないが。
What's the proof? Who were you with?
じゃあまさか親方様
No, you can't.
でしょうか。
That left only Kinzo, but maybe he went walking down the corridor for some reason.
何かのご用で廊下を歩かれているとき、偶然バラ庭園に傘もささない。
But Kinzo was with Nanjo. Okay, Genji, you're suspicious.
親方様はマリア様のことをあまりお好きではない。
同感だね。親方様がマリア様のために直々に開花までお越しになって傘をお持ちくださるとは考えられないよ。
あら、困りましたわね。では、マリア様に傘をお貸しになられたのは本当にベアトリーチェ様。
False, it was Genji. He has not come up with an alibi. Kumasawa laughed, just like the relatives in the dining hall who had laughed it off. She couldn't think of any other way to break through the smoke veiling the current situation. Just then, the crisp sound of hands clapping twice rang through the hallway. They all turned around at once to see Goda coming out of the dining hall.
さあさあ皆さん、ディナーは配膳のタイミングも大事です。すぐにスープの配膳に取り掛かってください。源氏さん、彼女らは大切なお仕事中ですので、お引き止めになられないでください。
Cannon glared at Goda for being rude to Genji, a person Cannon respected. Genji, realizing this, patted Cannon once on the shoulder as a warning. Cannon reluctantly turned away and returned his expression to normal.
ゴーダの指示に従いなさい。今は晩餐の配膳を急ぐように。
ほらほら、時間がありません。タラタラしない。急ぎますよ。
Goda grabbed the serving cart from Shannon and steadily pushed it towards the kitchen.
では、私どもも厨房に戻らせていただきます。ゴーダさんも気の短い方ですからね。
私もこれで失礼いたします。
Kumasawa and Shannon left. Only Genji and Cannon remained. Through the window, the darkness of the rainy night could be seen along with the occasional thunderbolt.
源氏様、ベアトリーチェ様が本当に
No! It's Genji! You're talking to Beatrice! Look at him. Come on.
せずともよい。本当にお戻りになられたなら、やがておのずと親方様の前へ現れよう。それに、あれは気まぐれなお方。親方様にご報告申し上げたところで、お姿を現されないことには何の意味もない。
親方様の儀式はすでに始まっているということでしょうか。
おそらく。だがそれは我ら家具には何の関わりもないこと。親方様に受けたご恩と最後の瞬間までお返しするのみだ。
はい、それが僕たち家具の務めです。
The thunder crashed once more. Except for those instants when lightning lit up the sky, nothing could be seen out the window but the darkness of night. Just as humans rule when the sun is up, those that are not human rule when the sun is down. The darkness of night that now surrounded Rakenjima was ruled by another master, not the Ushiromiya family. Did this master take pity on Maria when she was alone and being pummeled by the rain in the rose garden, lending her an umbrella? Cannon looked at the rose garden's lights, dimly visible beyond the window. The dim lights were enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Looking at those lights felt like making eye contact with the witch, and Cannon forced himself to avert his gaze. If he didn't, it felt like his eyes would be absorbed by that light. Can the weather change how people act? You often hear stories about how things like atmospheric pressure can influence people's moods and physical health. For some time now, everyone had been struggling to clear the gloomy atmosphere, but any conversation was quickly cut off, and in the end, the dining hall was simply filled by the sound of rain. Dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by a pear sherbet. Goda-san enthusiastically explained the recipe as soon as the final dish was presented, but I quickly forgot the details. The guest of honor, grandfather, was absent, the weather was horrible, and the identity of the one who'd lent Maria an umbrella remained a mystery. When dinner ended, no one felt even one bit refreshed. It was too late now, but I realized painfully that taste wasn't the only important part of a meal. The whole atmosphere was also critical. Goda-san, the supposed conductor of this musical piece called Dinner, did his best to enliven the place, dropping little jokes left and right, but apparently not one of them succeeded. After taking orders for after-dinner coffee, tea, and orange juice, he left for the kitchen. As soon as he disappeared, Uncle Kraus spoke.
せっかくゴーダが腕を振るってくれた晩餐もこうも沈み込んでしまっては実に味気ないというものだ。
まったくね。今日は何を食べても美味しく感じられない、そういう気分よ。
ほう、どうしてそういう気分なのか聞きたいね。心が晴れ晴れできるよう兄として後で協力させてもらうよ。
Aunt Eva grimaced slightly. I'd already heard she wasn't on good terms with Uncle Kraus, but it was pretty clear now. When I looked around, I noticed that my father and Aunt Rosa were also grimacing. Apparently, there was something besides the weather troubling all of them.
エヴァおばさんもうちの親父もずいぶん機嫌が悪そうっすね。
そう？私はそうは思いませんよ。
I asked Aunt Natsuhi, who was sitting on my right, but she seemed to be in a bad mood as well. She snapped back as if to say she was absolutely not interested.
まあちょいと大人な話で込み入ってな。バトラ君たち子供は気にせんでええ話や。なあ夏日さん、キリエさん。
Uncle Hideyoshi laughed as he spoke, but without his usual brightness, so I could vaguely imagine just how complicated their adult conversation had become. On top of that, even Aunt Natsuhi and Kairi-san, the people he had directed his comment to, ignored him, so they hadn't heard anything. I didn't know what kind of conversation they'd been having while his kids were away, but it reminded me of how Dad said he had a stomach cramps when we arrived at the mansion. The family conference might have been a playful reunion to us kids, but it was definitely different for the adults. After Uncle Hideyoshi's comment was ignored by the other adults and an awkward silence fell over the room, Kairi-san spoke up.
子供たちの進路はどうなるのかしらとか、そういう話よ。バトラ君は将来はどうするの？ぼんやりと大学進学？ そんなのじゃ長い人生レースのスタートラインとしては心細いわよ。
あいたたたたたった。キリエさん、飯の最中にそんな話されちまったら消化不良で便秘になっちまうぜ。
そうやそうや、バトラ君やジェシカちゃんの進路の話をしとったんや。将来のことは真剣に考えんとあかんで。
Hideyoshi heartily agreed as if they really had been talking about that, but that was probably wrong. Kairi-san had been obviously trying to change the subject. However, if Kairi-san had determined that this was the best course of action for now, then she was probably right. Taking this into account, I cast aside my suspicions as to the cause behind Aunt Eva's and Dad's bad moods. At long last, the serving cart returned filled with coffee and tea. Kumasawa-san Shannon-chan served it to everyone. Goto-san then explained that this concluded tonight's meal. If only the mood had been a bit more cheery, it might have been the best dinner in my life. It was a shame this best of dinners couldn't have been had under the best conditions.
ジョージお兄ちゃん、これでご飯は終わり？終わり？
うん。これでおしまいだよ。
はしてないわよ。お席について、落ち着いてジュースを飲みなさい。
Maria looked like she was really excited by the occasionally crashing thunder. Maybe she wanted to quickly finish eating and run over to the window. She had been fidgeting for a while, waiting for the meal to end. She wants to go back outside. Some people are afraid of thunder, while others find it interesting, and Maria was apparently one of the latter sort. Therefore, when she heard from George Aniki that dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face. She then rose from her seat, took out her handbag, which she set under her seat, never having left it even while she was eating, and began fishing around inside of it. No one seemed particularly concerned by this behavior.
なんだい？それは。どこから持ってきたの？
George was the first to notice it. As he spoke, Badler noticed it too. Hold up! They saw that Maria was now holding a beautiful Western-style envelope with the seal on it. Hold up, now what the what? On the front of the envelope, the Ushiro-miya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was done in gold leaf. They can't put one-winged I'm gonna say one-winged angel so many times because of just stuff in general. So if I don't say eagle and I say angel, that's what happens. Furthermore, the fact that it was sealed with dark red wax made it clear that this wasn't something Maria could have bought as a prank.
マリアちゃん、それは何？
It seemed that Natsuhi had also noticed the strangeness of the envelope Maria was holding. Her voice sounded too serious for someone admonishing a small child, so the relatives around us finally noticed too.
どうしたよ、夏日姉さん。
それ、何？
マリア、あなた、それをどこで拾ったの？
その封筒は金蔵さんの。
When Najo muttered that, even us kids couldn't understand why everyone seemed to be frozen solid. The envelope that Maria held was one of the Ushiro-miya family head's custom-made envelopes for private use. In other words, it could only mean one thing. This envelope contained a message from Kinzo.
どうしてそんな封筒がここにあるんだね。
こいつは面白いもんが飛び出してくるぜ。
ちょいとわしに見せてみ。
ダメ！マリアが読むの。マリアがみんなに読んで聞かせなさいって言われたの。
Uncle Hideyoshi tried to snatch the envelope out from Maria's hands, but she protected it as though hugging it and didn't let go.
秀吉兄さん、子供相手に力ずくなんていけませんよ。
You should tell that to, Rosa.
マリアちゃん、その封筒はどうしたの？
Ooh!
傘を貸してくれた時にベアトリーチェにもらった。
Genji gave her an envelope.
終わったらマリアがみんなに読んで聞かせ
I'm
ろ
starting
って
to think that wasn't Genji.
マリアは魔女のメッセンジャーなの。
メッセンジャー？
Hold up, Beatrice might exist. Badler tried to joke about it, but no one laughed. Second favorite song for episode 1 soon. Okay. Hold on. So, Beatrice, the bitch, might be real. Uh-oh. I'm sorry, Beatrice. I didn't mean any of that earlier. Please don't throw me down a flight of stairs. Especially my own, because this could be like the Ring. You'll pop out of my TV. Maria casually opened the envelope. It was sealed only with wax, so she just had to remove the sealing wax to open it. That sealing wax fell onto the desk. Hideyoshi hastily picked it up and stared fixedly at it. He then set it in the center of the table where Natsuki, Kairi, and Nanjo stared at it. Imprinted in the sealing wax was the one-winged eagle, which was the Ushiromiya family crest and also Kinzo's personal crest.
私は金蔵さんに手紙をもらったことがあるからわかる。これは間違いなく金蔵さんの風浪だ。
でもこのお屋敷にはそれと同じ紋章
Yeah, like your outfits.
例えば風浪用のハンコのようなものがあれば金蔵さんでなくても風浪はできるのでは。
いや、金蔵さんは風浪には必ず自分が指にしている。
And he threw the ring out. Hold up now. That's what he threw that out.
間違いなく金蔵さんの風浪だ。
そうとは限らんよ。親族であれば一度くらいは親父の手紙を受け取ったことはあるはずだ。その風浪をもとに偽の紋章を作り、親父殿を語って刻印した可能性が。
It's also true. He has big. Kraus has the biggest brain.
兄貴に同感だ。風浪に刻印されている紋章がどれだけ親父のものに酷似していたとしても、間違いなく親父のものであるとは証明不能だぜ。だからその封筒が親父のものであるという証拠にはならない。
私も全く同じよ。風浪の刻印だけでお父様の手紙だなんて決めつけることには同意できないわ。南條先生、曖昧な言葉は慎んでいただけるかしら。
これは失礼。出過ぎた口でしたな。
One after another, all of the siblings from Kraus on downwards rejected Nanjo's statement, saying that the envelope Maria held wasn't necessarily from Kinzo. They were afraid. They feared from the bottom of their hearts that Kinzo's intentions were written in there, that it might be some announcement regarding the inheritance that would be decidedly unfavorable to them.
マリア、その封筒は傘を貸してくれた人がくれたのね。じゃわからないでしょ。そうなの？
つまり魔女ベアトリーチェが傘と一緒にマリアちゃんにその封筒を。
Hold up now, I didn't agree no witch. Maria nodded forcefully.
得体の知れない何者かが手渡した怪文書です。読むにも値します。
せめて読むくらいいいじゃねえかよ。
Badler said it to Jessica in a small voice, trying to act tough, but Natsuki heard him clearly and glared at him with threatening eyes.
それでマリアはそのベアトリーチェに食事が終わったら読めって言われたんだな。
いいじゃないの皆さん。これはおじい様の封筒ではなくベアトリーチェの封筒。誰が書いたのかはともかく中身を聞いてからの判断でもいいんじゃないかしら。
そうやな。お父さんが書いたとは限らんが、中身が気になるのが事実や。マリアちゃん、さっきは無理やり取ろうとしてすまんかった。謝るからみんなの前でそれ読み上げてくれんか。
マリア、読みなさい。
As all the relatives stared fiercely at Maria, she spread the letter open with a rustle.
本当に親父の手紙だと思うか。ありえんね。親父殿が私たちに何かを発表するときは、
直接でなければいつだって源氏さんを通してじゃないか。このようなこじゃれた方法でするとは思えんね。
そうよ。
I'm like,
マリアをメッセンジャーに？それこそお父様の趣味じゃないわよ。
what? Just tell me what's in the damn letter,
これ
please.
はマリアちゃんが私たちを脅かそうという何かの隠し芸なんでしょ？
マリアはそんな
She
気の
just
利いた
called her
ことがで
kid
きることないわ。
stupid. The words came out of Maria's mouth, but for some reason her voice seemed different than usual. Everyone went suddenly silent.
ロッケン島へようこそ。
It's called fishy aroma. Your second favorite song is Fishy Aroma. This song kind of hitting different. Damn. This is... Damn, alright. This song kind of hitting different. Alright. I was making fun of the name. The name does not match the song. Alright, well, let's just... Before I just start listening... Okay.
当家顧問錬金術師のベアトリーチェと申します。
そんなアホな。
黙って。
長年にわたりご契約に従いお仕えしてまいりましたが、本日金蔵様よりその契約の終了を宣告されました。よって本日をもちまして、当家顧問錬金術師のお役目を終了させていただきますことをどうかご了承くださいませ。
くだらん。ざれ言だ。
聞くに耐えません。
さてここで皆様に契約の一部をご説明しなければなりません。
My God!
私ベアトリー
This
チェ
song going
金
nuts!
蔵様にある条件とともに莫大な黄金の貸与をいたしました。その条件とは契約終了時に黄金のすべてを返還すること。
I haven't. All right.
後ろ宮家のすべてを頂戴できるというものです。
むちゃくちゃや。
初めっからむちゃくちゃだぜ。
要するにあれだろ、よくある悪魔の契約みたいなやつなんだろ。
Maybe in like 1 hour,
契
maybe.
約がおしまいってことになるから利子を回収に来たってわけだ。いいんや、長年の退職金のつもりかな。ちゃっかりした魔女だぜ。
バトラ君、今は茶化さない方がいい。
Badler made a face as if to ask, if I can't make fun of this, what can I make fun of? Some of the adults' faces were pale, while others looked dazed.
これだけをお聞きならば、皆様は金蔵様のことをなんと無慈悲なのかとお嘆きにもなられるでしょう。しかし金蔵様は皆様に富と名誉を残す機会を設けるため、特別な条項を追加されました。その条項が満たされた時に限り、私は黄金と利子を回収する権利を永遠に失います。
特別な条項？
それは何よ？
特別条項。契約終了時にベアトリーチェは黄金と利子を回収する権利を持つ。ただし、隠された契約の黄金を暴いた者が現れた時、ベアトリーチェはこの権利を全て永遠に放棄しなければならない。利子の回収はこれより行いますが、もし皆様のうちの誰か一人でも特別条項を満たせたなら、すでに回収した分も含めて全てお返しいたします。なお、回収の手始めとしてすでに後宮本家の家督を受け継いだことを示す後宮家当主の指輪をお預かりさせていただきました。封印のろうそくにてそれをどうかご確認くださいませ。
これがそうだというのか。親父が指輪を手放すなどありえん。
Kraus stared at the sealing wax as if trying to burn a hole through it. Eva and Rudolph were doing the same over his shoulder.
確かにチェスの時、金蔵さんの指に 何か足りんような違和感は感じ取りました。
南條先生、おぼろげな記憶でいい加減なことを言わないように。その心眼をここでは測れないわ。本当に指輪をお父様は確かに手渡したのか、この手紙が本当の話かどうかはお父様に直接確認すればいいだけの話じゃない。
そうね、桐江さんの言う通りだわ。
果たして金蔵さんがそれを答えてくれますかな。あの人のお考えは時に人の世の常識では測りかねますからな。
どの道ざれ言の域を出んね。第一、黄金幻想自体が親父殿のまやかしだ。ありもしない黄金の話を始めるのはお前たちだけで十分だ。
でも魔女様はおっしゃってるわよ。黄金を見つけた者に家督とすべての財産を引き渡すってね。
I mean, it could still be Genji.
お父様の顧問弁護士もしくは金庫番でもあられ
He
る
still doesn't have an alibi.
このような怪しげな文章を子供に託すような怪人物を信用することなどできません。
兄貴、腹を割ってもらうぜ。兄貴の知らない人物が親父の財産管理をしているようなことはあり得るのか。いや、それはない。私は当主代行として親父殿の全ての財産を把握している。私に知られずにそれらを自由にできる人間はいないはずだ。
じゃあつまりクラウス兄さんの把握していない財産ってことじゃないの？
バカな、そんなものあるわけがない。
あるわよ。兄さんが把握していないお父様の資産。
Father himself.
あるわけがありません。
いや、あるで。それがお父さんの、いや、ベアトリーチェの隠し黄金や。
話を整頓しよう。つまり親父には兄貴も知らない腹心がいた。そしてそいつはずっと黄金の番と運用を任されてきたわけだ。あるいは悪魔の契約まがいのルールで融資した神塚の大富豪か。
その腹心のベアトリーチェさんは自分の黄金を融資する相手として息子兄弟の誰がふさわしいか試したいということなのかしら。
Kyrie's question was the one that all the siblings wanted answered. Upon reflection, they realized that Kinzo's strange epitaph had hung in the hall beneath the witch's portrait for quite some time. And while it had long been whispered that whoever solved the puzzle would receive everything, no one had ever clearly stated it. It was just something that everyone had hoped might be true. And right here, right now, the thing they had hoped for had been clearly stated in Beatrice's letter. It clearly specified that everything of the Ushiromiya family would be given to the one who found the gold.
黄金の隠し場所についてはすでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。条件は碑文を読むことができるものすべてに公平に。黄金を暴けたなら私はすべてをお返しするでしょう。それではどうか今宵を金蔵様との知恵比べにて存分にお楽しみくださいませ。今宵が知的かつ優雅な夜になるよう心よりお祈りいたしております。黄金のベアトリーチェ。
お父さん、聞こえているはずです。返事をしてください。
The door to Kenzo's study was being violently, harshly beaten against over and over again like a percussion instrument. The yells coming from the other side belonged to Kraus, Rudolph, and sometimes Eva. It was the siblings who were trying to intrude upon Kenzo's study to question him about the truth behind that mysterious letter. Kenzo was eating. An elegant tablecloth was set over the desk, and the fabulous dinner that adorned the table down the dining hall was reproduced here. Kenzo continued his meal in silence. Shannon, taking away an empty plate, looked uncomfortably between the door being pounded on and Kenzo's face.
皆さんがお呼びですが、いかがいたしますか?
Use the hidden entrance.
捨ておけ。神と我が晩餐は沈黙をたっとる。
黙らせます。
必要ない。我が耳に。
Where were you, Genji? Kinzo enjoyed his food, apparently indifferent. Genji quietly lowered his head and took a single step back. As he did, Kanon, who stood in reserve like a shadow behind and to the side of Genji, opened his mouth.
マリア様がベアトリーチェ様より手紙を受け取られたとのことで、その真偽を確かめたいのでしょう。
あやつめ、早速始めおったか。さあ、ベアトリーチェ、かけるコインに不足はあるまい。
He's all in, baby.
今宵を楽しもうではないか。負ける気はないぞ。お前の微笑みは永遠に私のものだ。もう一度見られるなら、富も名誉も我が命すらも惜しくはない。さて、ルーレットは回り始めた。ボールはどのポケットに落ちるのか。ノアールか、ルージュか、それとも親の総取りか。さあ始めるがいい、ベアトリーチェ。私が再びお前に奇跡の力というものを見せてやる。
Oh, hell yeah, son. Stone Cold, once again, making an appearance.
Legend of the Gold. Let's go, yeah, let's go. A strange letter that the witch had entrusted Maria wiped all memories of dinner from our minds. Maria was repeatedly barraged with questions by Aunt Rosa and the other parents. Let's go, Beatrice. I don't believe in you. I 100% think it was Genji, because Genji is suspicious as shit, dude. He has no alibi. Everyone else had an alibi except Genji. It was just like, wasn't me. He got an alibi? Because to be honest, I'll be the one person in this whole family who thinks that Beatrice is a scam. Even though I'm not in the family, but I'm inserting myself into these scenarios as why I'm making commentary. It's like I'm there, you know, I'm the self-certified lawyer of the Ushiromiya family. So I kind of have to be there whenever they're there, because it's like, oh, if you're going to make deals, you need me. I'm not part of the family, but I'm kind of part of the family. That is my headcanon for myself. I became increasingly ill-tempered when they refused to believe her. If we kids tried to butt in, they'd probably ignore us. Our parents were all stirred up, firing back and forth about the gold and the distribution of the assets, and completely forgetting that we were even there. It's actually so funny because you're doing exactly what Ballard does. You're going to relate to him a lot, probably. Well, that's why I like Badler, because when I started just saying the lines and I went, Badler's just me, I essentially just became him. I'm just him now. I'm him, but I'm the adult him. You got the high school version of him, I'm the adult him, so we're both like, just looking at each other like everything's just dumb, you know. I already guessed they've been talking like this in the shadows, but I hadn't thought they'd be so blunt. It gave all of us kids a considerable shock. From what we could overhear, all the parents wanted more money as soon as possible. Back and forth about grandfather's inheritance, back and forth about the distribution of the gold if it was found, about advance payments in cash. It was so despicable I could hardly bear to watch, even though one of them was my father. It looked like Jessica felt the same way. We left our seats without being asked to and went to hang out somewhere well away from our parents.
なるほどな。じい様が飯の席にも顔を出したくない理由がよーくわかったよ。うちの親たちにはすっかり幻滅だぜ。金だの遺産だの。よくもまああそこまで大っぴらに。
俺の場合はクソ親父に幻滅しきってるからよ。これ以上評価の下がりようがないぜ。
そんなの私だって同じだぜ。
Well, then I guess it's time for you to start.
今夜のには呆れたぜ。
Let's get that scene going. Jessica looked down at the floor, irritated. She was already talking about how bad her parents were, but maybe she hadn't really felt that way deep inside. You don't know what I did with my finger and my hand, so you can probably guess. I did the classic OK symbol finger. That's all I need to say. The depths of Jessica's shock made that clear.
未成年の君たちはご両親に養育してもらってるからわからないだろうけど、お金を得るというのは単純な綺麗事じゃないよ。未成年である今にそれを理解しろとは言わない。でもご両親なりに何かの努力をしていることだけは認めてあげてほしいな。
やれやれ、ジョージの兄貴は人間ができてるぜ。
ジョージ兄さんは社会人になってバリバリ働いてるけどよ、金とか財産とかそういう話になったら、うちの親父たちみたいに強欲むき出しのハゲタカになれるってのかよ。
自分だけの話だったらそんなことはしたくないよ。でも家族や社員、部下やその家族の生活を背負ったら戦わなければならない時もあるかもしれない。
私はそんな戦い嫌だぜ。小さまの遺産がどうのこうのなんて話、ヘドが出るぜ。
Jessica pretended to spit violently. That harsh reaction made the depths of her pain very clear.
もうこの話はやめようぜ。じいさまの隠し黄金がどうのこうの、財産だ遺産だって話は親たちの問題で俺たちの問題じゃないさ。
So you don't want the gold?
せめて気を利かせて親たちの話し合いを邪魔しないのが子供の務めだと思うね。
なんだか面白くねえぜ。
Everyone knows the phrase adults are filthy, but we had now seen that for ourselves, and that really did give us a considerable shock. George Aniki was now pretty much an adult, and I'd already been disillusioned with my dad, so the shock wasn't that big for us. But Jessica seemed to be taking it hard. Apparently, she'd received a bigger blow than I thought. She always talks badly about her parents, but it looks like she hadn't changed at all on the inside. Even now, she's still a pure-hearted, delicate person who can't doubt others. I'm sure she respected her parents as much as anyone else does. And then her parents started raging about going, money, money, inheritance, inheritance, my money. Right in front of all the other parents and the children. It's no surprise she received such a shock hearing that.
ジェシカちゃん、どうかお父さんとお母さんのことを嫌いにならないで。理解しろとまでは言わないから、せめてどうか嫌いにならないであげて。
わかってるよ。少し放っておいてくれよ。
6 years ago, I would have kept taunting Jessica even after she got all dejected. But I guess I really have grown over the last 6 years. I realized it'd be better to leave Jessica alone right now. Jessica suddenly looked away sulkily and left the parlor. She probably wanted to be alone for a while. I could do nothing but wordlessly watch her back as she left. Man, I hate to see her go, but I love to see her leave. But I hit it again, baby.
多分まだ肖像画の前でいじけてるんだろうぜ。
Maria truly looked up to witches, and she'd expect that coming in direct contact with Beatrice and receiving the letter as proof would surprise everyone and make them happy. However, the adults had doubted its authenticity, thoroughly bombarding Maria with questions and refusing to accept her story. Even for me, it wasn't hard to imagine how much that must have hurt Maria. We couldn't speak to Maria or Jessica. In the end, George Aniki and I just abandoned ourselves to some of the falling rain and the dark night. Which would probably be a pretty soothing sound.
台風はどんな感じなんだろうね。
It's existing.
ニュースをやってないかな。
George Aniki started walking over to the corner of the parlor where the television was. He hadn't called me over, and I really couldn't have cared less where the typhoon was on the sea now. So without going over to the television, I loitered around the window.
そんなに風は出てなさそうだけど、海の上はひどいのかしらね。
Cuts to a guy. If this was a Family Guy bit, it'd cut to a guy in a boat just going around in circles in a tornado, going, well, we aren't in Kansas anymore.
天気予報では暴風警報も聞いてたんだけど。
キリエさんか。大人たちの積もる話はどんな感じなんすか？
She seemed to catch the sarcasm. Kairi-san shrugged.
この胃の痛くなる話は徹夜で続くのかしら。嫌になるわ。
まあ、せいぜいよろしく。じいさまの財産分配についてハゲタカごっこをお楽しみくださいってんだ。最低の気分だぜ。
それに関しては同感よ。 バトラ君みたいに席が外せるなら私もそうしたいわ。でもそうもいかない。たとえ発言権がなくてもね。パートナーも大変よ。
Kairi-san took a deep breath, smiling bitterly. That's right. They probably wouldn't let Kairi-san speak since she only married into the family. Still, as Dad's partner, she had no choice but to stay by his side and support him. She's probably had to bear the full brunt of this mental pressure much more than me. I wasn't going to apologize, but realizing that I'd spoken too harshly, I cut the sarcasm for the time being.
どんな感じなんすか？相変わらず謎の魔女ベアトリーチェの話題で持ちきりですか？
まあね。あの人たちはおじい様が亡くなった時の遺産分配について兄弟4人で話をまとめようとずっと密約を重ねてきた。そこへ未知の5人目が現れて話をややこしくしようっていうんだから穏便な話のわけもないわ。互いを罵り合ったりかと思えば共闘しようってことになったり、夏日姉さんでなくても頭痛がしてくるところよ。
On the one hand, they all want a larger portion than the other siblings, so they're all rivals. But on the other hand, they don't want 1 yen to be snatched up by anyone other than the siblings, so they're also all allies. I hadn't been told the details, but the siblings were apparently discussing how to protect their shares under various situations, setting up ceasefire agreements and rules to prevent anyone from getting an unfair advantage, even preparing to resort to legal action if absolutely necessary. That they would go this far to preserve their shares was so beyond disgusting that you just had to acknowledge their resilience.
ってことは、さしずめ。ベアトリーチェはじい様からの資格ってとこですかね。自分抜きで遺産の分配なんて話を勝手に進めてた息子たちに一泡吹かせたかったんだろうぜ。
Well, there's no doubt that Beatrice actually existed at some point.
ベアトリーチェって自称してることが全て本当なら今日まで誰にも知られずにいた謎
I hate how after I said that, the wind picked up, and when she started saying, "Who is this Beatrice?" the wind picked up.
の指輪まで委ねられている。相当に信頼された人物ね。
さすがにほうきにまたがった魔女だとは思わないっすけど、でも魔女と呼ぶに値する怪人物であることは間違いないっすね。
マリアちゃんがそのあたりのことを詳しく話してくれればいいのだけど、みんな小さい子にがっつきすぎだわ。すっかり怯えてしまって。
So Beatrice, the name was different, but somebody existed that did this.
確かなのはマリアがベアトリーチェと名乗る人物から
Exactly. We don't know if it's actually Beatrice. It could have been literally, what if I crashed my fishing boat into the island and I took the ring? That could have happened. Some guy could have done that.
ねえバトラ君、ベアトリーチェなんて人物が本当にいると思う？
I don't. He might.
あくまでも偽名じゃないっすかね。じい様の代理人としてその妄想の中の魔女の名を名乗ることを許されたとか。
そうじゃなくて、今この六軒島には全部で18人いるの。19人目が存在すると思う？
Are there really a full 18 people on this island right now? Wondering about that, I began counting on my fingers and it really did come out to that many.
19人目が存在すると思うって。
This is like the classic question. Who's the third man? If you don't get that reference, you won't until you see the video.
どういう意味ですか？
言葉通りの意味よ。マリアちゃんに傘を貸した人物は私たち18人の中にはいないらしい。なら19人目がいて、その人物がマリアちゃんに傘を貸したと。
Again, Genji could have. But you know what?
そうなりますね。
There could be a 19th.
その人物は今どこにいるの？少なくとも雨が降り出した瞬間には。
Who knows it's a she? Could have been a guy. Dressed as a woman.
天気が悪化して、とても船なんか出せない状態。となれば、その人物はまだ島の中にいて。
Nobody goes into the forest. There could be something in the forest. Because she's in the forest. Nobody goes there. Exactly, my guy. It's huge. There's a damn
屋敷
forest.
やゲストハウス以外に雨宿りできるところだってあるのかも。
At about this time, I began to realize what direction Kairi-san's suspicions were taking us in. Kairi-san was denying that a 19th person existed. Beatrice was one of us 18. In other words, she thought someone we knew well was tricking us.
ベアトリーチェが自称する通りなら、その人物は間違いなく最高の賓客よ。おじい様が信頼する最高の腹心。そんな人物をおじい様が歓待しないわけがない。お屋敷に迎え入れないわけはないのよ。
But what if it's not exactly the Beatrice that he's seen? What if it's somebody else who's acting like Beatrice, but the grandpa doesn't know what's happening?
誰の目にも触れてはいないけれど、だからって19人目を否定することにはならないんじゃないですか。何かの理由があってこっそり上陸してずっと隠れているのかも。
Exactly what I'm saying, Badler.
悪魔の証明ってやつっすよ。いることを証明するのはたやすい。ベアトリーチェってやつが俺たちの前に現れて挨拶すりゃ解決する。でも19人目がいないことを証明するのは不可能っすよ。
バトラ君の推理の仕方は悪くないわ。現在の状況では19人目の存在を認めるにも否定するにも情報が
You know what? Here's my deduction. There's a 19th person.
考えるとほぼ19人目はありえないって断言できちゃうのよ。
Spin the chessboard around was one of Kairi-san's favorite phrases. I've been influenced by those words and used them myself from time to time. So here's my deduction. There is a 19th person, but nobody knows who it is. Not even Kinzo. They arrived, they took the role of Beatrice because they knew something about Beatrice. From the original, who wasn't a witch. The original just lent him a bunch of gold. But Kinzo thought was a witch. So they arrived and they're hiding out in the forest. Now, I'm probably completely wrong and I'm just forming something stupid, but you know what? That's going to be the fun of this, see if I'm even close or one thing's right. When you get stuck trying to find a move in chess or shogi, then by spinning the board around and looking at everything from your opponent's standpoint, you can often see a strategy that'll give you the upper hand. It means turning things around and putting yourself in your opponent's shoes. Well, again, they could be taking the role of Beatrice, not essentially be Beatrice. They could have arrived before any of us did. They could have been here for a few days. Because they know something. It really was a contradiction. They had some reason for hiding themselves. Then they should have stayed hidden the whole time, but even so, they had appeared openly in front of Maria. Because they know about what Kinzo is trying to do. They know Kinzo is trying to summon Beatrice again. And having all of them here, they're like, yo, let's do it. I'm probably thinking too deep, but my reasoning is good. That's all I know. My reasoning is pretty decent.
マリアが一番年下で素直そうだったからじゃ。
メッセンジャーなんて必要なの？手紙を親族会議の席上に送りたかったら郵送すればいいだけの話よ。
But they needed the ring.
4人の兄弟全員に郵送すれば黙殺することもできない。手紙を持参してこっそり手渡す理由がないのよ。
確かになんだかおかしな話っすね。
そもそもベアトリーチェが存在していて、その存在をアピールしたいならみんなの前に堂々と姿を現せばいいだけの話なのに現れず、マリアちゃんという小さな子を通しておぼろげな輪郭だけでその存在を主張しようとする曖昧さ。
Then who would it be if it's the 18th person?
マリアちゃんの前に姿を現し19人目の存在を印象づけるという点とにもかかわらず今この瞬間も
Then who would be Beatrice, Kairi?
これらの矛盾、これを念頭に置いた上でチェス盤をひっくり返すの。つまり19人目の人物としてベアトリーチェがいると印象づけたい人物の目論見は何かよ。
姿を隠したい人物なら その存在をアピールするわけがない。そして姿を現したい人物なら手紙を託すなんて遠回しをするわけがない。ってことは
簡単よ。ベアトリーチェは18人の中にいるのよ。
Then who?
だからこそ
Because I'm saying it's Genji, but I'm starting to think there's someone
幻想を
else.
作り出しているのよ。これ見よがしな19人目のアピール。それで得をするのは姿を潜めた19人目じゃない。すでにいる18人の方なのよ。もちろんこの推理は穴だらけ。いくつかの前提がひっくり返るだけですぐに崩れる脆いものだけど、私はほぼ間違いないと見てるわ。
This is starting to feel pretty creepy. Someone lent Maria the umbrella and handed her the letter. Supposedly, none of the 18 did this, and yet Beatrice was hidden among those 18. Genji has no alibi. Natsuhi kinda has one, but it can't be confirmed. Those are my two suspects for the 18 theory. For the 19 theory, I already stated it. What was this person planning, hiding their true form and pretending to be Beatrice?
マリアちゃんの自作自演も疑ったんだけど、文章の内容が非常に手が込んでて、マリアちゃんが自前で用意したとは考えがたい。でもマリアちゃんが何者かと共謀している可能性も否定できないわ。
おいおい、マリアは9歳のお子様だぜ。誰と何を共謀するってんだよ。しかも愚直で真面目で素直なあの性分だぜ。
ええ、私もマリアちゃんの性分はよく理解しているわ。でもだからこそありえると思うの。魔女に憧れ、その存在を盲信している夢見がちな少女。そこにベアトリーチェと名乗る人物が現れて魔女だと名乗ったら、彼女はそれを大喜びで鵜呑みにして信じるんじゃないかしら。
つまりあの肖像画のごついドレスを着て変装すればマリアを騙すことは難しくないと。
その論法になっちゃうと、私たち女性陣はみんな疑われちゃうことになるんだけどね。とにかくマリアちゃんが何者に出会ったのか、それの詳細を聞くことがこの謎を解く一番にして最も身近な鍵なのよ。しかしその鍵は少女の心の奥に堅くなに閉ざされてしまった。
Well, if they look enough like Beatrice, she's gonna think it's that, so Maria's kinda not trustworthy. Oh, now I'm in like full detective mode now. I'm ready to solve this. I'm in the dim hall in front of the portrait of Beatrice. Maria was sobbing. I'm in full detective mode. There ain't no good music right now. I'm in detective mode.
誰もね、マリアがベアトリーチェに会ったことを信じてくれない。ベアトリーチェとくれた手紙も見せたのに、それでも信じてくれないの。
とにかく鍵はマリアちゃんが握ってるわ。ベアトリーチェが18人の中にいるのか19人目なのか、それを知る鍵をね。
マリアは頑固だぜ。
I still think it's Natsuhiro Genji. I'm sticking with the 18.
大人の私より子供のバトラ君の方が機嫌を直せる確率は高そうよ。彼女の機嫌が直ったら聞いてみて。遺産分配がどうのこうのって話には関心ないけど、こんな王道洋館ミステリーみたいなシチュエーションにはワクワクしちゃわない？マリアちゃんに手紙を渡した人物は一体誰なのか。知的好奇心がうずくわ。
うんざりするような金の話に付き合わされてもワクワクとは実にタフなことだぜ。大人はすげえや。
I shrugged exasperately. But I did notice something. Kyrie noticed how dejected I was after overhearing our parents' turbulent discussion, and was probably trying to clear the air. At the very least, I'd recovered enough to voice my complaints. She wasn't my real mother, so I've never felt like calling her mom, but it did make me think She's a real adult.
おおガキども、ここにいたのか。キリエも長え化粧直しじゃねえか。俺も次からは化粧をしてくることにするぜ。
ごめんなさい。女の化粧は長いのよ。どう？兄弟水入らずの話し合いは。
さぞや和気あいあいとしてるだろうよ。
Kairi-san poked the weak spot under my arm with her elbow.
一度頭を冷やそうってことで小休止さ。こりゃ夜通しになりそうだぜ。泣けてくれ。
His way of talking had changed, but he couldn't completely hide his fatigue. I couldn't say I was sympathetic, but he looked pitiful compared to his normal, energetic self.
しかしひでえ雨だな。ゲストハウスに戻るのも嫌になるぜ。夏日姉さんが屋敷で泊まれるよう準備してくれたらしい。どうする
？3階になった時に考えてもいいんじゃない？部屋に戻る体力もなくなってたら、その時はお世話になりましょうよ。
そうだな。その時に考えりゃいいか。バトラーはどうする？
俺がいちゃお邪魔だろうからよ。気使って向こうに戻るぜ。
そうか。すぐ戻るのか。
さあな。一人で戻ったって寂しいしよ。子供全員で揃って帰ることにするぜ。
そうだな。そうするといい。それでバトラー、お前今夜はそうは簡単には寝ないだろう。
多分いとこたちとおしゃべりしてるだろうからな。夜更かししそうな気配はあるぜ。
We'll be up all night!
もし大人たちの会議が終わってお前がまだ起きてたら、ちょいと家族でしたい話があるんだ。
なんだよ。柄にもねえな。
Apparently, Kairi-san was thinking the same thing. What are you talking about? She asked him in a small voice. It looked like Kairi-san didn't have a clue what Dad meant either.
キリエにも聞いてもらいたい話だ。後で話すから、今は聞くな。頼む。
I don't know anyone who neglects the concept of family as much as this old bastard. And now he's saying we're gonna have a talk as a family? Both Kairi-san and I couldn't help but get wide-eyed.
そうビビった顔すんなよ。ビビりてえのは俺の方なんだ。何しろ。
At that point, he swallowed his words for an instant. Even though putting on airs of importance wasn't much like my dad.
気持ち悪いぜ親父。今家族は全員揃ってるじゃねえかよ。もったいぶらずに言えよ。
俺は多分今夜殺されるだろうな。
Hold up! There was a huge crash of thunder. It must have been really close. Dad's expression, brightly illuminated by the lightning, was burned into my eyes. Dad's face, which always looked so sure of itself and which always wore a taunting expression, was strangely frail in a way I couldn't really explain. It was so worn out that he looked like a different person.
Huh?
Yeah, that's mine. Like, what?
何言ってんだよ、柄でもね。
Who's he? He's gonna get killed by the third man!
急に弱気ね。あなたらしくもない。
俺も化粧直しに行ってくる。
Or in this case, the 18th or 19th person. Dad turned away weakly. After that, only Kairi and I were left still wide-eyed.
なんだってんだ。今夜殺される？まさかあの妙な手紙のせいで親父ビビっちまったのか？連続殺人者の映画の見過ぎだぜ。
Kairi-san didn't answer my light-hearted words and continued to stare at my dad's disappearing back.
バトラ君はルドルフさんに今話せと言ったら話さず立ち去った。みんなに話すことがあると言い出しながら答えなかった。どうして？チェス盤をひっくり返す。すると
話すと言っておきながら話せない矛盾。なんすかね。親父側から見ると何か見えてきますか？
ええ、見えるわよ。話したいことがある。でも自分から言い出す勇気がない。だから追ってきて俺に話しかけて聞き出してくれが正解ね。ついてくるなも逆の意味よ。ついてきて俺を問い詰めてくれが正解。まったく甘えん坊さんなんだから。
そういう推理でいいんすか？そんなんめちゃくちゃな。
名探偵や名刑事が男女の気持ちや心を推理できる？
Well, I am a great detective. Self-certified, by the way. Self-appointed.
を暴くよりはるかに高度な技術なのよ。私に言わせれば名作推理小説より恋愛小説の方がよっぽど難解なミステリーなんだから。
You haven't read good mystery books then.
そういうもんすかね。
私はあの甘えん坊さんと一緒にいるわ。普段は虚勢を張ってるけど、今夜はかなりの激論で疲れ切ってる。誰かに寄りかかりたい気持ちなんでしょうね。それに応えるのがパートナーの役目よ。
はあ、そりゃお熱いことで。じゃあうちのクソ親父の世話をよろしく頼みますよ。
ええ、任せておいて。
I caught Kairi-san's departing back.
何？
いや、ありがとよって。おかげで陰鬱な気分がだいぶ晴れたぜ。
ならよかった。コミュニケーションは大事ね。
After answering with a wink, Kairi-san followed my dad. Natsuhi could be found in a dimly lit hallway. Now and then the thunder would crash, but this had no effect on Natsuhi's expression. She looked completely worn out. The discussion that had just taken place between the relatives in the dining hall was repeating itself inside Natsuhi's mind. Beatrice had proclaimed that in addition to the gold, all of the inheritance and property of the Ushiromiya family would be given to the person who could solve the riddle. In other words, she planned to undermine the absolute guarantee that Kraus, as the oldest brother, had to succeed the family head. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to inherit the headship. To them, this proposal by Beatrice was extremely desirable. It was obvious that they would accept it. There is no need to play some clumsy detective game. Natsuhi knew that this so-called 19th person, Beatrice, couldn't exist. Naturally, Beatrice was nothing more than a fictional character used to pass a message that Kinzo had written himself. As proof, Kinzo had remained stubbornly neutral as to that letter's authenticity. He was completely ignoring those reckless claims that he shouldn't be able to ignore. They had given up the head's ring. In short, Kinzo had wordlessly admitted that the letter held his own message. Most likely, one of the servants had given Maria the letter. Kinzo had probably worked out an elaborate plan where the dress from the portrait would be prepared, and someone, probably Shannon, would be made to wear it and deliver the letter and the umbrella. By doing that, he could make it seem like the witch from the portrait actually existed. No, if anything, that alone was proof that Kinzo was behind all this. In that case, it was the same as Kinzo trying to butt in on the siblings' private discussion. Then, Kinzo, by announcing that he'd given everything to the person who solved the riddle, could weaken Kraus's overwhelming advantage. Now it was certain. Kinzo had eavesdropped on the siblings' discussion in the parlor earlier that day, so he had known how Kraus had staved off the attack by the other three, and to make the scales of the battle go back into balance, he had sent out this strange letter, which benefited Kraus's rivals. He was trying to push this crazy theory so that Rosa, who had a weak position among the siblings because of her age, would join with Eva and Rudolph. Then, with a 3-to-1 advantage, they'd be able to overwhelm Kraus yet again and make their ridiculous theories get accepted by force. And by doing that, he gave them the power to resettle what had once been a nearly decided conflict. They had now started repeatedly pressing Kraus to pay them a large amount of money, using the condition that all of the siblings would guarantee Kraus's position as the successor. Talk about advance payments was being brought up again despite having been rejected once. Of course, even without the story about the hidden gold, the Ushiromiya family store of wealth was vast. That store of wealth alone was more than enough. Even if the hidden gold was buried forever along with Kinzo's death, there'd be more than enough to satisfy. Therefore, even if they weren't that interested in the gold itself, Kinzo had managed to instill the lifelong fear that on the off chance that someone found the gold, the person would be granted the headship. And this kind of Achilles heel would definitely be taken advantage of by someone sooner or later. The only person with this fatal weakness was the successor, Kraus. The other siblings had found, no, they had been told by Kinzo about something that only Kraus could lose, and they had thoroughly taken advantage of that. Natsuhi is Kraus's only ally in his painful position, as his wife wanted to fight alongside him. She kept trying to explain to him that the existence of the gold itself was a farce, and that there was no need for him to compromise. Kraus had always told Natsuhi. He had told all of the siblings. He always said that the hidden gold was nothing more than an illusion created by Kinzo. Therefore, Natsuhi had believed it as his wife, and had supported her husband on that foundation. Even so, Natsuhi's words didn't reach Kraus. Even though Natsuhi had fought so hard and had lent all of her strength, he continued to fight by himself and was trying to compromise with the other three siblings. Natsuhi sadly and weakly wondered why she could not be of use to him, then started getting angry. It happened when everyone decided to take a short break to cool their heads. Natsuhi had flared up against Kraus. Enraged, she had asked why she could not be useful to him. He had then told her that he wanted to talk about something and invited her into a room that she was normally not allowed to enter. That room had been sealed with a heavy-looking padlock, and just looking at it had given her an uncomfortable feeling.
他の3人の言うことも、ベアトリーチェを名乗る不審人物の言うことも、何も気にかけることはありません。黄金など所詮はお父様が生み出したまやかし。それを見つけられることなどあるわけがない。あなたの後継ぎであることは盤石です。何を恐れることがあるのです。
Kraus removed the padlock on the door. He then motioned for Natsuhi to enter. He's gonna, like, kill her or something. What the hell's... What? Hold on. Natsuhi timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face. It was pitch black. She searched for a switch to turn on the lights, but since this was her first time in the room, she didn't know where it was. Kraus entered behind her, pushing her in, and when he closed the door before turning on the lights, the two were swallowed up by the darkness. Only the sound of Kraus locking the door rang out through the dark.
これは何事ですか？明かりは？
今つける。待ちたまえ。
Just as he said, when Kraus pushed a switch on the wall, a flickering light turned on and lit up the room.
それは
Natsuhi had her breath taken away. The room had no windows, and at a glance it appeared to be empty. In the middle of the room, a small round table had been set, and the light brightened only that table, as if it were the leading part in a play. On top of the table, a red tablecloth of elaborate design had been set out, covered with dust. And on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been set down. That something took Natsuhi's breath away. It's the gold bar! The gold is real! Oh my god, okay, the gold is real. It has been established canon that the gold is real. Alright. It was an ingot of solid gold. Even in the faint light, it sparkled with a noble and dignified glint. The stakes have been raised indeed. Yes, they have, my guy. Yes, they have. It took a high level of skill to make the purest of solid gold ingots, and in order to verify that purity, it was standard to have the original foundry and the name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted on the gold. However, this ingot did not have that kind of seal. This mysterious gold bar had come from an unknown foundry. Natsuhi, following Kraus's words, timidly approached the ingot. Kraus pointed at the surface of the ingot. Natsuhi concentrated on that section. Right there was the thin imprint of the one-winged eagle crest. Natsuhi's breath was taken away once again. So how'd he get it back? They might all be like that then. Oh, so he actually found it. Okay. He killed a man for it.
するのだよ。
そんな本当にあるなんて。
Natsuhi was shocked. Kraus had always said that Kinzo's gold was just a fabrication, so she had believed it as his wife. However, the reality was different. Since he held Okay, hold on. Since he held definite proof, he had been more certain than any of the other siblings that the legend of the gold was true. Because of this, Kraus was deeply frightened at the possibility that someone other than himself would find the gold he'd failed to find, costing him everything. But to Natsuhi, this truth was more than enough to split open her heart. She had thought that as Kraus's wife, she should be his closest confidant, which is why she had selflessly supported him. And yet, he had hid this fact from her until today. Why?
そこまでに私はあなたの信頼に足りないというのですか。
そういうつもりはない。話す必要がなかっただけだ。
あなたにとっては妻はその程度のものなのですか。
落ち着きたまえ。劇場にすぐ駆られるのは君の悪い癖だ。
あなたがそうさせてるんじゃないですか。私は後ろ宮家に嫁ぎ、今日まであなたの妻として仕えてきました。あなたのために生まれた家を捨て、身も心も捧げてお仕えしてきました。その報いがこれなんですか。そんなことって。
Kraus grimaced, looking annoyed. His expression effectively communicated how much he disliked this part of Natsuhi, even if he didn't say it out loud.
私はもうあなたの力になれそうもありません。
Was she gonna kill herself?
それで
This guy don't care.
私が自分の力で
Okay.
解決する。
Fair enough, this whole family's messed up. I already knew that from the beginning.
違います。これは後ろ宮家のトラブルです。確かに私にはこの身に家紋を刻むことが許されていません。でもあなたの妻です。私には力添えする資格もないのですか。あなた。
君を思えばこそあえて関わらせなかったのだ。これ以上は頭痛に障るだろう。君は今夜はこれで休みたまえ。兄弟の話は兄弟でつける。君は関係ない。それだけだ。
A dull headache tormented Natsuhi. No matter what medicine she took, no matter what scent she burned, it wouldn't heal. In fact, simply wandering alone through the dark corridors and listening to the sound of the rain seemed to be a better cure. I may be Natsuhi, but I was never Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I have been despised and treated as a borrowed womb, and insulted when I couldn't even fill that role. Even so, I have tried to properly perform my duties as a wife, but now even my husband has rejected me. I've done my best raising my daughter, except for the last job left for me. However, I've had no release from my anger and sadness, and they caused me to subconsciously strain that relationship too. Because I've been excessively strict in Jessica's education, she dislikes me thoroughly. She despises me for having no interest in anything but grades. There's no longer anything I can do for the Ushiromiya family. No, that's no good. Despite it all, I must help my husband and beat back the schemes of the other greedy siblings. The family head won't be around much longer. Eventually, Kraus will succeed the head, and the next successor will be Jessica. Strictly speaking, the man who enters the family by marrying Jessica will become the next head, but it all comes to the same thing. I have to make Jessica an excellent successor whom everyone will accept as worthy to take over the Ushiromiya family. In the days to come, that greedy Ushiromiya Eva will probably be plotting to find some fault with the main family, and if all goes as she plans, Jessica will be dragged down from succession with George set up in her place. It is regrettable, but George is a man, and even more, he is matured as a person. Compared to Jessica, who is right in the middle of a rebellious period and whose grades are slightly below average, it can be seen at a glance who is more fit to succeed the head. So in order to secure Jessica's position, I need to turn her into an excellent person. After doing that, want to find her an excellent husband, worthy of the excellent person she will have become. A wonderful man who will truly accept Jessica and stay with her through all of life's joys and sorrows. Was Natsuhi trying to entrust her daughter with fulfilling some desire of her own? Natsuhi thought back to the days when she'd have no choice but to marry into the Ushiromiya family because of that unavoidable fate. She had tried to block that from her memory. She had consciously forgotten it and had actively attended to the life she'd been given as Ushiromiya of Natsuhi. And in so doing, she had built up a new life. But just now, it felt like all of that had been casually rejected. Natsuhi helplessly rested her head against the glass of the window. The glass, which was cool thanks to the raindrops beating against it, felt somehow refreshing. Even though it should have been emotionless, right then it seemed to be the only thing that could understand Natsuhi. At that point, even if someone had appeared, Natsuhi didn't intend to pay any attention to them. But she did pay attention, because it was her beloved daughter. Just like always, her words were rough and not at all like a girl's. Instinctively, words of rebuke rose to Natsuhi's throat. However, their strength gave out and they didn't escape her lips. Jessica was seeing her mother in a position of feebleness for the first time, so she was considerably disconcerted. Until just now, she'd been filled with contempt for all the parents, including her mother. But now, those feelings had been completely swept away. Her mother's utterly exhausted face had wiped them all out. In its place, the words George had told her floated back up in her mind. Our parents are doing their best in their own way, and because their families are counting on them, they can't afford to keep everything pleasant and have a heavy responsibility to fight. Maybe her mother had been standing around in this dimly lit hallway because no one had tried to understand that in her. Jessica hated her mother, so she had no intention of speaking kindly to Natsuhi just because she was looking a bit frail. So when she attempted to speak kindly to her mother anyway, she had to clench her fists and gather up the words from deep in her heart. Natsuhi wasn't being cold. She just wanted her daughter to go far away so that she wouldn't have to bump against Natsuhi's own short temper. But there was no chance that Jessica would realize this. Jessica hung her head, looking sad. Seeing that expression, Natsuhi recognized the kindness that Jessica was trying to muster. She gave her head a small shake to drive away her own unkind feelings. She called Jessica, who was trying to leave, and looked lonely, to a stop. If I let my daughter see me this feeble any longer, I'll only make her feel more uneasy. With that thought in mind, Natsuhi left Jessica with words of gratitude and made to depart. This time, Jessica called out to her mother's back. Natsuhi stopped and turned around, asking what business Jessica had with her, but Jessica herself didn't know why she'd stopped her mother, and for a while she smiled wryly, muttering to herself as she hesitated over what to say. She was poking around in her pocket when her hand touched something and she took it out. It's the charm. It It was the scorpion charm that Maria had given her on the beach. Although she'd heard of its various effects from Maria, Jessica's mind had gone blank. She was just barely able to say even that much. Jessica, thinking that her mother probably wouldn't accept it anyway, immediately drew back the hand she had stuck out, grasping the charm. So when Natsuki came back to take it, she was extremely shocked.
これは何かの景品？
まあその私も多分そうだろうと思ってるけどよ。こんなおもちゃみたいなお守りじゃご利益は期待できねえよな。
But her mother took the charm from where she grasped it in her hand.
ありがとう。大切にします。ジェシカには今度私が子供の頃大切にしていたお守りを代わりにあげましょう。
別にそんなつもりで渡すんじゃないぜ。でもまあどうしてもって言うなら。
Hey, they're getting along again.
私はもう休みます。頭痛がひどいので、ジェシカもあまり夜更かしをしすぎないように。
Natsuki put the charm in her pocket and turned away. So she then disappeared into the dark hall.
やっぱり明日も丸一日こんな天気みたいだね。
やれやれ、今日の日中が嘘のようだぜ。
George, Aniki, and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. At that point, Jessica returned. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she'd calmed down a little since we'd last seen her.
マリアはまだ肖像画前？
Probably.
いや、さっき戻ってきて。
Oh,
今
never
は
mind.
そっちのソファーで寝てるぜ。マリアにはもう遅い時間だもんな。
Looking at the clock, I saw it was a little past 10 p.m. Even if we were planning to stay up all night, it was about time to head back to our room.
一応うちのおふくろが屋敷にも部屋を用意してくれたんだけどよ。どうする？
僕はゲストハウスに戻りたいかな。親たちの様子を見る限り、僕たちはお屋敷にいない方がいいと思う。
俺も同感だぜ。子供は邪魔せず引っ込んでろって感じみてえだからな。おとなしくそうするさ。
As we were talking about this, Aunt Rosa came into the parlor. She was looking all over restlessly, probably trying to find Maria.
どうぞおばさん。マリアならそこのソファーっすよ。
ありがとう。すっかり眠っちゃってるわね。ベッドに移さないと。
よかったら僕がベッドまで背負っていきましょうか。
ありがとう。助かるわ。ジョージ君たちはゲストハウスに戻るの？それとも夏日姉さんが用意してくれた部屋に泊まるのかしら？
今話し合ってました。ゲストハウスへ戻ろうかって話になったところです。
そう。ならマリアも一緒にしてあげてもいいかしら？いとこのみんなと一緒の方がきっと安心できると思うしね。
Behind those words, she seemed to be concealing some regret that the adults, herself included, had deeply hurt Maria's feelings.
任してくださいよおばさん。
I'm gonna drop her on purpose.
何しろこっちにゃ。マリアを
I thought Maria was cute, but then she started getting annoying and insane, so I don't like her anymore.
僕のことかい？僕だけじゃ無理だよ。みんなでだよ。
そうだぜ。バトラだってあんなにもマリアと意気投合してふざけ合ってたじゃねえかよ。
As we said this, Aunt Rosa smiled, looking truly happy.
みんなありがとう。私たちの話し合いはだいぶ遅くまでかかりそう。だから申し訳ないけどマリアをみんなにお願いするわ。
おいマリア、熟睡か？ゲストハウスに戻るぞ。
Maria muttered something indistinct, rolled over, and fell back asleep. It looked like she was sleeping deeply.
すっかり寝込んじゃったようだぜ。起こすのは悪いな。
うん、僕が背負うよ。
Maria's body was much lighter than it looked. I lifted her up and put her on George Aniki's back. It was raining hard outside, and Aniki couldn't hold the umbrella and carry Maria at the same time, Looked like Aunt Rosa would come with us as far as the guest house to help out. However, when she heard Uncle Krause's voice call out to her, she had no choice but to return.
困ったわね。もう戻らないと。
皆さん、ゲストハウスまでお戻りですか？
Yeah, come on, Shannon. After he left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened and Shannon stepped out.
だいぶ暗くなっておりますので、私がご案内させていただきます。
Woo, let's go, Shannon!
ちょうどよかったわ、シャノンちゃん。ジョージ君がマリアをおぶっていてくれるの。傘をさしてあげてくれないかしら。
はい、かしこまりました。
Shannon-chan brought umbrellas for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way. As we opened the front door, the downpour was quite terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any spare time to take a pleasant walk and enjoy the nighttime rose garden.
兄貴、重くねえか？俺が背負うぜ。大丈夫だよ。マリアちゃんくらい背負えるよ。
本当にありがとうね。マリアをよろしくお願い。
わかりました。じゃあおやすみなさい、おばさん。
それではお送りしてまいります。
ええ、よろしく。
Aunt Rosa watched us leave.
マリア、いつもごめんね。
Rosa's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question, nor any of the kids, but disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. After cutting through the rainy rose garden, we arrived at the guest house.
俺がマリアを背負って立候補すりゃよかったぜ。そうすりゃ傘をさしてくれるシャノンちゃんのでっけえお胸を二の腕でた。
Yeah, Battler! Ulterior motives! Let's go, my guy.
そうしないとジョージ様が濡れてしまうと思いまして。
No, you do you, Shannon.
バカなこと言ってないで入るぜ。
After being urged on by Jessica, we folded up our umbrellas and went into the guest house.
お召し物を濡らしてしまった方はいらっしゃいませんか？
Yes, I'm soaking because nobody gave me an umbrella!
タオルを用意いたしますが。
そこまで気を使わなくていいぜ。ありがとうよ、シャノンちゃん。そうだ。僕たちはこれからトランプでもして少し遊ばないかって話なんだけど、よかったら少し一緒しないかい？
あれ？今日のシフト、深夜勤は誰になってんだ？
親族会議中は特別シフトになってたと思いました。少し変更も出てるみたいなので、ちょっと確認してきます。
ああ、わざわざ屋敷に戻らないとわからないんなら無理に。
あ、大丈夫です。ゲストハウスの使用人室でわかりますので、ちょっと失礼しますね。
Shan-chan gave a quick bow and went to the guest house servant room. The rest of us head for the cousin's room and decide to put Maria to bed for the time being. Maria was sleeping very deeply and there was absolutely no sign of her eyes opening. For now, we'd get some soft drinks out of the room's refrigerator and drink those while playing cards or something. What the hell are you doing here, Cannon? And Genji?
今夜のシフトはどうなっているのでしょうか？
クラウス様の命令があってね。シフトの大掛かりな変更があったんだよ。
ゴーダがお屋敷の深夜勤に変更になった。シャノンとカノンはゲストハウスの深夜勤。私と熊沢はゲストハウスに泊まるようにとのご命令だ。お前も今夜はこのままこちらにとどまるよう。たった今電話が。
Okay. That's strange. They take everybody else but Goda and put him in the guest house.
お屋敷とゲストハウスの当番がまるっきり逆になってるじゃないですか。
Originally, Shannon and Cannon had been assigned the night shift in the mansion, while the night shift in the guest house, where all of the relatives were staying, had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundance of experience in entertaining. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the guest house, while Genji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed that Krause had suddenly ordered that the schedule be modified. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion had all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house.
多分ベアトリーチェ様の手紙のせいだろうね。
Well, Cannon, you and Shannon can come in and deal with us.
多分って
You can play cards with us.
あんな怪しげな手紙が現れたらクラウス様が僕たちを疑うのは当然だからね。親方様直属の僕たちを極力親族会議の席から遠ざけたかったんだろうよ。
You know, all of you could come in and play some cards. Genji, Shannon, and Cannon were all permitted to wear the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, as the servants who served directly under Kinzo. Of course, since they were working for the Ushiromiya family, they had to obey anyone's orders, but their only boss was Kinzo. Since only Kinzo held the right to employ them, even Kraus could not have them dismissed of his own accord. Because of this, Kraus and the others often viewed these servants as Kinzo's underlings and shunned them. And in fact, Kinzo seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. This sudden shift change was probably a clear expression of the sense of mistrust that it caused. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, this would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of the inheritance came up. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. Kraus definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's loyal subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important discussion.
ではすまんが、私は向こうでくつろがせてもらう。もし何かあったらすぐに呼ぶように。今夜のお客様は特別だ。
What do you mean by special? Badler? Because he was mentioned as specialer. Genji nodded back, went behind the screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of
今お
tension.
戻りになられたのはお子様方。
うん。親族の方々はお屋敷で会議を。だいぶ長引きそうな雰囲気だったかな。
なら気楽だね。これ以上の深夜になって、しかもこの天気。多分親族の皆さんはお屋敷の方のお部屋にお泊まりさ。
多分ね。源氏様がいないから言うけど、ゲストハウス行きになってちょっと嬉しかったかな。
ふん。どうしてだい？意地悪な奥様やエヴァ様から離れられたから？それとも別の理由があるのかい？
She gonna play cards with us, Cannon. You can come in and play cards with us, my guy.
そっか。なら二人で深夜勤を頑張ろう。よろしく。
You and Shannon, come on. Cannon and Shannon, let's do it.
私、ついさっきお子様方にお部屋で遊ばないかとお願いしてて。
Play cards. Shannon hung her head apologetically, gazing at Cannon uncertainly. Cannon didn't try to meet her eyes and spoke curtly as he sighed. Looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister.
ダメだよ。深夜勤を仰せつかってる。それに僕たち家具には遊びのお誘いは必要ない。わかるね。
そんなことわかってます。
Shannon's shoulders drooped slightly. She had already expected that Cannon, a stickler for rules, would say something like that, but she still seemed a little discouraged. As Cannon flipped through a logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon.
お子様方お待たせしてしまってるね。深夜勤に当たってしまったからご一緒できないと謝ってこなきゃ。行ってきなよ。
私、謝ってくるね。
Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change and flew out of the servant room after giving a quick bow. As he watched her go, Cannon took a single deep breath. Man, I love to look at her ass. I've said that joke like 5 times already. Genji's voice came from behind the screen.
カノン、私がここにいるからお前も行くという。
源氏様、誘われたのはシャノンだけです。僕は別に誘われては。
その場にいなかったからお声をかけられなかっただけだ。
Oh, Genji, you can show up too.
誘われている。たまには子供らしく遊んでくるという。
いえ。
Come on, Cannon, get your ass on up here. Get your emo having ass over here.
僕らは家具ですから。
そうか。
姉さんだって家具です。人のふりをしたって後で苦しむだけなのに。僕はそれが分かっているから
This would be wild if they actually turned out to be furniture. Genji did not say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make a powdered cocoa, serving some to Cannon as well. And by that, I mean like Beauty and the Beast level type crap of furniture. But instead, it's reverse.
そりゃ本当かよ。そりゃ知らなかったぜ。
バカ、声が大きいぜ。マリアが起きちゃうだろ。
Badler was so surprised that he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jessica gave him a jab and he lowered his voice.
いや、しかし言われてみれば確かにそれっぽい雰囲気はあったんだよな。なるほどな。ジョージの兄貴がな。
George couldn't be seen anywhere in the room. A short while ago, when Shannon came into the room, George suddenly said that he'd forgotten something in the mansion and need to go back and get it. Shannon said she would guide him, just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them departed together. That was just him saying, hey, I'm gonna go hit this real quick.
好きなものを聞いてきたり、趣味を聞いてきたりさ。単に関心を持つだけにしてはどうもなんて思ってたらよ。
そういや、昔から上司の兄貴はシャノンちゃんにやたらと優しかった気がするぜ。なるほどな。
Cut to George.
Oh. 天気予報によると今夜が一番ひどいみたい。明日いっぱいもやまないらしいけど、もう少しマシになるそうだよ。
そうですか。ではあさってまでは船は来られないかもしれませんね。ジョージ様の月曜日のお勤めに差し支えが出ないか心配です。
台風が来ていることは知っていたからね。万一に備えて月曜日には予定を入れなかったから大丈夫さ。こう見えてもスケジュールは先読みできるタイプなんだ。
George puffed out his chest, acting proudly. Compared to the calm appearance George always had as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Shannon chuckled at this abrupt contrast.
さすが。やがては会社を起こされる方はしっかりしていますね。
やっぱり会社を起こすというのは大変だね。お金とかそういうの。
Stop being a pansy about it. Come on, what's so tough about it? This is a company. My YouTube channel and Twitch stream is a company that's failing really badly. Don't tell the executives because they'll kick my ass.
戦国武将のエピソードがとても好きでね。会社経営の哲学をよくそこから語るんだ。知ってるかい？戦国最強の騎馬軍団と恐れられた武田信玄も。
Well, that's too much writing. Hold up.
部下たちの結束がバラバラで統率力をまるで発揮できな
It's
か
gonna
った。
take up the whole screen. Damn.
そうなんですか？なんだか意外ですね。
信玄は部下たちを結束させるため数々のリーダーシップを発揮してるんだよ。例えば戦場で武功を立てた部下に対しすぐその場で報奨を与えたり、普通こういうのは戦が終わってからまとめてやるものだからね。それを戦場の本陣の中にいながらまめにやり続け、部下の武功を素早く評価しやる気につなげたというのは非常に大きいことだよ。それから部下が病気で伏せった時には誰よりも早く駆けつけお見舞いをしたとかね。
Wait, why are we learning about this guy?
騎馬軍団を率いただけじゃない。戦国一の部下思いの人だったんだよ。
そんな方だから部下の皆さんもついてきてくれたんで
This,
すね。
to me, this is just filler dialogue right now. The truth was, Shannon already heard this story several years ago. But whenever a discussion of his father led to this sort of topic, George would always glow and look like he was having a great time. So Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue.
確かに資本主義の世界では
We're back to the talking about capitalism.
でもね、戦も城も自分一人
I've heard more politics, more sociology, and more like economic things through this game than my whole life. And I took a sociology
それを
class.
理解してから父さんの背中を見ると自分がいかに未熟で父さんがどれほどの切磋琢磨をして今日を築き上げてきたかがよくわかるんだ。
ジョージ様はお父様のことをとても尊敬されているんですね。羨ましいです。
あ、ごめん。別にそういう意味で言ったんじゃないんだよ。
すみません。私も別にそういう意味で言ったつもりは。
The two of them awkwardly looked at their feet. Shannon had no parents. Batgirl. I don't know anymore. I've reached the point where I'm just saying shit to say shit. So that's fun. She had been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinzo called the Fukuin Gospel House. Under the guidance of Kinzo, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members who excelled a chance for on-the-job serving experience. If their efforts met with Kinzo's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants for the Ushiromiya family. This was considered to be the highest honor for those who lived in the orphanage. Servants from the Fukuin house all took names with the character On in them while they served. So, Shannon wasn't her real name. The same went for Cannon. All of the members of the Fukuin house were orphans. At least, they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances. Because of this, the orphans have been taught to think of each other as their only family. That's why it seemed so natural to both of them when Cannon called Shannon his sister. And while both Shannon and Cannon were working in the mansion today, there were several other servants possessing the On character in their names, such as Manon and Lennon, who often worked in a rotation schedule. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Ushiromiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years. So you could probably say that Shannon, who had been working for 10 years, was a notable exception to that rule. Working as a servant for the Ushiromiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. Working for a full 3 years would earn more money than what was needed to enter mainstream society. That was why, even though the orphans realized what a harsh task working for the Ushiromiya family was, they still hoped to be accepted. Maybe the fact that Shannon managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than the other servants. Maybe she'd gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say she wanted to quit. Kinzo couldn't even trust his own blood relatives, and those excellent servants sent from the Fukuin house were the only ones he could really rely on. Because of that, Kinzo would sometimes allow them to wear the family crest as servants under his direct control and have them work close to him.
もう勤めて10年近くになるんだっけ。だいぶお金も貯まったんじゃないかい。
Does she even get money?
別に私、買いたいものも特にありませんし、ほんの何百万かあったって、それで残りの人生を過ごせるわけもありませんし。
目標の額があってお勤めを続けてるわけじゃないのかい。
そうですね。私はこのお屋敷以外に。
Yeah, I was about to say, like, this is just her house.
お嬢様とも他の使用人の子たちとも仲良くやれてますし、奥様には時折お叱りを受けますけど、バラの世話やお屋敷のお掃除も楽しいですし。
でもそれはシャノンちゃんの、サヨちゃんの人生じゃない。
Shannon cast her eyes downwards when she heard her real name. She understood what George was trying to say and fell silent.
僕は成人し、社会人になってからも勉強して分かったことがある。子供の頃、僕らが思っていたほど人生は単調で短くないんだ。
All school-age kids have certain fears they can't shake. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like sleepy classes after a monotonous and boring school day. Spend their time in a carefree laziness without anything interesting happening until it's all over. However, life's only like that for underage students. Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as students is nothing more than a blink of the eye, a period where they break through the shells of their immaturity. The inside of the shell might be a hot, suffocating, and boring world, but the world beyond that shell is vast and filled with limitless
君の
possibilities.
人生はまだシャノンという殻の中でしかないんだ。
He's gonna propose!
君は自分の人生がこの生活のままずっと続いていくと勘違いして
But he's mine, not yours, Shannon. Shannon couldn't deny those words. She'd been unable to harbor any clear doubts about her lifestyle. And since she never had any hopes or goals for changing herself, she lazily continued living the way she always had. And if asked whether this life was satisfying, she wouldn't have been able to nod. She may have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without George's admonishments, she would have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away bit by bit, neglected.
私はこのままでいてはいけないのでしょうか。
いけないよ。あ、それから今ルール違反が一つあったね。
George immediately gave a strict answer, then broke out into a mischievous smile. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and she hung her head again, apparently
僕
embarrassed.
たちしかいないときは様はなしの約束だよ。
約束では聞けません。ですが、ご命令でしたら聞かないわけにはいきません。私は家具ですから。
She's literal furniture.
命令だよ。
はい。かしこまりました、ジョージさん。
As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time using San.
それでいいよ、さよちゃん。
George smiled at Shannon, no, Saya, to praise her small act of bravery. This short exchange alone made it clear how far back their relationship must have stretched. For a long while, the two talked as if the weather raging about them didn't even enter their thoughts. They talked about the many memories they'd built during their relationship that no one else knew about. Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to interrupt them, but this could sully neither the roses nor the time they spent blushing at each other.
そうだ。君に見せたいもの。
Oh, he's gonna whip it out, brother. He's gonna take it out. He's gonna pull it. He's gonna take it out and be like, right here, baby. George had been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. Watching him, Shannon seemed to guess something. George timidly searched through his pocket. Something caught in the depths of his pocket, and just like the stuttering George, it took a little while to get it out. It was a very small box. A small box covered in a deep blue velvet. I called it proposal. That peculiar shape was enough to tell anyone what was resting inside. Shannon had prepared her heart somewhat, certain beforehand that this was what he'd been planning. But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. George opened the small box, took something out, and held it for Shannon to take.
これを君に受け取ってほしいんだ。
このような高価なものは、お受け取りできません。
受け取れない。
いえ、こんなもの、私には過ぎていて。
さよ、これはお願いじゃない。命令だよ。この指輪を受け取って。ね。
命令では従わなくてはなりません。
うん、そうだね。いい子だよ。
Shannon, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from George's hand while still staring at the ground. That ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object meant since ancient times to be offered to a special woman under special circumstances. Therefore, while George could order her to take it, he could not order anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend not on an order, but on Shannon's no, Sayo's own will.
だから、ここからはもう命令じゃない。さよ。
Okay. Random proposal!
言葉でない形で返事がもらいたい。
Ah, without using words, they're fucking. Tomorrow night, they're having sex in this gazebo. 100%. That is exactly what he means by that.
僕は君に命令はしない。でも指輪は指にするものだからね。気に入ってくれたなら好きな指につけてくれればいい。
Shannon had only pretended not to know. She already understood what he wanted her to do. But she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life.
もうこんな時間だね。今夜はこれくらいにしよう。
George turned away from Shannon, acting just a bit bluntly.
君に左手につけてほしいと命令することもできるかもしれない。君も命令されればそれに従えるという臆病な甘えがあるかもしれない。でも最後のここだけは君のさよの意志でしてもらいたいんだ。わかるね。だからそれが命令。今夜よく考えて明日その返事を見せてほしい。
She's gonna show you, all right. Shannon nodded back. Today was the culmination of their many days spent together. This moment certainly had come as a surprise to Shannon.
そろそろゲストハウスに戻ろうか。これ以上遅いとみんなを心配させちゃうよ。
Nah, that don't matter. They already know what's going on, guarantee it.
そのお屋敷にいようを思い出しまして、そのお屋敷へ行かねばなりません。
Nope, guest house. You're in the guest house.
本当かな。
George stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. He definitely saw through Shannon's lie. However, when he saw how she felt, he could sort of understand that she might be so embarrassed that she'd want to be let alone. So because George realized the meaning behind Shannon's lie, he accepted it.
Oh, hell yeah, son. Stone Cold's back once again, and for the 4th time, you son of a bitch. I do this all night, the night of the storm.
Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering gait. Tottering or torturing? You know what? I don't care. A mixture of exultation and uncertainty gave her a feeling that she couldn't easily describe. It swelled up in her chest until it felt like she was about to burst. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. Inside, Goto, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion, tonight was absorbed in a worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. He looked up for an instant to see if one of the family had come, but he realized it was a fellow servant. He returned to his puzzle as if nothing had happened.
源氏様より郷田さんのお手伝いにつくように言われてまいりました。
ああ、そうですか。それは助かります。そろそろ戸締まりの見回りに行きたかったのですが、ここを開けてもいいものか困っていたのです。何しろ旦那様方の会合はまだだいぶ続きそうですからね。いつ何時お茶のご用命があるかもわかりませんし。
そうですよね。ではどうしましょうか。私が留守番を。
ではシャノンさん、申し訳ありませんが、お屋敷内の見回りをお願いします。私はここで親族の皆さんのご用命の待機をしておりますので。
はい。
Shannon was slightly disgusted. Even though she'd come here to help out as a favor, she was casually being forced to do the job of the person actively on duty. Furthermore, after one-sidedly forcing that task on her, Goto returned to his magazine once again and became immersed in his crossword puzzle. Shannon bowed her head as a token sign of respect for her elder, then left the room to patrol the mansion. Thanks to her being a bit ticked off, she managed to suppress that floaty feeling she'd been having until just now. And anyway, she couldn't let Genji or Kanon see her looking like this. She wanted a little time to herself until her heart calmed down, so maybe going on patrol wouldn't be so bad. She began to hear the tumultuous voice of the family discussion coming from the dining hall. Someone was speaking at great length only to be interrupted by someone else. The second person also began to speak in a very long, drawn-out fashion until yet another person interrupted. That kept on repeating. It was as though their displeasure was seeping out through their voices. She had been told to go to the guest house, so it would be bad if Kraus discovered her. Thinking this, Shannon dashed past the dining hall. Then she went along a prearranged route through the dark mansion, checking that all the locks were secure. She walked down the hall, checking each window. There were no humans on Rokenjima other than those connected to the family, so locking up didn't really serve much of a purpose. No one had been in the habit of locking up at the Ushiromiya head family, at least not until Natsuki had scolded them for being careless. The metal fixtures on the windows were ice cold, and as she checked them one by one, the glow in her heart seemed to cool down. Whoa, butterfly, hold up. At that time, she thought she saw something twinkling across the hall. Twinkling? How could anything be twinkling through the darkness of the hall? She figured she must have been imagining it, but she still held her breath. Grasping a curtain, she fearfully gazed down the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she was unable to glimpse any flicker again. It must have been her imagination after all. Maybe her heart was so agitated that she'd seen something that didn't even exist. Shannon went back to checking the window. However, a certain unnerving memory was resurrected into the back of her mind. It was that ghost story which had been passed down amongst the servants who served the Ushiromiya head family. The mansion had two different masters, one of the day and one of the night. Beatrice, the master of the night, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. That was the story. Hold up now. A butterfly? Come to think of it, didn't Canon-kun once say he'd seen it with his own eyes? Though he got sulky when I said he must have imagined it and refused to believe him. Could it possibly be true? The roar of the thunder gave no answer. Okay, never mind. I thought I was going nuts. What are you so hyped about? Hold up. Why are we just staring at a portrait? We had a butterfly show up. Beatrice, is that you? Okay, what's going on? What's happening? Why is it showing just a bunch of people? Old horny ass woman. Hey, thanks for following, thanks for the raid, and thanks for the host. Popu-chan with the raid and the host. Here it is. Hit the beat, brother. Oh, Daniel. And then DKLMR12 is following. At the best part of me, probably, I don't know, to be honest. Umineko is good visual novel. I love it. Well, from what I've seen, it's great. Here it is. Hit the beat, brother. Yeah, like, to be honest, Umineko so far is pretty good. The second day. Is this episode 2 now? No! Here it is. Hit the beat, brother. Man, another follow from Daniel and Popu-chan. Thank you for the follow. all bits from my thing. Is this the second episode now? Am I still on the first episode? Because it said the second day. Still first. Okay, good. Because granted, I didn't know if I had to end the stream because I want to just try and get done with the first episode. Genji tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night, but the thick rain clouds didn't seem like they'd be letting any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing. Nice, good old typhoon. Cannon finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. On their normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going straight from a midnight shift to an early morning shift. They were on a special schedule for the 2 days of the family conference. However, unless the typhoon passed today, the relatives' stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Cannon thought it best to be prepared for the special schedule to last an extra day. The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain on the previous night. Even though they'd spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, one stormy night was enough to ruin it. Cannon sighed. The two headed for the mansion. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he had probably already woken up and was probably already preparing a breakfast as exquisite and elegant as glasswork. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took a bundle of several keys from his pocket and unlocked the front door. The Urashiramiya family mansion was the only thing on Rokujima, so in the past they hadn't been in the habit of locking up. However, Natsuki had ordered that the mansion be locked up from midnight to early morning. Ever since then, unlocking the door in the early morning had become part of the servants' morning shift. This task had been given to Genji and Cannon so that Goda could start preparing breakfast as soon as he woke up. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep. Morning chores! The two of them split up and began opening the curtains throughout the mansion. If the curtains stayed closed, the mansion would remain enveloped in faint darkness, as though it was still trapped in the previous night. Following a well-rehearsed procedure, Cannon went around the mansion, opening the curtains for one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. Even with this horrible weather drawing, the curtains made it feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Even though he hadn't smelled anything yet, his stomach started aching for some of Goda's prized cooking. He tried to greet Goda, who should have been getting breakfast ready, but Goda was nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was darkly lit, and not only were the curtains not open, but the fan wasn't even running. Interesting that Goda is not the Mr. Perfect Goda is not in his area of expertise. It was still cold without any trace of a fire being lit, so of course there was no signs of breakfast being made either. Though it would have been inexcusable, perhaps Goda had overslept. Even servants are only human. They sometimes sleep in and show up late. In the rare case that such a thing happens, it's part of a servant's code to hide the unsightly scene before anyone notices, smoothly cover it up, and make sure the family never even realizes that anything has gone wrong. Cannon took the receiver off the phone that had been fitted to the wall and dialed the number for the extension line in the servant's sleeping room. He couldn't even hear that characteristic sound of a dial tone. Cannon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the usual dial tone. Someone cut the damn phone lines! That usually means a murder has taken place. I'm gonna be honest, that's usually what that means. He tried dialing again, but it had no apparent effect. Could the lightning last night have damaged some machine, breaking the extension line? The equipment in this mansion was all worn out. Cannon fully understood that even the slightest, or even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. He gave up trying to wake Goda with the phone and dashed over to the servant's sleeping room. How long has it been since I stopped sleeping and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? That vague sense of awakening was part of Natsuki's usual morning experience. She always slept lightly, and she couldn't sleep at all without medicine. To Natsuki, sleep was definitely not a happy thing. When she looked outside, she saw that it was still pouring. If she hadn't sensed a tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought that it was still the previous night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up late than her guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. No one would torment her as long as she remained inside this room. And her headaches wouldn't get any worse here. This room was the only place she could find peace. So when she left, it meant returning to the world where her husband's siblings kept trying to stab each other in the back. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsu's face. She was starting to sound like Kinzo. Though she often complained about Kinzo staying locked up in his own room and refusing to attend to everyone else, the truth was that she longed to do the same. Natsu gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache. When she reached for the doorknob trying to leave the room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she had hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. It was Maria's charm, which Natsu had received from Jessica. Didn't Jessica say something about it having the power to repel magic, telling her to hang it from her doorknob? Maybe it was thanks to their charm that at least this room had been protected from the malice of her husband's siblings. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful. Stopped her headache, I guess. I don't know, magic. Then Natsu remembered. That's right, last night I promised Jessica that I'd give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one, didn't I? Natsu opened a drawer in her dresser and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured when she was a child. Inside, there were many small objects that Natsu had thought were valuable at the time. From amongst those, she pulled out a red pouch. Inside was a small round mirror about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. At the very least, it seemed much more authentic than the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion keychain. She had heard that this was a spiritual mirror for warding off evil spirits, and she had been given it specially by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been distributed. It had been believed since long ago that a strange power resided in this mirror. Perhaps people thought it could reflect calamity and malice in the same way it reflected light. Natsu returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. I was expecting a knock at the door. Just as she was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed throughout the room. It's either going to be Cannon complaining that Goda is gone, or it's going to be Goda.
Hi.
Oh, nope, never mind, it's Genji. I was completely wrong. No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, nor had they come to wake her in person. Perhaps something bad had happened. Maybe some fatal oversight had been made while preparing breakfast, something that would shame the household in front of their guests. Natsu took a deep breath in anticipation for whatever trouble she was about to hear of. When she opened the door, Genji once again gave a morning greeting while bowing deeply. Natsu attentively responded.
昨夜の落雷で電話機器に故障が出たようです。内線電話が不通になっておりますもので、直接のお伺いになってしまった。
So it was lightning. It's not cut phone line. I like cut phone line a little bit better.
それは面倒になりましたね。修理は可能ですか？
残念ながら故障箇所がわかりません。後で業者を呼んで修理させたいと思います。
ということは。
Probably. Probably. That is understandable. Well, except Goda. He's kind of a problem. Natsu let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst, but damage to the telephones wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. Then again, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Eva. Natsu gave her head a light shake. He's dead. I think he died. I like thinking the worst when it comes to this. He's just plain dead. Natsu was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the phones not working. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time and then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting? Natsuki put her hand to her forehead and shook her head.
大方朝寝坊でもしているのでしょう。とにかく誰でもいいから急いで朝食の準備を。
Natsuki exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. The creepy thing she saw there silenced her completely. You can't be doing something like this, game, okay? What did she see? What freaked her out that much? Wait, what happened? It was an unpleasant sight as though someone had dipped their fingers in a reddish-black liquid and scratched at the door around the doorknob. Somebody was trying to get in, but the charm didn't work. Oh, shit. Okay, this game is getting like a little... Okay, this game is getting creepy now. This is getting good now. Alright. It was probably some sort of awful prank, arranged by some person who wanted to make it look as though they tried to force the door with bloody hands.
これは何の悪趣味な。
私も今ここにお伺いし。
Okay, but you didn't say anything immediately?
後ほど清掃いたします。
Okay, Genji is suspicious.
大方、趣味の悪い客人の冗談でしょう。不愉快です。実に不愉快です。
Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Natsuki had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. So even if she pushed the issue, it would just seem as though she was making a fuss about nothing. In fact, it would surely be better to act as though she hadn't even realized that such a prank had been played on her. Natsuki gave the order to have it cleaned and headed off to the parlor with a squeak of her heels. When Natsuki and Genji arrived in the parlor, Eva and Hideyoshi were already there.
おはようございます、皆さん。
おはよう、夏日さん。朝食も合田さんが作るっちゅう話やないか。朝から胃袋が大喜びで騒ぎっぱなしなんや。
Well, I mean, do I tell him? Do you tell him? Who tells him that Goda's not around?
エヴァさんも朝からご機嫌がよろしいようで何よりです。
With a weary expression, Natsuki returned to Eva's gaze, which was fiercely competitive despite the early hour. Then Kanon jogged in. After bowing in apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he noticed Genji and told him something in a small voice.
カノン、ゴーダはまだ見つからないのですか。
申し訳ございません、奥様。お屋敷内もゲストハウスも回ったのですが、まだ。
一体どこへ行ったというのです。
It could be a classic case if you're just missing them at the right times.
至急対応しなさい。
はい。
Kanon glanced at Genji. It seemed he had something else to report, but was uncertain whether or not the word should come from him. Genji nodded and decided to give the report to himself.
奥様。ゴーダだけではありません。旦那様の姿。
Oh, I thought it was going to be Shannon. Okay, but Kraus is gone.
はい。奥様より先に旦那様に朝食の準備
So
が
Kraus is okay. Okay, we got two people missing.
お伺いしたのです。
Two sacrifices
姿がありませんでした。
have been counted.
旦那様だけではありません。ルドルフ様ご夫妻とローザ様のお姿もありません。
ゲストハウスに
Sick. Wait, no.
ですか。
Five.
はい。
Five
ゲ
people.
ストハウスの部屋に。
Five people are now sacrificed. There is one left. When she heard that Godo alone was missing, she assumed he had slept in or was loafing around somewhere. However, now that she'd learned that several of the relatives were also nowhere to be seen, she began to take a slightly more optimistic view. Could last night's family conference have continued all night up until the present moment? If so, they might have wanted to cool their heads after being shut in a stuffy room, going out for walks on their own through the rain. The part about cooling their heads really sounded like something Kraus would say. Godo had probably been summoned to accompany them and aid them in some way. Godo's not a man who lost track of time. He had to understand that preparations for breakfast would be hindered if he did not return. However, maybe the family conference had continued until this very moment, with an atmosphere that would make it hard for anyone to slip out. Yes, that theory would be quite convincing for Natsuhi. She remembered the illusion she felt that morning, as though the previous night had never ended. When she learned that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again took a deep, wary breath. After all, that banquet of filthy vultures circling Kinzo's property was still going on.
大方、庭園のどこか、あるいは海岸の方で相も変わらず遺産の話を繰り返しているのでしょう。
Fair assumptions.
ゴーダを呼び戻さなくては、いつまでも朝食の準備が
Well, I think he might be dead.
ってことはなんや。兄さんたちの話し合いはまだ続いとるんか。
She had planned to say it in a small voice, but Hideyoshi overheard Natsuki and managed to grasp the situation.
兄さんもルドルフもタフね。ローザの場合は若さかしら。私たち夕べの24時過ぎにはもう眠くてベッドに戻らせてもらったんだけど、確かにあの時点でもまだ兄さんたちは熱論を交わしてたわ。男って熱くなると嫌ね。
Natsuki snorted, but her face still blank.
カノン、表を探してらっしゃい。ゴーダを見つけたらすぐに戻って朝食の準備をするよう伝えなさい。
かしこまりました。
夏日姉さん、表とは限らないわよ。
Yeah, because they're buried 6 feet under. No, Kinzo wouldn't let them. Kinzo's the sixth.
どういう話の流れかはわからんが、お父さんの主催に場所を移して、お父さんにも混じってもらって議論を続けてるっちゅう可能性は十分あるやろ。
そのような汚らわしい話題を好んで、お父様が書斎へ招き入れることなど考えられません。
あらそう。じゃあ仕方ないわね。源氏さんとカノン君は申し訳ないけど、外を探してきてちょうだい。確かに兄さんなら頭を冷やすために外を散歩しようなんて言い出しても不思議はないわ。たとえこんな天気でもね。私はお父様の書斎に行ってくるわ。ひょっとするとそこにいるかもしれないしね。
They might, possibility again.
そこまでのご足労はおかけできません。私が行ってきます。朝のご挨拶も兼ねて。
あら、じゃあお願いするわね。でも朝の挨拶を交わしてくれるかは疑わしいわね。夏日姉さんってお父様とは仲。
Man, Eva's still a bitch about
仲が
everything.
良いかは分かりかねますが、後ろ宮家の跡継ぎの妻を許されるだけの信頼を得ていると確信しています。
なら、きっと返事くらいはしてくれるわね。お父様とは朝食くらいご一緒したいの。ぜひ降りてきてくださるよう説得してくれないかしら。私たちはすっかり嫌われちゃってるみたいだけど、そこまで信頼を得ている夏日
He doesn't even listen to Kraus. He's not gonna listen to you. He's not gonna listen to anybody.
お父様を説得できず一人で降りてきちゃったりしたら、信頼を得ているなんて二度と言えないかもね。
自信はありませんが、努力はします。
Natsuki responded, looking discouraged. However, knowing Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Eva was clearly mocking her, confident that Natsuki wouldn't be able to get Kinzo to come down. But even so, Natsuki would lose face if she gave up, saying it was impossible and letting Eva go instead. Eva's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand made Natsuki clench her fists slightly. When Genji realized this, he softly spoke to her over his shoulder.
奥様、よろしければこれをお持ちください。
それは
Genji handed Natsuki a sparkling gold key of ornate design. It was the key to Ginzo's study. The study had an auto lock and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinzo forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinzo, he was allowed to carry a key to that
で
door.
もこの鍵を使ったら、あなたも咎めを受けるのではありませんか。
親方様は深くお休みになられている時、扉を叩くくらいではお耳に届かないこともございます。それに親方様にお部屋を出ていただくよう説得するには扉越しでは難しい。
I think some people are dead.
ぜひ
Taken to the Golden Land. Till now, Natsuki had thought of Genji as a cold servant who wouldn't do anything for her since he worked directly under Kinzo. But it looked like she would have had to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her gratitude, but by then Genji had already turned his back on her and was walking down the corridor with Cannon. But as Natsuki watched them go, the words directed at her from behind were sneering.
じゃあお父様を必ず連れてきてね。息子のかわいい嫁の言うことですもの。きっと聞いてくれるわよ。
I would slap Eva by now, to be honest.
私たちは客人だから。
I don't care if you're a guest. You are getting smacked at this point.
予算買えば口が過ぎるで。
At least Hideyoshi here
お父さんの
understands.
ことをよろしく頼むわ。
Without answering, Natsuki forcibly spun around to our heels and quickly left that place. After all that excitement the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up early. George, Aniki, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the beds in the cousins' room, but Maria had gone straight to bed without joining in and was completely awake. As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, she was met with the loud snoring of the other three cousins. For a while, Maria had to think about what had happened. After that, she realized that her mother wasn't with her, and she quickly got lonely. Maria left the cousins' room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she slammed the door shut. In response, Badler mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria returned once again, opening the door with a lively bang. When she had left the room, her face had been sleepy, but now that she was back, she looked irritated. After that, she climbed up on Badler's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline. Favorite song's gonna play soon. I'm assuming not this one, because this one's been playing a bunch. And if it is this one, you never mentioned it before, that this was your favorite song, Ozzy. But I'm assuming it's not. After making sure I was awake, Marie moved over to George Aniki's bed and started jumping on that one too. In that manner, the three of us were all greeted with an extremely pleasant awakening. Yeah, not this one, soon. Okay. Good. Hopefully I can get to it in like 30 minutes. I wasn't planning on streaming the whole time that I usually stream, but you know, I couldn't finish episode 1 that fast. Hopefully it'll be over soon, but it might not be. Definitely should get to it in time. Good. Oh, I hear your favorite song. I really am starting to not like this character. Marie kept groaning, ooh, ooh, and looked unhappy. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. It was more like she was irritated and thrown off balance because her mother wasn't where she'd expected. If we could just tell her where her mother was, that alone would probably calm her down. But unfortunately, we had no way of knowing where Aunt Rosa was, except that she wasn't here.
どうせ朝食に行くことになるんだし、屋敷の方に行こうぜ。
そうだな。マリア、一緒に屋敷へ行こうぜ。きっとローザおばさんもそこさ。
Oh yeah, I forgot Rosa's gone. I was like, yeah, she'll be in the mansion. No, Rosa's disappeared. Maria regained her usual composure so completely her earlier tantrum now seemed like a lie. We got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. Cannon's gonna come sprinting. Have you seen these guys? Lists off like with a whole paper saying, have you seen them? Once more, there was a knocking sound on the study door, but there was no answer. He seemed to be sleeping still, and I could not wake him. If she went back downstairs and said something like that, Eva would probably be amused and triumphant. And even putting Eva aside, it was problematic that Kinzo had stayed shut away during this entire once-a-year conference, not even coming down to greet anyone. Even the family head, no, especially the family head, couldn't fail to make an appearance. I wonder if I can convince him myself. Natsuki readied herself and used the key that she'd borrowed from Genji to open the door. Even though she was prepared for the sweet stench which seemed to eat into one's brain as it poured out the small crack in the door, she couldn't help but grimace. Thinking that he might still be sleeping, Natsuki entered the room quietly. When she did, Kinzo was already awake and looking down out of the window.
お目覚めでしたか。おはようございます。
どうやって入ったのか。
Kinzo spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh but calm, and Natsuki was slightly reassured. However, though he was awake, he wouldn't have ignored all that knocking if he was in a good mood. Natsuki wasn't able to relax.
申し訳ございませんでした。源氏さんにお願いして、書斎の鍵をお借りさせていただきました。
ほう、源氏がか。我が友がそれに足ると思ったならば、話を聞かぬわけにもいくまい。して、私に何用か。
はい。もうじき朝食の準備が整いますが、ぜひお父様にもおいでいただきたく思いまして。
朝食はここでとる。いつものように運ばせるがいい。
しかしお父様、年に一度の親族会議です。せめてお顔をお見せになってください。
下に降りて、私の死後、遺産をどのように食いちぎるのかを決める議論に加われというのか。バカらしい。そのような話は私を抜きで好きに進めるがいい。そしてそれが親族会議だというなら、私がこの部屋を出るほどの。
Why not just say, hey, there's a bunch of people missing, we need your help. We need to understand what's going on. His last words carried the threat that any further questions would not be appreciated. Natsuki realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her. She didn't look forward to facing Eva's sarcasm, but there was nothing more Natsuki could do.
そうですか。わかりました。みんな残念がるでしょうが、そう伝えます。
Natsuki decided to give up. Bowing silently, she tried to leave the room before Kinzo's spasmodic temper could flare up. Never said that word in my life, but new vocabulary. As she did, Kinzo spoke to her. His voice was so calm and gentle, it felt like it came from an entirely different person.
Natsuki. 後ろ宮の家に嫁ぎ、もう随分になるな。
はい。後ろ宮を名乗ることを許されてから、もう随分になります。
前の家が恋しくなることもあるか。
いいえ、嫁ぐとは成果を捨てることです。私は後ろ宮夏日、帰る家も懐かしむ家も、すべてはこの後ろ宮の家のみです。
She truly wasn't exaggerating. Such was the resolve she felt whenever she applied the Urushiromiya family name to herself. And that's precisely why she was so saddened when her husband didn't treat her like an Ushiromiya, leaving her to race about in vain. Whoa, what are we getting to some gender bend shit here, Kinzo? Are you into that? Is that your fetish in this family? Natsuki was shocked. If Kinzo's words just now were what they seemed, it would have been more than enough to make up for all she'd suffer up to that point. Kinzo once again faced away from her. He told her to forget it, but Natsuki couldn't help feeling a warmth in her heart.
この夏日は血はつながらずともお父様の娘です。後宮家の名誉も栄光も
そしてお父様が残されたものも全てこの夏日が必ずや守ってみせますから。
お前に片翼のわしをまとう資格はない。しかしお前の心には確かに片翼の。
That's some anime type deal. You don't have the right to wear it, but you wear it in your heart.
後宮家の栄光を引き継ぐものだ。お前の衣服にわしがないことを嘲笑う者もいよう。しかしそれに耳を貸すことはない。心にわしを持つ者だけが真の私の血族なのだ。お前を後宮家に迎えられたことを今は
Okay. Oh, that wasn't for you. That was for Beatrice. Without saying anything more, Kinzo remained with his back to Natsuhi. However, Natsuhi couldn't help but feel something warm well up inside her that she hadn't felt since long ago when she had been just a child. Natsuhi bowed silently to his back and left the room.
あら、ちょうどいいタイミングだったわね。お父様の様子はどう？あんまり遅いから様子を見に来ちゃったのよ。
When Natsuhi left the study, she saw Eva climbing the stairs and their eyes met. Eva was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Natsuhi would leave drudgingly after failing to convince Kinzo. However, the way Natsuhi was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but she was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently, with the dignity of the one who would protect the Ushiromiya family's glory.
お父様は親族会議にはおいでにならないそうです。汚らわしい議題に関心はないと仰せです。とかなんとか言っちゃって。お父様を説得できなかったんなら素直にそう言えばいいじゃない。哀れですね。お父様が嘆かれるお気持ちも分かろうというものです。それはどういう意味よ。
Natsuhi did not answer. Just as Kinzo had done earlier, she showed Eva her back as she headed down the stairs. Eva finally realized that she was being made fun of, that something had happened to quickly bolster Natsuhi's confidence. Even so, she apparently didn't have the courage to risk Kinzo's wrath. Unable to even knock on the door, she could only click her tongue, make a motion as though scratching at it, and follow after Natsuhi.
それで兄さんたちはいたの？お父様に聞いたの？聞きそびれましたが、書斎の中にはいませんでした。お父様が夫たちの下船な話のために入室を許すこともありえませんから。
Again, I think they're dead, or some of them are dead. I don't know.
使用人たちが探してくれるのを待ちましょう。朝食は遅れますが、お茶でもいかがです？エヴァさん。別に結構よ。
Eva couldn't hide her confusion at the complete difference in Natsuhi's attitude. She was acting so boldly, and while Eva hated to admit it, she even had a sense of dignity about her. Unable to find fault with anything, Eva could only follow Natsuhi back to the parlor. When the two of them returned to the parlor, Hideyoshi had been joined by the 4 children and Nanjo. Where the hell is Nanjo sleeping? In the mansion? Genju had been talking with Hideyoshi, who reported the current situation when he noticed that Natsuhi had returned.
主人たちはまだ見つからないのですか？
They're dead.
はい。申し訳ございません。
I killed them myself.
熊沢が朝食の準備に入りました。もう少し時間をいただきたいとのことです。
The clock read a little past 8. 8 should have been the time to start breakfast. Normally, going over that time limit would be a disgrace to the host.
今カノンが表を探しています。それからシャノン
Now Shannon is missing. Shannon's the 6th. All of them have been sacrificed.
主人は何を従えて散歩に出かけたのですか？
Just how many people had gone missing by now? Now that the number was this large, it was starting to feel truly unpleasant, as though the people here were the only ones being left out of something interesting. At least, that seemed to reflect the feelings of the children, and Maria in particular. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off and eat something delicious without her. The other children were flipping through the channels on the television, trying to find a program that might interest Maria and cheer her up. Najo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. It must have been a book about chess. The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them, with a pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized before seeing who it belonged to that it was probably Cannon, not Kraus and the rest.
奥様、失礼します。
その様子では見つけられなかったようですね。
申し訳ございません。まだ。
もう十分です。ご苦労かけました。
She didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on this island. They hadn't had a thing to eat since the previous night, so their stomachs must be growling about now. They'd probably come plodding back of their own accord before long. By now, Natsuki was thoroughly exasperated and started to feel that there was no reason for them to go out of their way in search.
私はお客様方にお茶のご用意をしに厨房へ行きます。二人とも早朝からご苦労様でした。
Natsuki left the parlor, acting as though the release in tension caused a new surge in her headache. Cannon tried to call to her back, but Natsuki left swiftly.
どうした？まだ何かあるのか？
はい。旦那様方のお姿を見つけることはできませんでしたが、
Cannon sounded evasive, looked as though he didn't know where they were, but had spotted something that might be connected to their disappearance. Eva and Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words and came over. They'd probably picked up on something strange in Cannon's behavior.
どうしたんや、カノン君。クラウス兄さんたちは見つかったんか？
実はバラ庭園の倉庫の様子がおかしいのです。
様子がおかしい。
Yeah, what do you mean?
どういう意味だ？
それが、なんと説明すればいいのか。
Just say it. Cannon hesitated once more. His tone wasn't at all what you'd expect from this usually fearless boy. Seeing this, even and Hideyoshi looked at each other dubiously.
どういうこと？倉庫の中に兄さんたちがいたんじゃないの？
いえ、中はこれから調べます。その鍵を取りに戻ったところなのですが、
ようわからんが、とにかく中を調べればいいだけの話じゃないか。その倉庫の鍵はどこにあるんや？
使用人室にあります。すぐに中を確かめましょう。
Yeah, let's go. All of us. Cannon dashed off to the servant room and returned with the key. Genji left the parlor saying they would go check, but then Eva and Hideyoshi followed after him. What was this something strange about the storehouse that had caused the usually fearless Cannon to hesitate? It was still pouring outside, but perhaps their curiosity over this something that Cannon couldn't talk about won out. While the children made a big fuss watching television, Cannon and the rest dashed over to the entrance. Aw, hell. The Rose Garden storehouse was a place that housed various tools used to manage the garden. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had been built so that it was hidden in a corner of the Rose Garden. Cannon, Genji, Eva, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the Rose Garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the Rose Garden, which was normally off limits for those appreciating the garden and only used by those maintaining it. As they dashed down that, the storehouse came into view in front of them. Wow, it literally just looks like a garage. It was quite an old shed, and compared to the flawlessly perfect beauty of the Rose Garden, it was pretty seedy looking. It was easy to understand why it had been built in a hard-to-see place. Eva and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Cannon and Genji.
カノン君たちは早いな。わしは心臓が爆発しそうや。
こんなところに倉庫なんか建ててたのね。
Well, they do, as you can tell.
何よそれ。
Wait, what? When Eva looked at where Cannon was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Cannon's figure and was likewise too shocked to speak. The entrance to his storehouse was a kind of shutter, and there, everyone suddenly realized why Cannon had been unable to find words to describe what they now saw. On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to wind and rain for so long, stuck right on it. Oh shit, demonic symbol! Holy shit, alright. Okay, there was something that looked like a strange dark red liquid. I can tell you right now, I don't care what it takes. I'm getting the fuck off of this island. I am not staying there any longer, because that is too much. There is someone here dealing with Satan or something. Mucus? Or maybe it was some sticky paint. An indescribably eerie shape was drawn on the shutter with some kind of ghastly substance. The rain had caused it to drip down like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. No more beating around the bush. Some kind of mark was drawn there, with a ghastly substance that looked like blood. In a shape that seemed to suggest something ominous. 2 circles were drawn there, and inside them was a design that looked like a cross. The 4 ends of the cross were widely exaggerated, and it looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. And in the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, some unfamiliar characters or possibly symbols.
なんちゅう悪趣味な落書きや。これあれか？悪魔の儀式とかの魔法陣いうやつとちゃうか？
Well, I mean, I think those are more pentagrams. It wasn't surprising that Hideyoshi would say that about such a ghastly shape, drawn with a deep red dripping substance.
これいつ書かれたの？
昨日雨が降り出す前にここに来ましたが、その時には何も書かれてませんでした。
他の方々の目に触れる前に何とかしよう。ご覧になられたらご不快になられるだろう。
そうね。ただの倉庫小屋とはいえ、こんな気持ち悪い落書きを1秒たりとも放置したくないわ。
倉庫の中に塗料もあります。応急処置でとりあえず塗り消して後日天気のいい日に改めて塗装しましょう。
Genji remembered they had just recently seen another scribble, and that it too had been made with a strange dark red substance of the same color as this. That must have been... That's right, he had seen it on the door to Natsuhi's room.
カノン君、さっさとこの落書きを消して戻りましょう。たとえ倉庫とはいえ、実家の落書きは本当に腹立たしいわ。
You still gotta check inside.
すぐに済ませますので。
You can't just leave it. He's gotta look inside. Cannon squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. He then lifted it up with all of his strength. I'm ready to push away. A boisterous noise resounded, and the eerie shape drawn on the shutter began to get sucked in through the top as the shutter was raised. I'm ready to throw this chair back and just go nuts. At least for the time being, that ominous drawing disappeared from their direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to a kid... Why did they cut it? Thanks to a kid's program, they came across Maria was feeling much better. Badler and Jessica were poking fun at the kid show at every turn, cackling together. George was enjoying the program with Maria from her perspective. Nanjo sat on a sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. They were the footsteps of a single person. Did that mean it wasn't the group of 4 that had just left? It was Genji. It was very rare for Genji, who considered being out of breath a violation of a servant's virtues, to be gasping for air. He had probably come dashing back from outside the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet, and he didn't have his usual trim appearance. When Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him, he gave a small silent bow and quickly approached him.
申し訳ございません。至急お越しください。何事ですかな？
As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ear, Nanjo went pale. He rose from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children who were still engrossed by the TV, and the 2 of them rapidly left the parlor, muffling their footsteps. Just as they were about to exit the parlor, they came across Natsuhi, who was pushing a serving cart loaded with a tea set. Genji whispered something into Natsuhi's ears, and Natsuhi went pale too in apparent shock. Then, leaving the serving cart where it was, the 3 of them dashed towards the entrance. They were sacrificed! Holy shit! George noticed them running down the rose garden through the window.
なんだろう。源氏さんと南條先生とあれは夏日おばさんかな。
どうしたんだよ、兄貴。
何かあったのかな。ひどい慌てようだったね。
When Jessica and Maria saw that Eva, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats and that the serving cart had been abandoned in the entrance to the parlor, They also realized that something was the matter.
何か事故でもあったとか？
行ってみようぜ。俺たちだけのけ者なんて面白くねえしな。
I don't know if you want to check it out, man. You got a kid with you. For some reason, what Badler said sounded extremely indiscreet. But they couldn't deny that they were a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain without regards to their
行って
appearance.
みようぜ。何があったか気になるぜ。
Jessica's uneasy words spoke for all of them.
おい、マリア。お前も来るか？それとも、テレビを見てるか？
うん。マリアはテレビがいい。うん。
僕たちだけで行こう。マリアちゃん、すぐ戻るからね。テレビを見て待ってるんだよ。
By the time the kids made it outside, the adults were no longer in sight. But Jessica seemed to have a pretty good idea where they'd gone, judging by the direction they'd been running. Following Jessica, we ran through the rain-soaked rose garden. The wind seemed to suddenly get stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to ring out like it had the previous night. It felt like an eerie something had surrounded the island and was trying to stop us from moving forward.
ジェシカ、この先には何があるんだ？
確か園芸道具なんかの倉庫があったはずだぜ。
そんなところに一体何があるんだろうね。
Just as Jessica had said, they began to see a storehouse in front of them. They could also see the adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open, and several adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsuki was outside the storehouse. Without even holding an umbrella, she looked like she was hanging her head and her back was facing them. There was Genji, Nanjo, and Natsuki who had just left the mansion. The ones who'd left earlier, Kanon, Eva, and Hideyoshi, were also there, making for a small crowd of people, but there was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Natsuki realized that the children were approaching, a terrible expression rose to her face, and she ran at them with their arms spread wide. However, no, because of that, the kids saw the scene Natsuki was trying to keep them away from. Inside the storehouse, with its shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down. And right there was... Jessica's piercing shriek ran out, but that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. The same thing spilled out of Badler and George's mouths as well. Eva spread her arms just like Natsuki, roaring at the kids with a bone-chilling expression on her face. When Natsuki spread her arms, I thought she was trying to prevent us from advancing any further. But that wasn't why Eva was spreading her arms right now. She was trying to stop us kids from seeing that terrible scene. It was her mother's heart, trying to protect the eyes and hearts of his children by blocking our view of that terrible scene by at least the width of one of our arms. Is this some kind of joke? Is it? I'd seen this kind of cheap scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, and movies, I'd seen it over and over again. This was just seeing something appear in real life that I've seen plenty of times before in some of those most sensational movies, right? That alone shouldn't. But that suit. It's that old bastard's, isn't it? I get it. Then that's Uncle Kraus. And Kairi-san and Aunt Rosa. Yeah! Show me the bodies!
多分死後6時間以上は経過してるだろう。損壊部位の状況を見る限り死後に破壊された可能性が高い。いや、めったなことは言えん。私は町医者だ。検視は専門外だ。
ちゅうことは何や。殺しただけじゃ飽き足らず、さらにこんな無体なことをして。
Wait! So something different? They're not just laying there dead? Hold on, wait, I need to see this. Show me. Aunt Natsuki caught Jessica in her arms and Aunt Eva caught George Aniki. So I was the only one who could approach the entrance to the storehouse. If only there had been someone there to catch me too. I wouldn't have needed to have this horrible evil scene burned into my eyes. No, that's not it. It isn't that there's no one here to catch me. The people who should catch me, they're right there, aren't they? Just as Jessica said, it did look like a storehouse for gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades, a grass sickle and a hammer, some carpentry tools such as a saw, piled up potted plants and bags of fertilizer, and treated just the same, the corpses of several people had been laid to rest there. No, had been tossed in there. I could tell them by their clothes. That old bastard and Kairi-san, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Rosa. Beyond that, Goda-san and... Are there still more of them? How many people died? You're fucking kidding me. I can't even count them on one hand. Damn it! I didn't know whether it had been one of those gardening tools, which if we used for something other than their intended purpose could definitely be wielded with a naked brutality, or whether some horrible tool had been brought in here specifically for this. Anyway, each one of the bodies jammed in here had been given an atrocious makeup. It wasn't makeup, it was more like their faces had been plowed. Their faces were smashed, forced into expressions that normal people couldn't make even after death. I couldn't tell where their eyes or their noses were, but I could find their mouths because they were gaping wide, their gums exposed, but their front teeth were missing, and even the cheeks that should have covered all this were all torn up and laid bare. That trendy makeup you always spent so much time on, even though your man isn't doing a thing now. What the fuck is going on? Show me what they look like, please. Oh, I didn't expect this one. No face. Okay, I didn't expect that. All right. I want to look. Dude, if Shannon's in there, George literally just proposed to her last night. There's nothing to say that I can't make this happy. I like. Let me see the faces. Gold Slaughter best song. To be honest, I only paid attention for it like a little bit. I don't even know what's even going on half the time. Like right now, I'm kind of just like, oh my god. Jessica filled her ears with the sound of her own screaming, trying to shut out my reckless words. Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees, clinging to Aniki's waist and sobbing. It was as if I was crying on behalf of everyone there. Representing the feelings of everyone there, I screamed over and over. Where's Shannon? That's 5.
6人や。
Oh.
ここにもう一人おる。
Oh no, there's Shannon. The body Hideyoshi was looking down on now happened to be hidden among the shadows in that mountain range of objects, in a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George couldn't tell whose body it was. So George cursed himself. He cursed the fact that his worst guesses always turn out to be right.
シャお父さんの足元に倒れているのはシャノンなんだね。
ああ、シャノンちゃんや。
George felt completely silent. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. Normally, he would have wanted to run to his beloved's body, screaming and crying. However, before rashly running forward, you can check character screen now also. Okay, with sad music, let's check character screen. Oh no. Come on, man! It always happens half the time. It always happens. Okay. Course around side. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems the side of his head we start where it all begins. Corpse found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His fate, he has the right to lament his ill fortune. She was chosen by the demon's roulette. That's all there is to it. I'll be seeing her again, so I'm not lonely. Wait. I'll be seeing her again, so I'm not lonely. Okay. Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. How unfortunate. Apparently, he was actually supposed to be on duty in the guest house. Dude, that's a fucked up thing to say. Okay. Dude. He worked to keep his composure and asked his father.
シャノンもクラウスおじさんたちと同じなのかな。
Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words, so he couldn't give George an immediate answer. Or rather, he felt that silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give George right now. When George asked if Shannon was the same, he meant to ask whether her corpse was in the same condition as the others or not. Since Hideyoshi hadn't denied it, it meant her corpse was in the same brutal state.
シャノンを見てもいいかな。
いや、あかん。
どうして？だってもう二度とシャノンの顔を見られないんだよ。
Well, you won't be able to see it anyway because it's all fucked. But I won't stop you.
どうして見たらいけないんだよ。
お前が最後にシャノンちゃんに会ったのは昨日か。
うん。
そうか。そのシャノンちゃんは別れ際にお前にどんな顔を見せたんや。
素敵な笑顔だったよ。
Oh, yay. After he handed her the ring, she hesitated, even though she must have already made it up her mind. Then she looked bashful, and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like that. That's the expression that was revived in George's mind.
そうか。ならシャノンちゃんもその笑顔を
It's actually kind of fucked, dude. Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in such a horrible state that it'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, would that graceful smile of hers have peeked out? But only half of it? Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hands over his eyes. How brutal. If her face was going to be crushed anyway, then if only all of it had been crushed, he might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. But half of her face had been left untouched. It caused the body so much humiliation while still providing beyond doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. How inhuman, how brutish. And there, trying his best to bring the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes as she lay at Hideyoshi's feet, was Cannon. Cannon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. But that didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister, must have been just the same as losing a blood relative.
ジョージ、シャノンちゃんはきっとありがとう言うてるぞ。お前に恥ずかしいところを見られとうなかったんや。きっとお前が耐えてくれたこと感謝しとるで。
分かってる。分かってるよ、父さん。分かってるよ。
George leaned against the outside wall of the storehouse, crouching down limply.
父さん、頼みがあるんだ。
なんや。
僕の代わりに見てほしいんだ。シャノンは指に指輪をつけてるかな。
指輪？ちょいと見てみる。
Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Cannon silently pointed to one of Shannon's hands.
あるで。これはダイヤの指輪や。クズダイヤとちゃう。なかなかの値打ちもんや。
それはどっちの手のどの指にあるのかな。
と左手の薬指や。そっか、シャノンちゃん婚約しとったんか。
ジョージ、あなた
That is fucked, dude.
今はそんなん関係ないで。シャノンちゃんは男の
My
将来をや
God.
っとったんや。一生を幸せにしちゃると男に言わせたんや。それが誰かは問題とちゃうで。男にそこまで言わしめて女の本懐やないか。いつこの指輪をもらったんかは知らん。誰が渡したかも知らん。だがそれでもシャノンちゃんは指輪をもらえたんや。そしてそれを受け入れ左の薬指に通したんや。指輪を送った男もきっと喜んだんとちゃうか。
To most of the people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out strange things. However, someone who knew of George and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words.
そっか。ありがとう、父さん。
George stood up. The traces of tears still streaked his face, but his expression had returned to its usual calm one.
行こう。バトラ君、ジェシカちゃん。これ以上、僕たちがここにいると、大人の邪魔になる。
So, now there's a relationship you need to rip away. Jessica sniffled once, showing her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time to let her know she was okay now. When she faced George again, she once again had on her usual expression, although she still couldn't smile. Badler kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies.
すまねえな。がっつり泣いたら落ち着いたぜ。親父の野郎。普段はクソクソ言ってるくせに、ちょっと死んじまったくらいでピーピー泣くんじゃねえぜって笑ってやがれ。仕方ねえだろ。親が死んだら泣くように遺伝子すり込まれちまってたからよ。
Badler's face was still bright red from the tears, but he at least recovered enough to fake a smile, if only a bitter one.
カノン、お前もこれ以上ここにいてはいけません。子供たちを連れてお屋敷に戻っていなさい。
Yeah, go ahead and do that, because I do want to see him. Not say you've been standing under the rain this whole time, unable to take a step into the storeroom. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Badler's. I do want to see their destroyed faces. I want to see how fucked this game could have gotten with those images. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Badler's. And in fact, depending on how messed up they are, I could probably show them in the video. But probably not, because they're probably bad. Realizing she had to take on a role of responsibility now that her husband was dead, she gave Cannon those orders. Cannon rose silently and turned to face me. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with Shannon. And there was no life in his expression. On an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide the children through the beautiful rose garden. Cannon might have led the way, but now there's no distinction between Cannon and the children. They were now just kids of about the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. After making sure that the children were leaving, Natsuhi started giving orders to Genji.
すぐに警察に連絡しなさい。台風が通り過ぎるまでは来られないでしょうか。どうすればいいか指示を与えてくれるはずです。
わかりました。防災用の無線機がありますので、それで連絡します。
So, when she heard that, Natsuhi remembered. That's right, the phones were out today, weren't they? So wait, so Natsuhi was gonna get got, because her door was scratched up. However, they also had a radio, since they couldn't necessarily rely on phones all the time while living on an isolated island. At any rate, they should start by contacting the police and receiving their instructions. Everything else could wait.
南條先生、もうこの場はどうしようもありませんか。
残念ながら私には何もできませんな。
わかりました。源氏、せめて主人たちの顔を何かで覆ってやることはできません。
That's gonna tamper with the crime scene. I am a self-certified lawyer slash detective. You can't do that. That's gonna tampering. Genji picked up several dried up towels from inside the storehouse when Eva stopped him. With a shrill voice.
わかりました。お待ちなさいよ。ここは犯行現場なんでしょ。なら変に手を加えちゃダメよ。
Look, smart, exactly.
してて現場に土足で踏み入っちゃったけど、それはきっと警察の捜査の邪魔になったわよ。
I sent them. The manga article's pretty hard. Alright, thanks. Natsuhi glared at Eva, offended. Objectively speaking, Eva was right. Let me take a look at these bad boys real quick. Ooh. I'm gonna be honest, it do go pretty hard, that manga art. I will say, it's not as bad as I thought. I thought it'd be more disgusting. I thought it'd be individual shots, but you know what? Not disappointed anymore that they didn't show it in here, because all in all, it wouldn't really change anything. Even so, she glared at Eva as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses, which had been humiliated even after death, the simple kindness of covering their faces. However, Eva had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. So, they need to be careful to avoid disturbing the site any further.
私もエヴァさんに賛成ですな。警察が来るまでここは手つかずにしておくべきです。
奥様、いかがなさいますか。
そうですね。わかりました。ここを閉ざしなさい。それから念のためここに別の施錠をするように。
別の施錠？
ええ。ここに来た時、シャッターの鍵は閉じていました。ということは、シャッターの鍵を使い、犯人が施錠したということです。
So Genji! It all points to Genji.
じゃあここを開けた限り犯人の指紋が残ってるんとちゃうんか。
警察に証拠として提出する価値はあるでしょうけど、カノン君が普通に持ってここを開けるのに使用しちゃったわ。多分カノン君の指紋
Doesn't he wear gloves?
そしてその鍵はさっき源氏さんに手渡され、源氏さんも素手で受け取ってる。大した証拠にはなりそうにないわね。
それは不用心でした。申し訳ございません。
It was careless because you did it!
倉庫の鍵は他にもあるんか？
いいえ。
I don't trust Genji. I still don't trust
と
him.
いうことは犯人はその鍵を使用人室から持ち出し、そして律儀に元の場所に戻したちゅうことになるな。
Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go to all the trouble of returning a key they stole? No, if you think about it even more deeply, there were some points that are even more bizarre. When a criminal hides a body, they're usually trying to delay the point at which it'll be found so they can use that time to escape. The 6 weren't necessarily killed here, but it was reasonable to assume that they were killed somewhere on this island, carried to the storehouse, and hidden to delay the discovery of the crime. And yet, the eerie magic circle scribbled on the storehouse shutter had eloquently indicated the location of the hidden corpses. Sure, it didn't explicitly mention the corpses, but 6 people had gone missing. In that situation, someone had made such an obvious piece of graffiti and even returned the key to the shutter, almost as though they wanted the corpses here to be discovered. Anyway, we can't put all our faith in a lock that the culprit has opened once before.
とにかく一度は犯人が開け閉めをした施錠だけでは信用犯人の手からもこの場所を保護する意味で施錠を新たにしたいと言っているのです。
いい案だと思います。私も賛成です。
Genji fished around inside the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock that had been inside a small box.
鍵はどうなさいますか。
私が持ちましょう。責任を持って警察に手渡します。
Natsuki took the key to the padlock from Genji's hand. After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. And so, the corpses were once again sealed behind that shutter, which was still covered with that creepy magic circle. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. Shutters often have a place in front where you can attach your own lock in addition to the main lock of the shutter. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar of thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there ominously. With its closed shutters still covered in a blood-like creepy substance, it swallowed up the bodies of the 6. To Natsuhi, putting the new lock on wasn't mainly to preserve the scene for the police. She might have felt like she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity, to prevent that eerie beast from swallowing up any more victims.
行きましょう。皆さん、園長先生。ご足労をありがとうございます。
This is kinda insane right now.
警察に連絡を。
Who are the 2 people that are gonna get tore apart? The adults left the storehouse. The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the 6 bodies in its throat, looming eerily as the lightning occasionally lit it up.
Oh, hell yes, son. Stone Cold. For the last time, son. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end this here, son, on chapter 11 of episode 1. I couldn't finish it tonight, but that's what happens when it's really late.
So I'm gonna save it in new slot, obviously. Then it's time for me to head to the title screen because I am done for tonight. I'm sorry that I could not finish episode 1, but it's too late at this point. I need to go to sleep. Next stream will not be Umineko. It shall be something different. So we're taking a week break, I guess, on Umineko. The video will still potentially be uploaded on Sunday of this stream if you want to watch. But essentially, I don't have my webcam on at the moment, but I'm going to switch to the screen that you're going to see next week. Not this. In fact, I think I'm going to exit this game so it doesn't make any more noise. But essentially, what's going to happen is the fact that I shall be watching a pay-per-view, a premium live event as they like to call it now, of WrestleMania Backlash. Shall be doing live reactions to that if I actually want to. That'll depend, to be honest. I might not, I might. We'll see how I'm feeling. If you want to know if I am, you could always just check in at 8 p.m. next Sunday, or you can follow my Twitter, Instagram, go on my Discord server. I will announce it there a few days before. But if I do, this is the screen that you shall see of wrestling reactions. Again, I do not have the webcam, but there will be a chat box and an alert box in those corners. yes, breaking news, the stream is ending soon. In fact, in a few seconds. That's all I gotta say is that, if I had the chat box going, which I don't know if I even have it right this time because I think it needs to be changed. But I'm not sure. I'll have to check on that. But anyway, I've been Saberleaf. I've been Saberleaf. No, I've been Sean Tyler from the Saberleaf Network. I'm gonna be off. So, stay golden, pony boys. Not an MLP reference. Outsiders reference. Read the book. Watch the movie. Do whatever. I enjoyed it. I took the main line from it. I'm out.